It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming. Football's coming home, it's coming home. It's coming home, it's coming. Football's coming home.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Hello, chatto! It's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, I've just realised this light is brighter than normal, and I do not know why. More on that coming up in a minute. Why is my intonation gone so weird? I'm gonna have to stop.
46 months. Yes, I know it's rookie numbers, but we have to start somewhere.
Thrown off by the light. Where's my phone?
Another month watching the silly goose man play with pathetic computer men. As always, it's been okay. At last we will win the most important cup of tea, save for second time today, the Intercontinental Cup. Bright red dislikes intros, man.
Oh my god, that's 100%. That's not what we wanted. What's going on now? Right, that's 39. That seems about right. There we go. Deary me. There is a reason why the light's been dicked about. Yeah, I was just tanning myself on a weirdly white-looking light for some weird reason. That still doesn't seem correct, but I'll figure that out later, because there's resubs to talk about. Wait, hang on, there's more. Tomek, thank you very much for the 19 months during the intro. Look at me saying it correctly. Mum with the 68 months. Things you'll love to see. Genius Nugget, thank you for the follow in there too. Sassy Man with the 46. You'll love to see it. And there was Bearded Child in there too, wasn't there? Yes, there fucking was. Thank you for the 73 months. Apparently 50 is too high. I had it down to 20 yesterday because I was using it as a hair light because I was pointing the camera this direction, which might be part of the reason why there was an issue with it for some reason, but I hadn't installed the app on my phone, and I guess it obviously changed the second it installed. That looks okay. Not too horrendous. It's still a bit bright in my eyes, but maybe I'm just not used to it. I was blinded by the light, indeed. I'm going to put out some points to distract you all from my ineptitude. Where's my buttons? Choose prediction outcome. Still a lot of belief lately, which is scary, frankly. Some of you must be losing a lot of points, unless you're just alternating week to week. Will you mess up the intro? Yes, he fucking will. Ah, dear. Hello, chat. How's it going? Needs to sound like it do. Well, actually, the main reason for it, specifically yesterday, is because I have a grey curtain here, and with, obviously, this fella, it looks quite dark. And with the camera pointed that way, it's tough to form separation, so I used this light here as a hair light to create a kind of like separation between me and the curtain, basically. It actually worked fairly well, to be fair. I just had to turn that light into a key light. Lighting chat, everyone's favourite stuff. All been wrong. That's impressive, actually. Statistically, I would say I probably roll at about 50. I'd probably bat about 500 as far as intros goes, even if it seems like I fuck them up. I sometimes do go on little streaks that just bring my... I'd be a woeful baseball... Actually, no, I wouldn't be a woeful baseball player. Batting 500 would be probably quite good in baseball, right? That would be... I'm the Barry Bonds of intros. I'm trying to think of baseball players. I'm the Mike Trout of intros. These are baseball players, right? I'm the Darryl Strawberry of intros. Most of this comes from a Simpsons episode. The knowledge there. Not an issue. Oh, the apostrophe issues. God damn it. Right, yeah, I keep forgetting about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make an extra note in my stream prep file for fantasy, which has now disappeared, that reminds me about my robot needs a name change. My concern is that it might not read it properly when it actually does then come to put points in for him, which could then cause that to mess up. Batting 500, in that case, I'm way better. Over 50%. I'm not sure I am though, Sharik. That's the thing. Next year, I'm probably going to count it from like the start of the game cycle to get some proper data. I want data on these things. It's important to have data. Makes me feel old. Oh no, not 16-year-old. Wait. Oh. Sonny Nolan. The idea of Kevin Nolan having a 16-year-old son is... You have a Google Doc. My friend! I love this. This is fantastic. What are the numbers looking like? Do we change it in-game? I think we probably should, actually, yeah. If nothing else, I mean, it'll still have the same problem because it will then just get his name wrong because of the other reason, right? But I feel like he's earned it at this point. Always wanted. Oh, I did get a bid on him in the summer, didn't we? He's wanted by who? ABBA. Mamma mia. Okay, I've never even heard of them. If they want him, they're going to have to pay me the money, and other various related jokes. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just switch him up to being my robot. Time is a fickle bitch, isn't it? Comes for us all. It's a nightmare. Ah, dear. Why are so many defenders? I don't know, but there are. I definitely did tick it correctly. I think we just have quite a lot of defenders on the books at the moment because a lot of people have come back from loans. So, like Chendros, Arnold's here, Dan Hard as well, Santelli's back, Autet is in, Roman is a defender as well, Janishit's technically as well. There's just a lot of defenders around the club. 50 to 43, that's not bad. What you're saying is I've got some in the bank. In addition, good news. Well, I say good news. This may be bad news depending on your viewpoint on my streams. Jens a defender. Jens? Jens shouldn't be there at all. We have 8 games, including the Champions League. I mean, maybe there's another cup game in there as well, to get through until Christmas here and the Youth Intake preview, which, I'm going to be honest with you, as a yapper, is interesting, shall we say. Because it actually feels like, for once, I've got a license to yap. And such. The reason I've gone back to this screen is actually to show you this, because I forgot to show it initially. Not a huge amount of changes at the top of the leaderboard last stream. However, some big moves coming up from the bottom of the league table. Notably, Hadrian's Marussia now have fallen off of said league table. But a little bit of movement. Lots of like +1s. Rob's up actually +6 as well. PJ up in like +8 too. And I think... I mean, Passpro's missed the last 2 streams in terms of points, but has been sat on the top regardless. So that's how you get an early lead and you bank it, you know? 8 good intros. I just find it so hard to believe that I would have ever done 8 good intros in a row ever. The only time I can think of when that would have ever happened, I mean, obviously it has happened, clearly. There was one spell, I remember it well. I think it was like January 2023 or something, or 24. The entire month of January, I went flawless as far as intros go. And that would have been like 12, maybe even 13 actually, depending on the month, because it's quite a long boy. It was crazy. I don't believe it myself. But Sharik has the data, and I am... not one to argue with data. It's just not what I do. Well, actually, that's not, I love arguing with data. I'm just usually the one that loses the argument to said data. Yeah, those Fulham AEW shirts are kind of cool, actually. What I do not quite understand is, on the bottom here, it says, you may also like... And then, oh, okay. And then it's got these 2 here. Oh, that's the women's cut. Right. I'm literally, they're really obviously different. Right. £25? Because I didn't want to buy a Fulham shirt this year because I didn't like the sponsor. But AEW is a much nicer sponsor. And the way it's been integrated into the shirts, I think looks way better. I didn't realise they were actually selling them in men's fit, which is, I swear they weren't at first too, which was kind of cool. The fact they are now. I'd be very tempted to pick one of these up, honestly. They do look sick. Particularly as I do quite like all of our kits, and I'm worried that we might not have nice kits again. But it's really... Marabbit is his name. This is very true. If anything, they've been calling him Marabbit wrong this entire time. It is lovely, isn't it? And like, even the others as well. The black one is fire too. Just because I love the gold trim. And, you know, the white one's just kind of a white Fulham kit. But even that, look, the only thing about the white Fulham kit is I don't really like the black trim around the, like, upper chest clavicle area. I think it could do without that. But either way, they are just kind of sick. And plus, this year's kits... I just don't trust Fulham to have 2 good years of kits in a row, basically. And 25 quid is actually For an actual shirt, it's pretty damn good. Yeah, it's kind of raglan, isn't it? I reckon it would probably look better on a long sleeve shirt in many ways. Yeah, I think, I mean, to be fair, you can't really go wrong a lot of the time with black and white unless we striped it for some reason. There would be riots if we did a black and white striped kit. The closest we came was that awful, we had like this was a very championship EFL looking kit, which makes sense because we were in the championship. We had it was a grey and white stripe with a bright orange trim around it with marathon bet. Nothing has ever looked more EFL than that particular kit. I feel like sometimes when teams get relegated from the Premier League, all of a sudden their kits start to look like Championship as well, and not just because of the badges. There's something about the way that the designs are. It could just be that the sponsors are less blue chip sometimes as well, but yeah, from 85 down to 25 is actually pretty good. I would never pay 85 for a football shirt. That is madness to me. Whilst my daughter was painting and watching her tablet company, 2 now. That's insane. Life comes at you fast. It's weird that I've been doing this now, streaming-wise, for 6 years. Over 6 years, actually. And there are some subs on the channel that literally have existed for the entire 6-year period. I think Bearded Child, potentially with the 73 earlier, must be one of them, likely, because 72 is 6 years. So 73 is, yeah, that's about right. I would say so. I don't think I've seen any longer than 73. Maybe a 74 one? It's around about that. I think the longest sub streak has to be around about that, because I didn't obviously have it straight away, the ability to even have subs when I first started streaming. Because obviously I wasn't... No, I wasn't even an affiliate at first. £55 towards the end of the season. Yeah, that still feels like a lot to me when you consider that you can get the El Cheapo ones from places, and they look so similar that it's almost not worth it a lot of the time. Why is my light being weird? Everything's kind of being thrown off in this room at the moment, just because, on account of the fact that there is a giant 5-foot prize wheel just out of my peripheral vision here. And because it's so colourful, I just keep catching it in my peripheral. Every time I turn around, it's just there looming over me, about like this sort of height. Tony does this. Yeah, it's... I don't know what the point of advertising Fulham would be at AEW, really. I suppose it's worldwide broadcasting, I guess. But it does seem like a strange thing, more of a vanity thing to spill spots, I suppose. I know, Paul, which means that to be fair, my mother didn't have Twitch initially, so I don't entirely blame her for that one. Shout out mums everywhere. Yeah, so also, has anyone got a link to the Goose Couch from Sunday? Because I tried to find it for my friends last night when they didn't believe me that it existed, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out where the link had gone, because it was in my Firefox thingy, but the browser clears itself every time I restart my computer on it, so I don't have the URL for it anymore, and I couldn't find it on Google, which means someone's obviously got some links to people. Oh, wow, it actually happened in your save. We had that very nearly happen in ours, but not quite. They won the playoff against Mannheim, which was always likely to happen, unfortunately. I'm at 12. I think... Actually, I can see. If I click on your name, I can see how long you've been subscribed for. It says, sub for 15 months. Account created 2017. Following since 12th of November 2023. Tier 1, 15 months. I got the stats on you there, friend. First relegation. Yeah, it's surprising. Take a lot of game for it. No, I think basically, Limit Leprechaun, it's not so much that I didn't have the numbers for it, it's just that it doesn't happen instantly, so you have to have, I already had the followers and stuff, but you have to have a certain number of average viewers, and you can't just do it over one stream, so it took me a couple of weeks to get it, and then it took me a further, month to get Twitch Partner, because the thresholds, obviously, and even with the threshold being met, you don't actually get automatically approved, or you certainly didn't back then. I remember because Twitch actually came into chat to tell me, it was like a guy with a Twitch staff basically came in and was like, hey! So that was kind of fun, because I think back then the threshold was 75 average viewers. I guess it does. I mean, promoting... Also, if you've not got any ad spots that you've sold, then you might as well just promote Fulham and the Jags, right? At that point. Alexander Vetter. Yes, Alexander Vetter was I think he was Austrian, right? He was a central midfielder that we had, who I think I ended up selling to Manchester City and then bringing back or something? I definitely remember the name. He was a really good player, in fact. Such was it. So contrary to the go live notification, I didn't actually sign a Manchester City player for £25. It was £25 million. But, hey, had you, I guess. My fat finger's once again coming back to bite me. Is he facing the game? I don't know, honestly. Probably. But then again, the name is reasonable enough that you probably find it is just a name that could come up as fair. I mean, we can find out enough. That being said, I don't actually have a lot of facing the game players in my save because of a rare, lovely glitch that's actually worked in our favour for once. That means we have almost none of them. This is where it's like 500 now. 21. I have 21 facing the game players in my save. Has anyone literally got less than that? Because I'd be amazed if you do and you're not running the tiniest database. I only have 21 facing the game players. And all of them appear to be Turkish. For some reason. How has that happened? There's so many Turkish ones. and the usual. Is there any ones I actually recognise? Matt Carroll, maybe? Rashidi, of course. Yeah, none of the egregious ones. I've managed to dodge them, which has been fun. So basically, the reason this happened, I suspect, is because of FM26 being so glitchy and buggy when it started. I must have started it at the exact right time between updates or something that the face in the game thing hadn't worked properly, because this is one of the things that Hadrian and I were testing before the save started with the whole Patreon regen thing, because you'll notice they don't show up on here anymore because we used a different method to input them into the save this time. That was part of the reason why we had to do that, was because it wasn't working properly. But I believe it is now fixed on normal saves, but at the time when I started it, I got around it. It's incredible. In the cup. We played against Wisła Legnica, yeah. Do you know what happened to Legnica? The guy that shit himself with scrambled eggs. And what does it mean? I must know. We were talking about idioms the other day. I must know what that could possibly mean. In-game kit colours. There was a way, but you needed to use the editor for it. I noticed this because when I was doing Ely things yesterday, playing some matches, the kits that FM has for their away kit is like a green colour, whereas their actual away kit is blue. And I noticed it as soon as I went to the match. I was like, that is not the correct colour. But as far as I know, I can't change that. Toffee Boy, thank you very much for the 26 months, my friend. Hard cap on the database. What is the hard cap on the database for console? You would know, right? Early part was in a Madeira. Yes, that would have been... It was definitely all Madeira, because Madeira we actually did 11 seasons of Madeira, in fairness, which back then you could progress through seasons a little bit faster as well. That's definitely one thing I've noticed for 26 in general. It has got better, but part of that's my yapping, but I have just noticed in general it does just take more time to progress through things. Now, the reason I've started here was 30 seasons. What about the database cap? Like, is there a limited number of players you can upload at any given time? 800. Jesus Christ. I think I've had close to 800 before on the Cyrene save, in fairness. I always find it weird that there is a cap on that. You think that, given where consoles are at these days in terms of tech, that there wouldn't really need to be a cap on it. Hopefully that's something we sort of see removed for FM27. Speaking of which, we actually have a post to talk about that for a minute. But the reason I've stopped us here on the Tuesday is because although we're not playing today... Oh, there was a couple of fixtures off stream, of course, which is just some relatively basic stuff. We beat Wisła Kraków. Christian did some things. Nathan scored in that game too. Then we had Wisła Legnica, beat them 5-0. Christian scored a hat-trick. Then we beat Zagłębie Lubin. 2 goals for Jerzy Kowalski as well, which was kind of fun. In addition, yeah, I thought he had. This guy is cooking. I mean, not that he wasn't already. He's already got 14 goals this season, and it's the 1st of November. How he's not got a Poland cap at some point is a little bit disappointing, honestly. He's so good. 10 leagues in max, really? Oh, so you can't even adjust things like database size or... So you couldn't do a version of like my optimal database setup or anything like that. I'd love to see that sort of stuff brought to the console version of the game. You wouldn't think it would be especially difficult to implement because it's probably still doing it underneath anyway. It's just not letting you, the player, have those kind of controls. Yeah, that's true. We have kind of sacrificed that. Maybe if we had the face in the game, we wouldn't have had the Scourges. Who knows? But the reason I stopped today is because we're not playing today, but the other Polish sides are. There is Champions League fixtures today, and I believe there was one in there that looked sort of winnable. So I figured that now would be the perfect time to come... actually, maybe not. I don't know why I thought that. They're in trouble. They're away at Freiburg and Napoli, respectively, and it is really not looking good for the Polish sides in the Champions League this year. They have 2 points between the two of them. It's not great. Optimization, I guess, but like consoles these days, they feel like they're more and more just basically mini PCs. And I mean that like in the sense that like, the hardware is such that the limitations seem like there are less and less, basically. I don't know. Right, actually, before we do, let's just go into this. Fuck it. Let's just go. I'm gonna get some stuff happening. Yeah, so unfortunately the last, much like last season, the other team, because we're 5th place now, they had to go into the playoff round, which sadly they lost. In fact, they didn't even get to the playoff round. I think they lost in the 3rd qualifying round this time. Has the same result in the end, which was that they went into the Europa League, which has worked out perfectly for us because they're actually 100% record in the Europa this season. So I think actually that one might be for the best. Last year it didn't work out so well for that, but this year... I mean, this year it's still working out appallingly just on account of the fact that the teams that are in the Champions League are doing sod all. And that is definitely a real problem. Unless we get some magic results today. Maybe this changes things and this is where we turn things up. Okay, well, we have had a good result. That is a massive win. Jagiellonia win away at Freiburg. And suddenly we're back in the game. We're right back in the game. That's a huge dub. Now all of a sudden they've got 4 from 4 and it looks a lot better. This, however, is a concern. Wait, were they 4... Oh my god, they were 4-0 down inside 15 minutes. Then it was 4-1. Yeah, not great. Oh, you'd think it would be Ado Slashy for sure. Depending on the console, of course, right? It's also previous gen. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what consoles that FM26 is even on these days. I lose track. I've never actually played the console version on any of them. Do you want a console when the game is dead? I guess, but like, FM's been on console for quite a while now, right? Maybe not originally on PS4, but it was definitely on Xbox for quite some time, if I remember correctly. Oh, of course. Okay. I mean, I know that's what they do. That's part of the reason why you're buying a console, isn't it, really? Because it's convenient, and in theory, it is a cheaper entry point, and you're sort of buying that walled garden ecosystem where everything just works, in theory. Now, that seems like less and less true these days. Yeah, on a Switch, I mean, that does not sound like it would be a good experience, to be honest. That is very good. That is extremely good for Jagiellonia. Did they deserve that? I mean, I don't care if they deserve the win or not, but I want to know anyway. Probably not, but it was a fairly even game, actually, so they'd have absolutely taken a draw, I'd have thought. Crazy to see Ebeling yet again. Oh, they've got Sangare as well. It's a very good team. I can see them going deep in the Champions League again. I say again, we knocked them out last year. But they had to get there to beat us, didn't they? Not that they beat us. And then Brookbet. They have let us down quite a lot, and that is... Oh, 5-1 is very, very harsh. What are they playing at? They have a lot less loans than I would notice. They've got James Whittaker, actually, one of the Patreon regions. There just seems to be less about them. It's brave of them going with a proper 4-2-4 shape. Hello, Nico. I'm very good, my friend. It's a little bit cooler in here, and outside too, which has been pleasant. Oh. MLS ref is in charge of the game. That's a... I mean, if they're a good ref, they're a good ref, right? That's all I'm really interested in. Got to get your excuses in a row nice and early, of course. PS5 is $600. Yeah, I mean, the prices have gone up a bit, haven't they? I guess with the PC, you can get into PC gaming much cheaper than that, but I guess it depends on what you're really looking for. So, for example, this PC, which is absolutely not representative of the average PC that you would want to buy, I suppose, if you were getting into that, I think was in total, because obviously I bought all the parts and built it myself, about £1,500, not dollars. But then again, it wasn't built for specifically a gaming purpose. It does have that functionality, obviously, but it was built more as a kind of like all-purpose streaming, gaming, and graphics editing machine, which it does do very, very well. When Adobe will actually speak to my graphics card, which they're still not on speaking terms at the moment, so that's been fun. Take ages to go on console. I guess a lot of the time with games, when they blow up out of nowhere, I imagine they're not expecting the success they've got. So I don't know a lot about Mecha Chameleon other than it being like the hottest game at the moment. I have no idea what it is in any way. I've not played it. I've not even seen anything about it other than its name. But I suspect that when developers put stuff out like that, they're just not expecting that kind of boom. And I know maybe you used to say they should do, but I guess the development time is probably a bit difficult to split the resources. I don't know a lot about game design, as you can probably tell. England get a chance against Argentina? Absolutely. Like, I think we should be asking the other question. Do Argentina have a chance against England? Ultimately, all these teams are in the semi-final because they've beaten everybody else. That's how it works. I mean, England have obviously had their struggles getting here, but then Argentina have not exactly had the... They've not exactly swept themselves through, we could say. From 2-0 down against Egypt, they went extra time against Cape Verde and Switzerland. Like, they've... I think they have had the lowest of average world ranking in terms of opponents, but England was the second lowest, I think. Mobile version. Do you actually have to have a Netflix subscription to play that? That is weird to me. It seems odd. I mean, I know a lot of people have them, but I personally don't. A 12-year-old laptop, yeah. But that was one of the things that always made FM so good in a way, is that it would work on older machines relatively well. And I still think it kind of does. Not as much as it used to, perhaps, but it's definitely got better. Well, they've done a reasonable job at supporting it a lot longer than other games would do, realistically. Swift works, yeah. It just seems... I'm excited for it. It's... Both of these semi-finals are proper, like, cinema, and I think that's kind of good in a way, actually. I think they have... I mean... And I've obviously been I know that people say, oh, Egypt were robbed. I don't think Egypt were robbed at all. I think Egypt lost their bottle right when they needed it, and Argentina used their quality to get through that game. And that was incredibly clutch from them, frankly. Oh, yeah, I mean, when I started making content on FM originally, back in 2014, I was playing it on my mum's laptop, which at the time was really quite old as well. And it was basically the only thing that would run on it that would allow me to record at the same time. And if you remember, some of you, my very, very early videos, I had all sorts of weird lag and stuff that was caused by that because of how old it was. I managed to fix that actually with some optimization stuff, but the fact that I was even able to do that back then was wild. Not Josh Allen gets game time after John comes back. Yes, I think he does, because the one thing about him is that as much as his attacking numbers I still think are a little bit subpar. He's got 2 goals, but he should have more. His actual creative numbers are on par with the most creative players on our team, both from in terms of how his actual output as well as his statistical output. So I'm a big fan of what he's doing for us so far. It will be a tough one though, but the great thing about Alan, at least, is that because he's so versatile, we could play him in other roles if we needed him to, but I do think I'd rather persist with him being a wing-back because I just want to see where we can go with that, if anything. I think Alvarez might be the one that might move if John came back and was consistent and we actually liked what Alan was putting up. Alvarez is the kind of player that I could see us going, actually, maybe we cash in on a cheeky little bit of FFP, perhaps. Where is he? Because as much as he is extremely good, he's worth a shitload of money and is basically in his peak. And as a world-class player, potentially. Nothing specific. Thank you for the 29 months. Not the British media. I don't know. I don't really listen to much of the British media in general. So it would be hard to say. And he doesn't like big matches. But I don't really care what the British media say about anything, really. I mean, like, this is the great thing about now. We have so much information at our hands. We can form our own opinions and don't have to rely on them to help us, right? More intriguing tie. I think that they're both intriguing for different reasons because, like, France, for sure, are an absolute behemoth as far as, as far as attacking ability goes. It's Juve. I'm still going to go for it. But Spain's defence has been exceptional. Like, that goes without saying. I think I read a stat that Spain had only received essentially 6 shots on target against in the entire tournament. And I know Unai Simon's getting a lot of praise for his goalkeeping, but I think the defence is where the real praise needs to be on just their defensive output, because they're not letting people have shots at their goalkeeper, so he doesn't even have to do anything a lot of the time. Now, obviously, he has done when he's been called into action, but it's the fact that he hasn't been forced to all the time. Now, Alan will probably have to start here. I'm going to give Alan a go, honestly. We're going to send it, because Yemka back in the team now. And Al Shankiti's still injured, unfortunately. I think this might have happened off stream. He got another injury, which means he has still not scored a single goal this season. Not one. In his entire season so far, which is actually incredible. I might just whack Hansen on the bench as the last subby, because why the fuck not at that point? Yeah, Belgium are the only team to score against them. Exactly, yeah. I feel like, I mean, this is not really it's a pretty common viewpoint, is that Spain are probably the ones with the best chance to stop France, and the fact that it's the semi-final is certainly an intriguing one. Tuchel Bellingham non-drama. I didn't make anything of it really, because I just feel like Gabriel Clark was flapping like crazy and just doing some things that you would think that they would be above. To be honest, I don't think they're professionals. They're adults. They'll get over it. I think. I think the sort of vibes around the camp are far too good for that kind of thing to get in the way. Oh, latest news on offering players out for loan. So, I guess my first question, because there's actually a few things that we do differently now, is what's your current understanding of the best practices? Because it'd be easier for me to say maybe do this instead. Because there are a few things that I think definitely work better in 26 than did prior, for sure. Only teams that made it to the semis with one goal conceded was France 98 wants to win, Italy 06 wants to win. That's certainly something. It's very much immovable versus unstoppable, yeah. England Argentina is the opposite, where it is just, it's chaos, but it's also got all these like bubbling things, both from a geopolitical level, but also just on a footballing history level. There's so many different things in that game that matter to everybody. It's Messi's first time playing against England. Not that that matters too much, but it's just an interesting fact. There's just a lot in that game that I think is going to make... I feel like it's going to be more Mexico than it would be Norway in terms of the style of match. And that Mexico game, frankly, is one of the best overall football watching experiences I've had in my entire life in terms of enjoyment, in the same way that skydiving is enjoyable to people, you know? The adrenaline and genuine kind of like absolute scenes of that Mexico game. I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that watching football. And I think maybe the time of day certainly helped with it. But it was just... I said to Paul the next day, I would have probably never forgiven myself if I didn't wake up early to watch that game. Tranquil's drama. Yeah, it's very strange. Because they've been slightly less like that lately, it seems. I think the problem with the question itself was that the question itself was asked and answered, and then he would not stop asking it repeatedly. That's for me was the problem more than it was with the original question. I think that Tuchel responded, and then Clark just seemed to continue hammering on the same point over and over again. That was what I think was getting a bit annoying to me, at least. And then the fact that he then gave a half-baked quote to Bellingham as well, which just kind of, that's what didn't sit right with me. But it is a weird one. I think they just need something to talk about, honestly. Because Norway England didn't have a lot to talk about, really. Well, there wasn't anything controversial in the game or anything, so it's fine. Yeah, exactly. Of Hand of God. Oh, yeah, I mean, just think of the pre-match idents. It's... you can pretty much back picture it now with the cinematic music and Beckham being sent off, and then the penalty shootout in 98, and then Hand of God, and then England randomly beating them that time in Geneva in a friendly match for some reason. I'm still convinced that did exist, and I didn't just completely imagine it, right? Okay. I quite like the brave us now that are just sending it in every single Champions League game. We may change our mind once the knockouts come, but even away from home against Juve, I just trust these guys a little bit more to get it done, quite frankly. And it does mean that Sharpek does have to play in the Champions League again, but he's already shown that he's got the quality to make it happen. So I'm willing to let him have the chance, to be honest. Not what's less good for us, though, is the current state of the Champions League, where Marseille and Nice are the top two. When we need a bad France season, and they are very much not giving it to us. So Freiburg have been weird. I mean, we knocked them out of the Champions League at the, quarterfinals last season? And I'll be honest, I didn't notice how bad they were doing until now. But they did lose at home to Jagiellonia Białystok this match day round. So they've clearly started very poorly, and it's obviously carried over into their game against Jagiellonia. First man video, so transfer offering. Okay, so basically the biggest thing with FN26 for sure is the transfer room out. That for me is such a powerful tool. Basically, daily checking of transfer room out will get you so many loans. I would say I'd show you after the show. I mean, I can show you after the match, but obviously we won't likely have anyone in that spot at the moment because, of course, we're not in a transfer window. Although sometimes there are actually still players in there. But that looked like a foul. But we'll take that. But yeah, transfer room out is the biggest upgrade, I'd say, for this season, for sure. Gomez has been exceptional this season. He's got 17 goals. Oh, that's a lovely pass. Go on, Mompa. It's a goal. Come on. Immediate start to the match. Obviously, that's what things happen when they start. Fantastic. Gomez has been absolutely wild this season. No. It started the highlight from us taking a corner. Bear in mind, this whole play started when we won the ball off of Juve in our own penalty area nearly. What? FM. There's one for us side to work on. Those. I haven't actually watched it yet, Icarus. Pog and I didn't get a chance last night because I decided to go play golf with friends. So we didn't get a chance to finish watching that because there was a lot of good YouTube yesterday, thanks to TDC dropping an hour-long video. Oh, Steiny's just been absolutely cooked there. Frigerio is a good name. Mushroom Man, hello. A perfectly cromulent. It's been cromulent so far, although less thanks to that. Plays outside my home where I must labour. Terrifying. One of your occasion, I hope to. Any weird spammers? We haven't had him for a while. To be fair, I start a lot of sentences with bro, and actually that does track because I then go on to say some of the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life, in fairness. Go with Friends 2? Really? I mean, I must admit, I was surprised at the sheer amount of DLC there is for Golf with Friends 1. That... I couldn't believe it. Oh, for God's sake. What a fantastic use of free will. We're just going to have to accept that he's just there, all over Ayapong for the next couple of moments. Goodness me. Copy the rollout goal. Was it? It kind of was, actually, yeah. No, I see what you mean. See, we are the Argentina of the Champions League. Don, thank you very much for the... is that 90 bits? I think... All I know is, chat, get used to seeing that on the screen. Oh, shit, we've ridden the channel again here. Right, come on, Steiny, get across. Oh, that's a big tackle. We've lost the ball anyway. Cool. Well done, us. No, it was 19 total because it's appeared 3 times. Bloody hell. That left-sided Juve winger is getting kicked the shit out of at the moment by multiple people. Right, come on, Anwar. We need you to be good today, and you've so far been a bit... It's appeared 3 times. I'm kind of glad they brought that in there. That's a nice touch, actually, from Alan. Here we go. I actually thought if we were going to get done this game, it would be down the left-hand side, not the right, as it's smashed into the back of the net by... What? Yes! We need a fat IQ low ran. Do you know what I should do? You know Mike's full-time prints? These. I should get the typography one done, but with that specific quote on it. Because I need to buy 2 of them anyway, because I need to buy the one for the Champions League final, for the winning goal from João Carlos. Having that in, like, aesthetic font would actually be quite good. Very good idea. How is that in the net? Is my next question. Oh, he scored 7... And didn't he score quite a lot of those in one specific Euros as well? I kind of feel like that's going in, but Polizzi has smashed that one straight off the Juve defender's face, and we are somehow, against the run of play a little bit there, back in front here in Turin. We take those. You've actually been quite good so far. It'd be nice to have a bit of luck in the Champions League for once. I've been a little bit worried about Staney in this game, but I guess he's just up against better players, which is, yeah, 4 in Euro 2004. That was the one I remember as like the breakout tournament from Rooney where he kind of broke back in again for the rest of them. Monperou's one. Oh, it should be another goal. We're actually getting some nice spots now, camped on the edge of their area. If we could get a third goal, it could be good. Yeah, I mean, people say, but you know, the expansion of the World Cup, it's like, it's one extra game. To be fair, the top scorer race in this World Cup in general, even if there has been that extra game, and a slightly lower quality of opposition in general, is kind of banging. Like, way more just high goal scorers, it seems like. Isn't it like, Kane and Bellingham have 6 each, but then Haaland's obviously already got 7 and will stay on 7. But then you've got Mbappe and... I feel like there's one... Oh, Messi, of course, too. It's sick. A proper goal-scoring battle for it. That should be... Oh, that's an annoyingly nice header. He might be offside, though. I'm hoping. Yeah, Nice are having an annoyingly good season. So are Marseille, but that's kind of expected. It's Marseille. Brighton forward. I don't actually hate that. Really? I'm guessing Steinbergen must have dropped deep. Oh, he's miles aside. Actually, it wasn't Steiney's fault. It was Mana's fault this time. It seems like it's a little bit of an un-Brighton-like signing, but it also still feels like it could be a Brighton-like signing in that they are literally gambling that he's going to be worth an absolute moon amount of money later. And it's interesting. Apparently they have, yeah. I saw FM tweeting about it this morning that they'd, because obviously FM had that agreement with Brighton talking about Wonder Kids, that he has gone. It's an interesting one. I wonder if it is just a case of Spurs going, right, we kind of need win now. He must be offside, surely. This is one of those games when FM just pops off. It's 3-2 to Juve now. Was he in his own half? He must have been in his own half. Oh, he is. Fucking hell. Losing it from our own free kick there is a diabolical defending. Okay, so it's 3-2 after 40 minutes. What we normally do here is switch over to the more aggressive tactic. We don't really have the option to do that now because we're already playing it. What I will do, though, is at half-time take a closer look at their right-sided winger because... Sorry, left... Actually, both of them, to be fair. They're playing a weird system where a lot of their players come down the wings, obviously, because of the way we play. May have to do a bit of defending for once. Who'd have thunk it? I will still go after these two. Oh, no, not you. Shit. These two to try and take them out a little bit. Stop their progression. But I think Ruggiero needs to be pressed a bit more. Both their wide players need to be shown off their weaker feet as well, for Christ's sake. Okay, that was not good. Wanted game time, and I feel like Spurs probably... Plus, with selling him for that kind of money, they'll make presumably a profit, and they can then invest that back into the squad for the other players that they want to sign right now. So actually, I think it's not... It's one of those ones where it could work out for both teams, frankly. Sometimes there are just those transfers that you think, actually, yeah, both teams have benefited in this for different ways because they're just at different stages. But Bergvall? Really? How much? Would Spurs be willing to sell Bergvall? I mean, maybe I suppose you don't have to be willing to sell for someone to bid on the player, right? I read that as Tonali, which I'm now might start calling him. That was a weird-ass first half. We do miss Shank in games like this, I think. This is the problem. That kind of clutch energy that he has sometimes. I could yet still see us turning this around, but the subs are going to be very useful. Speed and lack of agility. I suppose anyone's going to look slow and unagile compared to Van de Ven, aren't they? But either way, we have a Sharpie. It's true. I really should... His marking's awful, actually. Right. I think we have kind of left our centre-backs at sea a little bit in this game, but I just don't know if we went with the other strategy, whether it would have made that much difference for us, honestly. I think you've kind of got to lick the stamp and send it. I won't be doing that against Manchester City, for example, but that's a good tackle from Naeem. Okay, that's a strange choice of pass, which does make me wonder if we're going to score off this play. Because Sharpek has been quite good from these sort of situations. Oh, yes! That is filth. It's Nathan Allen's first goal in the Champions League, baby. Aren't we glad we started him now? Shank's going to be back in about 2 weeks. It's his 3rd injury of the season already. Sharpek here. This is beautiful from the young man. I love how versatile he is, that he can actually use his weaker foot, and he does, to quite an effect. Look at this little pullback. Nobody tracks Nathan Allen, arrives late, slots it home, bang. Come on, the anti-Sorlot. Yeah, exactly. Love that from Allen. He's not the best at defending, but hey, moments like that is why he's here. That was lovely football from us. I still think we end up somehow finding a way to lose this game, or if not, it's still cool. With Interval Loftus-Cheek, have they? My opinions of Ruben Loftus-Cheek are heavily jaded by his time at Fulham.
Good morning, Matto. Haven't made a stream in a while with work and the World
Love
Cup.
to see it.
Been catching up on the VODs. What to win in the Champions League final.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much for the 26 months as well. I hope you're well. Hopefully work is, as you say, keeping you busy, but hopefully it's a good kind of busy, you know? What a time to join us, actually. We've just equalised against Juventus for the first time, actually, because we weren't behind before. Right. Naeem's not been great today, actually. As good as he is, this does feel like a coffee break, perhaps. Perhaps a little opportunity for a certain robot. Drughouse has been poor. Paolo feels like the man for the job. Mompa's actually started dropping rating a little bit, even though he scored a goal. I would change the centre-backs, but there's not really much point of that. We'll leave him on there for the time being, at least. Let's go. What was I going to say? There was something I was mentioning. Oh, yeah, the Coventry thing. Yeah, so with Loftus-Cheek, all I can think of is how terrible he was at Fulham. And I know that that doesn't define the player, but my God, it defines him for me. The tactic, this is the more aggressive approach that we have for most matches that aren't like proper big banger matches. Although, in fairness, this one probably does count as one. But we thought we'd sort of see how it would work in a game against a really good opposition. Nathan Allen again. Go on, Nathan. Take him on. Oh, he has as well. Go on, Nathan. Find the pass back. No, it's blocked. That was lovely from Mr. Allen again. Okay, I think he's starting to feel himself a little bit in this shape. I respect that from him. In fact, he's actually probably been our best player, apparently. Despite, I suppose everyone else has kind of contributed the odd thing here or there, whereas Allen's been consistently good. Oh, God, I hate it when they head it there for no reason. Right, come on, Abdullah. Here we go. Cabetas through. Where's the support? Oh, it's a good save again. The pressure's definitely mounting. Have I got a spare sub? Yeah, I do. I was just checking to see if we could switch back to the other tactic, were we to find ourselves in front here at some point. A draw probably wouldn't be great, given that we have started to dominate a bit more now. I'm hoping this last 10, something happens. But I don't want to use the last 10 on... I don't want to use the last sub, just in case we do have to switch back to the other system to see it out. We've kind of got goals from everyone that we needed to, really. Oh, no, we haven't. No, we haven't, actually. It was both Sharpek and Gomez have both got assists, not goals. Oh, shit. Oh, that's naughty. That is not good. Mana's about to get red carded here. We could really have done without that one, bud. Okay, in that case, probably will be making the change now, since we're going to need to get another centre-back in there anyway. Right, you can move into there. You can stay where you are. I'm going to bring... Where's Gomez gone? Oh, he's there. Sharpek can come off, Gomez can stay on, and then we'll have to bring on another centre-back here. Luckily, we do have centre-backs, thank Christ. We've got Van Kemsika. Oh, it's obviously Van Kemsika, isn't it? And then I will move him to there, but then make him no-nonsense. And then him also no-nonsense. Don't want him any extra going forward at this stage. That is not great. Okay. 8 minutes. Can we see our 8 minutes? Concerning. We're just going to see an endless highlight now. I suppose the problem is when you get these highlights when a player's down injured, it does seem like you just see forever highlights after that. I think if we did manage to get out of this game with a 3-3 draw after getting the red card, I'd be relatively content with that. Manchester City are 3-0 down now to Galatasaray. Ah, shit. This is an actual highlight, isn't it? Now, if we were to win this with 10 men, which we're probably not going to, are we? It's Gomez through the middle by himself. He never looked particularly comfortable as a solo striker in this shape. Shanks looked okay like that, but Gomez feels like he always needs a strike partner. They're pushing a lot of players forward as well. Good save from Ayapong. My goodness, he's offside anyway, but at least he's done a thing. Coffee's been really poor since he came on here. Do you know what? 3-3 draw. Maybe we could have done a little bit better, particularly with the way we played in the second half, but we'll take it. It could have been worse. We could have lost. The problem is now we are missing mana for, well, only the next game in fairness, but they don't really get any easier at this stage, sadly. Because apparently we've got literally the toughest set of Champions League fixtures I've had in years. Which is fine after having 2 seasons of absolute waffle. Right, see what we got. Book recommendations? Why, yes, I would. Let's see. I'm curious. Sorry, fantasy things taking ages to input the players. No clean sheet, obviously. Probably no man of the match either, I'm guessing. Actually, Allen got us 8.4. Oh, no, he does get man of the match. Nathan Allen with a man of the match award. Things you love to see. Very rare, but they're there. Enjoy that one, Nathan Allen captainers, which there is one. Shout out to Viva with his... That's a brave call. That could be a big month later since there's fewer games today. I'm going to yell at them anyway. It's less points than I would like. Hello, Hayden. How are you, friend? You're in here quite early today. It's not even lunchtime yet. Right, let's look at this book. Wait, did this just come out? Oh, that's funny. Considering this came out in April. It's got 1 review, and that review is 1 star. Now, I could sort of see why, given that it costs £22. You think that with all the money that Infantino has or whatever, that he'd have the ability to say, I don't know, commission a book cover that doesn't look like... This actually doesn't look dissimilar to like an old FM cover. It's giving FM 13. I think it's 13. The one with like the gold text. FM was ready. No, we didn't. And actually, while we're here, now would be the perfect time to switch over to that. Since, to be honest, I can show the entire paragraph on screen without really hiding much of it. It's, we were discussing this before, and it does seem like entirely in line with what we kind of expected, given that, what was it actually says? Yeah, the last update for 26, which is fine. There's still loads of bugs and whatnot, but there's always bugs. There was bugs in 24 as well. But some of them are a bit more noteworthy in 26 for sure. To be fair, the biggest thing for me that I took from this was here. This. Senior Community Manager, Chris Groves. Now, for those of you unaware about Chris is not new to this. Chris has worked for some very large companies, including Frontier and EA, I believe, as well. And in addition, being the senior community manager, I don't think we've actually had anybody in the community in this role since Holly was around. And that was years ago. So for me, it feels good if we are starting to get this better... Someone that's actually sole job is to work on that side of things, on that particular part of comms, for me is a very good sign of things to come from them. Hopefully, when we were talking about the communication thing from before, having someone like Chris doing that job, I'm hoping that will definitely increase the frequency and quality of the lines of communications that we actually see from SI, which would be really, really cool. Posted the forum last night. There you go. Yeah. Surprised it wasn't actually him posting this as well. Professionals, but I know it's good to see that they're taking those steps. Like, and I think things were good when Holly was there too, but obviously it feels like that role just never seemed to get replaced once she left the club. Left the club? I guess in a way it is a club, isn't it? So, that's good. It doesn't really say much else in fairness, really, other than like World Cup mode stuff and the fact there's no more updates, which is fine. I guess the only thing really would have been like, but then what can we expect? They're not going to share that stuff with us yet, are they? Because that would be starting to build hype for 27, which I can't imagine they're going to be doing just yet. I do, however, think we will see stuff from it sooner than we have in previous years, for sure. Yeah, Miles will find a way. He always does. Nice beat Barca as well. Marseille presumably didn't. That's not great for Poland points, is it? Christ. Particularly, wait, where's PSG? Oh. So... the one time that PSG choose to have an absolute crapper of a year, it's fine because Nice and Marseille have decided that they're actually excellent football teams instead. Brilliant. Well played, lads. Cool. Looks less hot. It definitely is, yes. In fact, notably, when I was sat downstairs before stream, just catching up on things and having my protein shake, I had a blanket on. It was genuinely not chilly, but for what it feels like lately, it's certainly chilly. Sumo, Co-Masters, EA Frontier. Yes, yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. So... he has a track record. It's not like they've just promoted someone that doesn't know what they're doing and is going to be learning on the job. They've gone and essentially seemingly got someone who's perfect for that role, and that's actually kind of exciting really from a community standpoint, because there definitely has been ebbs and flows with regards to the community side of FM and relations with SI. Sepple, thank you very much for the 4 months on Prime. Hope you're well, my friend. Coverless duvet on. So is that just the duvet itself, the pure duvet? You've gone for the skinless duvet. Not Mars' sisters, never. Well, we don't know, but probably not, I'm guessing. Because there was a period where, I think it was 2023, when, the summer of 2023 especially, there was this big event that SI did. In fact, I can talk about this because they put public pictures on social media of this event, and it was one of the few times when it feels like SI have like been open about those things. They brought a load of creators down. They have photographers there. We did this fun day there. We did workshops and stuff. It was really, really cool. And creators from all over the world as well, which was really, really sick. And they made more of a thing of it. And I feel like that's the only time that's ever actually happened. Because a lot of the time, like, obviously, it's not a secret, really, that occasionally we do find ourselves at the studio. But it's always like, NDA this. Like, you're never technically allowed to acknowledge this, etc., etc. This one was the opposite of that. And I think that was kind of sick in a way. I know that's not entirely SI's fault. Oh, yes, absolutely, Danny, yeah. So basically... oh, 10 match unbeaten run for them. Okay, fair enough. So he's going to be suspended. That sucks. So basically what you do is whenever you're in a transfer window, actually a good example here, going to this screen and looking for any team that appears that is a team in your nation. So in this case, Piaskowicza have been here. They've been here the entire time, in fairness, because they will not leave my robot alone. And when you find that situation, just go down to the bottom left here and go offer to whatever. The other thing we've started doing lately, which I think it definitely does work, shout out to, was it Uno suggestion? If you then hit targets, once it's actually selected on loan, because for some reason it wasn't. If you go in here, you'll have this option here where you can add interested clubs and pitch opportunities. And if you find any other teams in your league, you can add them in there as well, and it will offer them to all of those specific teams together that you know are interested in the player. And we found that this is a really good way, especially of getting interest and loan offers drawn up in your better quality players. The kind of stragglers and those guys are almost certainly going to find themselves loans anyway. It's really good for those players that you think, this guy's so good, but why won't any team bid on him? This is usually the way to do that, I found. Generally speaking. Hello, Wills. 25 announcement. Yes, I think so. Possibly. Yeah, I think you're right. It was summer of 2023 was definitely the one I'm thinking of. I remember it well because I was extremely hungover the next day, and I was sat in the hotel lobby trying to force orange juice down myself, and a lot of it was like, I'm going to be sick at any moment type beat. It was not good. And the weirder thing is, it was like an apartment hotel, or an apart hotel, I think it was called, or something. But I hadn't realised this because I'd barely spent any time in the room, and I woke up the following morning hungover to shit. All I could hear was this weird noise. Turns out there was a dishwasher in my hotel room, and that's what that weird noise was. So fun fact. Sam Allardyce playing 30. I saw that exact thing. I didn't watch the video because it was midnight, wasn't it? That gambling company that isn't like the other gambling companies, guys. Trust us. I think it was on Midnight's channel. They just seem to have come out of nowhere. I don't know if they're like a rebrand or something. Just over here. Oh, let's have a look. Summer breeze, coverless duvet. Oh, I see. To be fair, one thing Pog and I need to get at some point is like a summer and a winter duvet. It's because our one's kind of like right in the middle of the road, which means that sometimes in the winter you get a little bit too cold because of it, and then in the summer you get a little bit too hot because of it. Not that that really bothers me, because I'm not one of those people that feels like I have to sleep under a duvet at all times. If it's the summer, I'm just like, ah! Whereas Pog, it could be 35 degrees, and it is sometimes, like when it was a couple of weeks ago, and she still feels like she has to be underneath the covers. Which, gee, I just can't imagine how she had it with heat stroke. Science will never figure it out. Right. Someone in December. That's my plan is to probably buy an air conditioner in the winter months as well. Get a little bit of a discount on it if I can. Because I am not doing this shit again next year. Absolutely not. Oh, we have it Thursday, didn't we? Could attach and detach the second section. Oh, I see. So like a sort of sandwich duvet. That would make more sense. I think at some point I will just like... There are certain things where I'm like, I'm going to be really frugal here. And then I kind of think to myself, do you know what? Some things I've just... We were in Tesco's yesterday looking at toilet paper, and Paul was like, hey, this one's like £2. I'm like, do you know what? Let's splurge. Let's get the normal one that we get, because that one looks like something from a Motorway Services, and I don't think half ply is quite what we need right here, you know? I'll stretch to the good toilet paper. Not even the good toilet paper, the middle of the road toilet paper. Sleep under that. It's not a bad shout, actually. It's like when we were in Poland, they do... It's quite common in Europe, I think. The sort of separate duvets or separate covers on a double bed type of thing. I noticed it when we were in Norway. It was the same thing, and our flat in Poland had the separate duvets. I like it and also dislike it at the same time, because I feel like it's cool that you always have as much as you want because you're not sharing the duvet, but also it feels like you never have quite as much as you want because it's never quite big enough. If anything, there should be twin bed ones on them, perhaps. You got to size it up. You know, by catching the sheet. Oh yeah, to be fair, that does annoy me. Our one has a habit of moving around in the duvet a little bit too much for my liking, and you know the corners that have got nothing in them, and then you can't seem to like get it back in the right spot. That is a frustration for sure. Actually induces voluntary to acidity. See, I wish I'd known that at the time. Now, in fairness, I wasn't sick, but the best part was, obviously the hotel was nowhere near where I'd parked my car, so I had to sort of, not stumble, I mean, I wasn't drunk anymore, I was just extremely dehydrated at the end of the day. But it was during that summer where, again, it was absurdly hot, and I was wearing a jumper. So I was walking through, like, Stratford, in blazing hot sun at, like, albeit only like 10 a.m, but wearing this quite thick jumper, and by the time I got to my car, any last stretch of hydration that I had in my body had firmly left me and evaporated into the ether at that point. Costco, that reminds me, Pog still needs to sort out her Costco card, because we can actually get Costco now because of Pog's job, and she still hasn't sorted it out. I don't even know where our nearest Costco is. It's probably quite far away. Lose my duvet as well. Yeah, I suppose. You wake up, she's just got 2 duvets layered on top of each other. Yeah, exactly. The colours. Not that one. It's like, they're similar enough. Good lord. Why has bro got a fucking microphone? Doesn't he have another picture of himself or something? About to become a Costco guy. I'd love to be. I don't have any room for pallets of things, but I'd find a way. Definitely something in there. Time for driving. Probably not, no. But I had to get home. Thomas Munier, Sunday for Sunderland. Okay. Fair. The Co-op guy. I don't mind a bit of Co-op, actually. It's the closest, like, supermarket that we have. Technically. It's actually just convenient because it's right by the impost lockers, which is very useful, and right by the pharmacy. You get this nice little cluster of useful things that you can get to, and it means you don't have to go to Tesco's, which is good. There is technically a one stop closer, but like that's when I'm really needing something. Like the milk has run out, or we're doing burgers, but actually I've forgotten that we didn't buy any burger buns. That being said, I was able to get once. We started cooking burgers, realised we didn't have any burger buns. I was able to get to one stop, get the burger buns, come back, and in time. So I was quite pleased with that. Tesco's is very much a big shop thing, yeah, for sure. Which is where I was yesterday, actually. Every time I go down there, I'm thinking, oh, we can do this easily in like 20 minutes. But then, that's just not how these things work, is it? Because Pog will be like, well, let's just have a look over there. I'm like, no, I don't want to mooch. It's 6 o'clock. I just want to eat food. Milton Keynes. Yeah, Milton Keynes is not super close. Probably about hour and a half away. Maybe a little bit longer, in fact. Who would there be? Co-op is giving Big Forest Green vibes. Nah, for me, Co-op I think is too big time. We do have Cedric Mbappe, and he's not even that bad either. Co-op. Forest Green are just far too low down the football pyramid to be considered a co-op. I feel like co-op are more sort of... Co-op are a bit Brentford. Or Crystal Palace. And not just because it's co-op... Because I feel like you've got your big boy supermarket. Realistically, he is not, because that's... technically, that can be a thing, I think, but it's so rare that I've never actually seen it happen. Yeah, Forest Green is like your it's Gloucester Services, isn't it? It's as if you do your big shop at Gloucester Services. That's Forest Green. Ooh, what changes did you make, Taylor? Or was it just the basic stuff? Right, review team selection. We will... I didn't... Oh, I was going to say I didn't rest anybody, but apparently the team didn't need rest, because rest is for the wicked. That's not how that works, is it? Is there anyone that needs to not be in there? Okay, fine. Shank is probably nearing a return, but he's still... Nah, he's going to be out for another week or so, I think. Who's he wanted by? Presumably Barcelona. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. Oh, Gareth. I might throw a bit of Gaza back in. Oh, hang on. Guziemka's going to need to come out anyway. But Mana will need to... I might just drop Steiny for a game. Put Alfredo... Not Alfredo. That's literally the same player, you melon. I might stick Gareth in for a minute, because we do want to try and develop him as much as we can. Alpha Bar. Alpha Bar. Who's Alpha Bar? I'm here for it. Oh, I see. Wicked. Right, I get it. Yep. That took me a minute. My Wicked knowledge is limited. Use Simpsons scripts for every team. That's perfect. I can't think of a better way to announce fixtures. Shout out to Southend for that. Waitrose is Chelsea. Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Fulham is Waitrose, because I don't think their customer base is as large as a Sainsbury's, a Tesco's, a Morrison's. I think Fulham's pretty Waitrose. I mean, that's literally the Fulham Reading is literally known as the Waitrose Derby sometimes. I feel like Fulham have surely got to have Waitrose, unless I think of a... Actually, Fulham are Erewhon. That stupidly expensive supermarket in the States in like California where everything is just a dumb price. Expensive Costco. That's a good point, actually, because they're buying everything in bulk, including contracts. I don't think I'll actually be able to play the whole thing, but I'll keep that open just so I can actually... I'm going to open that in my other browser so I can watch that after stream. Pro tips for me there. Stevenage and Thurrock. Yeah, they're all pretty far. Stevenage is a bit closer. They're pretty far. But that Stevenage is okay. That's not too bad. Do you know what? Oh, I'm feeling fruity. He's doing it again. Watch him. He's gone for it. He's watching the match. We literally have... I think it's because I don't normally play the 3 games off stream in between, but because I've got a slightly lower workload now, thanks to the changes I've made to the recaps, I actually can make more progress there, which is what I assume has happened here, because I want to get into Youth and Take preview, or it might be that we've got like one less league game before Christmas, because our season finishes really, really soon. It's like the 6th of December is our last game this season, before the Christmas break, whereas normally We've had games on like the 22nd before. That might get shuffled back later, to be fair. Sainsbury's is awesome. Because the big ones you've got sort of, well, Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Morrison's, Asda. Sort of the big four in terms of like the premium lol. Not even premium, the sort of just default supermarkets. But then you've got Aldi and Lidl that have got your slightly more discount budget supermarkets, I suppose. But even then, they're banging. There isn't really enough supermarkets to go round for a start. True, we do have the Intercontinental Cup final too, which will no doubt be against probably the team from South America, I'm guessing. A lot of premium. I mean, they market themselves, certainly in the UK at least, as budget supermarkets. And to be fair, you can get some pretty good deals there. Although, I wouldn't really know about Lidl so much. We don't really have a Lidl anywhere nearby as far as I know. This is very much a Tesco's and Aldi dominated city. Oh, that's lovely. Can we have a shot on the end? Hey, go on, Yerzy. That would certainly make sense from a recruitment standpoint. Like, buy low, sell also low, in this case. But then you've got your sort of, well, obviously M&S. M&S is kind of Waitrosy as well, isn't it? But apparently an M&S food shop can actually be reasonably okay sometimes. It just needs to be the next most Fulham-y Premier League club, basically, gets to be M&S at this point. I'm trying to think who that would even be at this point. It's not any newly promoted sides. Yeah, Gomez actually dropping that back instead of shooting was... Oh, wait. Did that not attribute an assist for that? That was really weird. I do find that sometimes it is funny when the match engine does things like that, because clearly the code is basically saying, hey, this player is going to score here, make that happen, and then the players are in positions such that it doesn't really know how to make that happen sometimes. I think Sharpick is certainly the man that causes that kind of chaos, though. Love this from him again. He loves these pullbacks. Oh, are we doing it again? This is... Oh, go on, have another shot. Oh, what a save, lad. Make themselves strikers. Too many FM YouTubers make themselves strikers when I think more of them would be defenders. Wait, what? Just to clarify, we were talking about supermarkets, but that is so out of left field. I don't know what you mean by that. Make themselves strikers? I'm desperately searching for context, but I feel like it may elude me on this one. Hello, Andrew. Second favourite Kiwi just has a local teammate now. Alex Paulson has joined. You'd love to see it. Presumably my second favourite Kiwi. Wait, does that mean that you consider my first favourite Kiwi to be Shane Van Gisbergen? Because you're right. I'm just surprised that you would have that information on hand like that. Oh, just over from Kowalski. Cola Koala's out of stock. I could see why. It is actually kind of banging. I still only I had 2 tubs of the stuff, and I've nearly finished my second tub of it. When they do videos themselves... Oh, Microsoft Strikers. I actually didn't know this was a thing. I haven't actually seen that. The main reason probably for doing that would be likely because strikers are more impactful in matches. They do more things that are flashy and interesting and cause things to make sense. So if you made yourself a left back, I just don't think it would be quite as good for content. Ultimately, that's why. Logically, that's why I would do that if I was to do that. Score will be tomorrow. I'm saying 7-0 about it. No, honestly, I'm getting Mexico vibes. Like, neither team has been especially stable in those kind of matches. I could see it be 3-2 again. But failing that, 7-1. That was my prediction for the Mexico game. That worked out well, didn't it? Hey, off the post. Lovely. That's definitely offside, though, Alan. He was miles off, I think. But if not, then that is another goal, and he is starting to pull back his stats. In fact, no, that is given. Lovely. Okay, so we got a goal in the Champions League. Now he's got another one in the league. I think that's 4 for the season now. It does need to get a few more. God, we are getting so many players clustered in their box. It's actually outrageous. Wow, first time Messi's ever faced England, Stuart. Let's be honest. England win on pens. That would be... I'm trying to think what the most satisfying way you could win that game would be. It would be something like England... Struggled a bit too much. I mean, the thing is, though, England have had to come from behind in 2 of their knockout matches too. Considering we'd never done that since the previous World Cup win. It's... A Bellingham handball goal would be very funny, actually. Yeah, a Bellingham hat-trick where all 3 of them are handballs, and then one more goal from Dan Burn. Sorry, Big Dan Burn. Do you know, Dan Burn once went to the Virgin Islands, and now it's just called the Islands. Crazy that. Right, go on. Oh my God! And Nathan Allen joined him there, because that is an absolutely filthy goal from Nathan Allen. I think he might have settled. Just a little tiny bit. He may have settled into this team now. His second goal of the game. That was quite a good strike. Was this an assist for Montparnasse again? Look at this. It's his first time as well. No, out of his feet. Bang. Oh, filthy boy. Love that. Messi header over Dan Burn. I don't think that would be satisfying for anybody. No one wants to see that. Dan Burn scorpion kick would be fantastic. Scorpion kick clearance, I would say. That's the real final. That's funny. I swear it's the semi-final. Hang on a minute. Am I wrong? No, I'm pretty certain that's the semi-final, actually. But correct me if I'm wrong about that. There's 9 figures. There's 9. Wait. Surely that means he'd have an extra finger. I'm calling these thumb boys different, right? I know they're all phalanges at the end of the day, but still. We scored a corner goal too. Look at us. To focus. I think it'll be... Either way, it's still going to be a fabulous game. It's just cool to be playing in it, frankly. I'm looking forward to the possibility of making plans with my friends to watch a World Cup final with England in it. And I think that's kind of sick. It's nice to even have hope, to be honest, rather than feeling like pessimistic about the concept of it all. Absolute war. Oh, I think we're getting that. Actually, I kind of hope that the Argentina's try to drag us into a war and we just don't get involved. Shadow Plays, thank you very much for the 13 months, because they will. It's what they do. It's crazy, isn't it, Harry? No, not everybody, obviously. But for a lot of the part, yeah. I think that the idea that the semi-final is the real final, I think, is a little bit silly on account of the fact that that's not how football works. Are we saying if they'd met in the round of 32, that would have been the real final as well? Like, I don't think they ever could have met in the final, could they? Because of the fact they're on the same side of the draw. Or is that possible? If one of them had finished low enough down their group and come third, maybe that's the way. Features the 2 best teams. Well, I mean, the best team is probably the one that wins the final, ultimately. I don't know. Argentina, like Spain are very strong defensively, but they are tedious to watch. Not that that is important, because ultimately winning is not about being good to watch. But also, it's just a bit of a meaningless point, isn't it? Like, wow, it's the real final. Who cares? It's not the final. Like, it's sort of just not, yeah. Despite being subbed, I think you might have to refresh the browser, Shadow Play. Sometimes Twitch is weirdly delayed on things like that. They are very boring to watch, except for that game against Saudi for some reason. But that might just be because Saudi just went, go on, lads. Vamos. They've been convincing defensively. Like, they are very, very strong defensively. Boring doesn't mean bad, but it also doesn't mean good. I think that it's one of those things where it is ultimately still cool to just basically pretend that England don't have good players, whilst at the same time criticising them for not doing better with those players. It's a fantastic Schrodinger's point that I do feel like some people manage to hold at the same time. They're like, the squad's crap, England are rubbish. Meanwhile, why didn't England do better? They've got really good players. It's like, pick one. Like, those feel like they're sort of contrarian points there to exist. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. And England certainly have had unconvincing moments for sure at this World Cup. I mean, I feel like you don't really win a World Cup without looking unconvincing at times, except for France so far. But maybe the Spain game is that moment for them to be unconvincing for a little bit, because I think it will be hard for anybody to look convincing against Spain. But you don't need to. You just need to get the box ticked. Game isn't played on paper. This is true. And that's the thing. Anything could happen in these matches. Like, England could batter Argentina on statistics and lose the game 4-1 because of pure genius and quality, or the exact opposite of that could happen, where England play like absolute dog shit, but Jude Bellingham scores a couple of bangers and we win 2-0 or something. It's just how these things go, isn't it? The worst best players much... Oh yeah, it's... We're living through a kind of a golden era of watching England, at least, because of the success that we've had in terms of... And by success, I mean progression over the last sort of decade, from where the national team was, where it was just a proper, wow, how are we going to be disappointed this time? Whereas there's always just been this, certainly for the last, since Southgate really, more positivity around him in general. Overemphasize the flaws. Yeah, I think Madueke gets a bit too much shit for some things, where it's the same reason that people like shitting over Gordon a bit too much, I felt earlier in the tournament too, when I think sometimes he was just misselected. And ultimately as well, I think he was still good in some games where he's doing things that perhaps don't make him look good. Or rather, what I mean by that is, like, some of the defensive contributions that he's bringing to the team were being misjudged because people were looking at his attacking output solely. How have we conceded twice in this game? This is bad. Very good chance to go to Argentina. I'd say it's one of those games where it could go either way. It just depends on what happens on the day, who rocks up, and makes a bit of run. And boy, does he. The one game where I feel like Gordon perhaps wasn't the best choice was the Ghana one. Maybe. Oh, shit. Oh, good no. What a save. They are starting to come back a little bit here. I may just throw a couple of subs on just to make sure this doesn't happen. I was getting well happy when we were 4-0 up here. You know what? The bench is not looking like they're... I'm going to bring on the only players that aren't. Molski's going to come in. And I guess Hansen then, since these guys are apparently not up for it. Manuel's going to come in for a little bit. Everybody else is... Oh no, Alvarez is also not complacent. What I might do then... Can Alan play more centrally? No, not really. In that case, what I'll do... I'll drop Molski there. Alan can move to number 10 for a little bit. And then Alvarez can come in there. And since everybody else has zero desire to be on the pitch, they can stay on the bench. That'll fix it. Nathan Allen hat-trick, I can feel it. None of them can run. I guess the advantage is this game is not going to be being played in like the stupid Miami Heat like before, right? Where is the semi-finals being played? Is it sort of East Coast, if I remember? Mildor, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome aboard, my friend. Hope you're well. Who do you support? Is it Herjov? It probably isn't, but imagine if it was. Oh, Atlanta. Okay, indoors. That should be better at least. So Declan Rice doesn't explode midway through the game. I think we forget the... Oh my god. Come on, can we not throw away a 4-goal lead against Rug Herjov, lads? I must admit, though, if we're going to throw away a 4-goal lead, I'm at least kind of glad the third goal was that. What a strike! It's a good clearance, actually, but Hansen does not get anywhere near this. On the up bounce from Grabowski. I mean, Ayapong's never getting to that. Good lord. Can we... They've had 3 shots on target and scored all 3 of them. This is bad. That's a quality... It reminds me a bit of the one that Thurman scored for us when we won the title in that first... our second season in the league. How has this gone so far off the rails? They've actually kind of thrown some bodies at us here. I'm genuinely surprised. Oh, God. I don't actually want to draw 4-all, though. I guess this is the downside of the fun tactic. Occasionally, when the fun stops, the players don't stop. They've not been paying attention to those gambling adverts, damn it. I'd respect it if they did. They're not as bad as they used to be, I don't think. Right, go on, take him on, Anwar. That's more like it, buddy. Right, now drop it across. Or don't. That's fine, too. And it's blocked again. God's sake. Oh, wait, this better not... That wasn't the highlight, was it? They're all at sea. Their left winger has got all the space in the world, Grabowski. Good block. He was selfish. He went for the Alexander Surlot route of things. Alan's been very good. So has Kowalski. But we're getting goals from weird places at the moment. Yeah, he's... Some of his decision-making is a little bit strange, to be honest. Oh! I think that actually... Yeah, it was a goal kick. It's fine. Defender sticks his leg through the net there to try and get on the end of that. I do wonder how, does Pete Rooney get into this team? So Pete Rooney for me is like, what? Oh shit, now Alvarez is hurt. Like Euro 2004 Rooney? Yeah, I moved Alan inside because I wanted to bring on the only players that actually wanted to play. We're a minute from the end of the game now. No point in taking him off. So I deliberately moved Alan inside. But apparently I'm not the only one that's had this glitch. And it seems to happen whenever you make an injury substitution and you've got a couple of players that aren't considered to be in their best positions. Sometimes your assistant will move them around the team for some reason. Bob Onusa. So with the Surlot thing, I did read and watch a few things about the reason Norway were doing that, and it was essentially because that way they had an out ball, and Nyland could play those long goal kicks out to the right-hand side. Surlot could win the headers against relatively small fullbacks, but then they tried to do it against Nico O'Reilly, and I don't think it worked particularly well against Brazil either, from what I remember. But I think that was the reason they were doing it. Opposed to Prime Cow. I'm never opposed to Prime Peter Crouch, regardless. When is Prime Peter Crouch out of interest? It's tough. England would have to change their entire way they play, wouldn't they? I wonder if Rooney was around in his peak now, whether he'd be playing a role for England much like Ollie Watkins or even Ivan Toney does, where they just don't feature anywhere near as much as they should be, but ultimately there's just a better player. Some players are just born in the wrong generation and have no ability to be in the team because of someone better. It happens with goalkeepers. I don't know if you remember, there's a save we did a few years ago where Andorra ended up with 2 world-class goalkeepers, neither of which actually came through in Spain, if I remember correctly. They were both playing in Italy. But because of the fact that they were both quality goalkeepers, one of them basically had no national team caps for most of his career, despite being the Juventus starting keeper, solely because the other guy was that little bit better and also happened to be a goalkeeper. That's the thing. Nico is he's just a very interesting footballer in general. And Nico O'Reilly is such a fascinating footballer. And I'm very curious to see how his career progresses from positional sense, like where he ends up playing more frequently, because he's such a fun player. Watching him start at left back, but then end up in the front line, but like inverted in there. Like a proper inverted wing back, but not one that's tucking in to play midfield roles. He's actually acting as part of the front line. It's fascinating to watch. Good win for us, sort of. No clean sheet, though, sadly. Man of the match for Nathan Allen, though. We take those. Move to the other wing. I guess. I mean, they already had a winger out there. Maybe he was even less comfortable out there as well. I guess it makes O'Reilly even more versatile. Another great performance from Nathan Allen, though. Just get Rooney and Kane and Bellingham on the pitch and the rest will sort itself out. Yeah, exactly. That's true. One goes, one stays. And then basically what we need to do is get every single England player that's good, put them in the team at the same time, and it works. As we've seen historically, that's what's worked really well for England in the past, right? When we had Lampard and Beckham and Scholes, and they're probably all at the same time, but just get them all in there. Put good things in there and good things happen. That's why England won all those World Cups in a row. Now that we've stopped doing that, it's a tough one, isn't it? Some of the, in fairness, Don, I wasn't one of those people. I'd like to make it clear that I was not one of those people. Although the whole lack of taking more right backs things. Do a job as a goalie? Probably. He's tall. That's like the first tick box done, isn't it? He's a tall boy. What was that game, though? Throwing away a 4-goal advantage in the first half. German spiker? I don't remember that. I think, do you remember that game? I can't remember which one it was. I think it was a game we played in either Northern Ireland. I don't think it's the time we lost, because that was funny. There was the game when we basically played Beckham as a quarterback, even though what we meant was it's a deep line playmaker. But for some reason, they had this obsession with referring to him as a quarterback for that game, and it worked appallingly. Because, of course it did. God, we've come so far, haven't we? We have come so far. Henderson's clearly there for what I would say, though, if Henderson wasn't there, think of all the things we would have lost. Like, no banter, no getting booked from the bench, and no breaking his arm. That does suck, actually, though. Quarterback like that again, or are you nearly there? Quarterback! I don't know why it's so exaggerated, but it just feels right in my mush, you know? This I'm not a fan of. Vigista being this good this season. Are they actually legitimate? They are, aren't they? Oh my god. Yeah, less of that, lads. Could you start being bad again? Could really do with you not getting into Europe next year. Particularly not if it comes at the expense of, like, one of the teams I want in Europe. Having Trent. I do think that the only thing I would have changed is obviously, you know, having another right back, but I suppose hindsight is 2020 here. Oh, Lech Poznan have sacked their manager. To the surprise of nobody, they're bottom of the league. Wait, sacked a... I think they already did it once. Dropping deep and spreading the play. I suppose so, you're right. Yeah, it would basically be a sweeper with like a deep-lying sweeper player, essentially. Like a libero, but the opposite almost, where he drops deeper somehow. It just hasn't really got its equivalent in football because it's not how football works, is it? Hello, Mike. How are you, my friend? Fame suggests. I think Beckham... I feel like Beckham is somehow both underrated and overrated at the same time, if that's... I know that's a really weird thing to say, but it just feels like he's overrated for the wrong reasons as he is underrated, I guess. Very, very tired. I'm actually weirdly not tired today, for once. Hope you're well, though, Mike. That's right. I don't know. I think some people lionize certain things he's done that probably don't deserve it, but then in other areas, I think he maybe is underrated as a player. Maybe he just wasn't used right. Beckham was a wingback. I don't know if he had the pace to do that. Right. Last wide midfielder. Yeah, I suppose now you'd probably consider him more of a sort of like a playmaking winger almost, perhaps. So Nick Cushing is currently unemployed. Wait, isn't he the... Oh, that's the guy they're potentially applying for. Sabitzer again, and the same two who always are in there. But who's Nick Cushing then? Oh, wow. Okay, that's really fascinating. So he's the Manchester City women's coach, then Denver Summit, then the Canada women's team, and now he might be taking over Lech Poznan. That's a fun pickup. Then only might be the second managerial move we've had. Oh, no, 3, technically. Who's the other one, then? Oh, Arcasat, their manager. Okay, that I like. I think he's only the caretaker right now, but I don't even care. Because Chuba Akpom. Chuba. Big Chuba's in Arca. I don't think he is the permanent coach right now, is he? He's the caretaker manager. But go on, give it to Chuba. Best English player ever. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think he's just, with Beckham, he's extremely handsome and is incredibly good at PR and marketing, which definitely does a lot, right? probably contributes. Oh yeah, his fame is as far as power couples go, right? Give it Tuba. Harold Bishop would love Tuba Akpom. That's true, yeah. This like a scene from Goal where he makes him like, he's like, the ball moves faster than you, and such. I assume that if that's the, when was he sacked? Oh, literally. Oh, that was also the same day. So presumably, if I go to Arca's page, it will show who they're actually being linked with. Shameably, it's probably not going to be Tuba Akpom. They want Carlos from Gonik Jabja, shocker. Sean Loizu, God lord. So the Rakov coach, and then Anis Mravats, who manages Brookbet. Why would he go from Brookbet to Arca? They're second in the league, and Arca are... I kind of hate how homogenized it's getting with us in Poland. Where are they not signing the fun people from? Take some of our random coaches, damn it. Underperforming generation. Yeah, I mean... Oh, it was Dubasin was the manager. How many goals has Coutinho Neto actually scored? Oh, dearie me. That's quite poor for a striker of his quality, really. 4 in 15. He's probably got more playing for us, and he barely plays. Closer to Sweden? I guess so. It just seems like... I mean, this is, I suppose, what it's like watching any team lose a manager in England, I guess. It just seems a little bit like the second that... As soon as I attack the manager, it's always the same couple of names that are linked every single time now, where for a while it went through a spell of being quite fun, but like give some of these guys like Tuba Akpom the job for a little bit. Let them flourish at the... No, that's the wrong button. Flourish at the highest level and such. Right, so we've got... Oh, it's on the short international break, isn't it? So we want one friendly in on the 11th. And then a week off there. We'll have an away game against... Who's big? No one. I guess we're kind of so big that there is no one bigger these days than Big Wisła. So therefore, I'm going to play against... those guys there. We'll actually lose money. That's fine too. That turnover is dizzy. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the average lifespan now for a Premier League manager is, but it feels like it probably gets shorter every year. Maybe that's not actually true, but it certainly seems like it, entirely anecdotally, like the lifespan just gets shorter each time. Right. The lifespan. Well, you know what I mean. The lifespan of their job, at least. I just need to make sure I've actually got the... Oh, that's that Ukrainian guy we quite like the look of. He seems to have lost a bit of PA now. Doesn't feel a system. Well, he kind of does. He's got good physicals, if nothing else, but I suppose he's only 16. He's just a little bit pricey. I was kind of hoping that PA would stay as high as it was. Harvesty. Yeah, there probably is a stat that actually shows it. 5 new faces. Is it really 5 new faces? The fuck? Oh, I didn't realize that was... I thought that was an article. All the adverts. Wait. I just wanted to see the graphic in big. God, I just wanted this image. All right, hang on. Let's just... Right, get that. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, of course, because Marco Rose is in as well, isn't he? Oh, yeah, we've got Arbeloa. Yeah. Jesus. Who's first to go? Ooh. Actually, who's managing Forest? Oh, Glasner then. It's a safe bet, isn't it, really? Or Arbeloa, sadly. I hope not. I actually think that Arbeloa, even if we are bad, he might get more time than another manager who are doing slightly less bad. Lebris, really? I can't see... I think Coventry are going to be quite good. Hello, Peace. So far, we've had a crazy draw with Juve. The biggest thing was that. And also, of course, we have the exclamation mark previously command for previous streams. O'Neill, that's going to be tough as well. But I feel like maybe he'll get a bit of extra leeway because newly promoted. It depends on how bad, right? There's bad and then there's really bad. Qualify for the 6-14 World Cup. I mean, they could get in there, perhaps. Got to give it a go, right? We are an island, after all, technically. Some say. Some being me, and facts. The facts say it too. Fuck, I suppose, yeah. Wait. What's happened here? Oh no, they are still in the club right now. Let me just check actually see if there's been any other movement with the Patreon guys. Because we can look at this, can't we? See if there's any movement on the staff side of things. Gonna be useless. I just don't know what we're basing that on, really. Like, I don't see how he could be useless when... Or rather, I don't know how you could think he's going to be useless based on... We have almost no samples, which means he could easily be useless, of course. But it just seems like a very strong position to have based on not a lot, I suppose. Like, I don't really feel like it's his fault that Real Madrid is an absolute basket case. It's a huge risk. I also don't think he was that bad as a player, right? An enclave. That's true. We would be entirely surrounded. We'd be landlocked. We just... Oh, you can't even filter it by staff, can you? So Roy Fleming is obviously a coach. That's Svenny Boy. Then we've got Damon Weir, who's still at Varta Poznan. Then Nikolai Citroen is still at Skra. The others I don't believe have been picked up for jobs just yet. But there does appear to be a few more of them creeping into this. I have got them all on the staff shortlist, so we will notify in theory every time he speaks. I don't really know how to respond to that. Like, I've not actually heard the man speak yet, but I imagine that speaking in his second language or third language is probably not an easy task to do, and I sure as shit can't do it. Do Spurs get out of the relegation? Imagine that. They just, somehow, despite all the things that have changed, they just become even worse this season. I just can't see it. Spanish. Okay, cool, but I still don't know what it has to do with him managing Fulham. He sounds dumb in Spanish. I don't see how that would make him a bad manager at Fulham, though. Like, it doesn't seem like, yeah. Oh, listen, that's why I ask you. No, I totally get that piece. It's just that, like, the problem with asking for a full recap of the stream is that the stream is what's happened so far, and, like, it's tough. I'd always give you the little rundown, but there's just not a lot more I can do beyond that because it's just happened. Like, that is the stream. That's why we try to build in those little things we can do, but I can't build one for the current stream as it's going along, I'm afraid. That'd be quite a cool idea, actually. I don't think we can do a live transcript, though. The previous year was his last stream, but we can't do one for the current stream at the moment, anyway. I think it's getting better, actually. At least that was able to spell the 25 million correctly, unlike me. We did pay less than 25 million in fairness. Just about Spurs this year. I think it seems like taking the Chelsea job is basically just a poison chalice for whoever takes it. But at least with Alonso getting more control, it might work. Playing for West Ham too. I think he did, didn't he? I mean, I sound dumb in English. Then again, I'm not the one managing Fulham, in fairness. So, there is that. Like, I think it's the same way that, like, some of the smartest people you know perhaps sometimes can't articulate that in the right way because it's not about that. Their expertise is in whatever they're good at rather than the public speaking side of things. Now, I realise that obviously in football you do need an element of that, but I don't think that... It's something that's like I personally use as a criteria to judge a manager on, right? Or a footballer for that matter. It's like how people say, Harry Kane sounds stupid or whatever. It's like, I just think that's an accent, basically, weirdly. I don't think he's particularly stupid. I don't know. I don't know the guy, you know? Right, my robot's kicking off again, which kind of sucks. Probably sounds dumb in Russian. I kind of want to hear him speak Russian now just to find out, right? Not that I'd be able to discern between the two. There's something big of it. Oh, no, of course, my friend. Sorry, I'm not sure what I can really do at this point. I did explain what had happened up to the stream at this point. I think. Doesn't sound stupid scoring goals. Exactly. When you're a footballer like Harry Kane, you're in the team to score goals, and that's what he does. By God, does he do it. He is just elite at that. It's fantastic. Greener for Slot to take over the Dutch. Or are they clearing the road for him to come back again? As long as the team delivers, I think to an extent, you still want, like, you want to have nice, fun characters around your team. It certainly helps, right? It's Fulham having players like Alex Iwobi in that, and Calvin Bassey, it is a more enjoyable watch in some respects for the outside of matches things, because it is nice that some of the content they do on social media is genuinely funny, because they are very likeable, outgoing guys, and that definitely helps, I think, but it's not going to make the team any better, realistically, is it, you know? Right, regular place in the first team. Technically not gone. They... True. I guess. What, because he's on gardening leave, technically, because of the way the Football Manager's stuff works. He went home. See? Big Portsmouth fan is Thomas Mooney. Because he's shit. I think that Bassey gets a lot of shit for that, but I think he's actually been ridiculously good at Fulham. So, it feels like we got more Rangers Bassey than Ajax Bassey. Because obviously there was a reason why Ajax signed Bassey in the first place. And, yeah. Clearing the way for the... Just be like, please take the Dutch job so we don't get to keep paying you anymore. Because I'm assuming that's how it works. If he takes another job, Liverpool get to stop paying him. I kind of hate this for the robot, but I don't really know what I can say to him other than, no, maybe I just tell him I'll play him a bit more. I could try and promise him a loan. If he's going to kick him, fine. I mean, we know we could sort him out for a loan. I don't want to really if I can avoid it, but if we do, we do. I thought it was next gen for some reason. Mentioned the previously command. No, I know. I mentioned the previous command as a as a segue because you were asking for a recap. So I was going, hey, in a segue from that, people can use the previous... I don't really know what I said that was confusing, but never mind. It's so good. I was... Chat, am I speaking Spanish and sounding dumb today, perhaps? Because that could be what it is. It's previously. I try to update it before each stream if I can do at least. See, fair enough. That would explain a lot then. Right. I was just using it as an opportunity to mention the fact that it exists for people that missed the last stream, basically. Yes, but it's not fair enough. Right. I feel like this is missing someone. Oh! This was off stream, I think. Let's go. Things you love to see. Couldn't offer you a job. Well, I mean, hey. Donde está la biblioteca? Mi amo Thibaut, the Arachno Discoteca. And such. So Alshan Kiti won the Ballon d'Or, which was nice. We like that. If I can find the news article. Yeah, he's done all right. Yeah, it's weird that I guess it's because it kind of bled in or they just had a bad year or whatever. But yeah, Alshank did win it. Which is even more funny that bro wins the Ballon d'Or. Not in the top 10 on the goal 50. Which you taking? I gotta stay local. I don't have to commute to London. You know, that'd be boring and annoying. I mean, basically, the only things that really happened today in terms of big notable things would be the 3-3 draw against Juve, and then obviously the match we just played where we were 4-3 up. Oh, sorry, 4-0 up and then conceded 3 goals to come back. Nathan Allen's been kind of chefing so far. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, he's definitely going to win it, but the thing is, he won it for a season that was worse than the one that he should have won it for, essentially. But where is he on this list for a start? Okay, not in the top 20. Jude's still on there somehow. Lucinho's in there now, bless him. Not in the top 30, unless I've missed him. Not in the top 40. Dushan's in there. Momper's number 47 now. Yeah, it is just a rep list, and it's so silly for that. Because you get players that are like 38 and don't even play matches for their clubs anymore. I think Haaland was on this once in a season where he didn't make any appearances for City because he was 38 years old and retiring. I think he has now retired, but I think it was last year he was on this at like 34th place and hadn't made a single appearance in the entire period. It's like, what do you mean best player in the world? Bellingham's on here at 35. What is old Jude up to these days? Still got another year on his contract. Yeah, that's quite a lot of money there, Judy boy. We had his brother. Yeah, Naeem is 4th. It's weird that Montperousse fallen off so hard, but actually, is it weird? Because he has been a little... so far at times, whereas Naeem is, generally speaking, relatively reliable, at least. Still only 29. That said, only 8 goals. He's only got 1 goal this season, in fairness. Which is a bit low on him. There was me criticising Nathan Allen for his lack of goal scoring, but Naeem has been fairly... Oh, everyone's gone on holiday. Right. XG-wise, Naeem should have a few more than that. Allen's certainly catching his up, but he's got the 4th highest XG on the team. That's good signs about him getting into the right positions, because I feel like that's way higher than normal. Hello, JCC. Oh, thank you, man. That's very kind. Like, just go without saying it, but I am always trying to do my best. Like, when people ask questions, I am always trying to get the answers that people want. It's just sometimes people's asks can be quite macro, and it's difficult for me to formulate an entire thing. It's like, for example, when, I think it was Hayden actually, asked the other day about like my World Cup Dream 11 or from the World Cup so far, and my brain just does not have the capacity to think of enough players and be able to compare ones for each position to even formulate that in my brain. Like, if I had a pen and paper in maybe 2 hours, I could maybe knock something up, but I just simply do not have the, like, metacognitive ability to do that while speaking and streaming at the same time. I just do not have that level of ability. I know my limitations, because they're large. Sounds like a question I'd ask. Exactly. But keep asking them, I appreciate them. I mean, look, chat, I've got a wheel. Meet my giant wheel. It spins and all sorts. Fantastic expense right off that one. So many colours, indeed, yeah. It's more colourful than I was anticipating it was going to be, in fact. Okay, Spencer Owen. Turns out I was the FIFA player all along. Who knew? But nice if someone could actually break into the double-digit assists, though, actually, because surely someone has... Actually, to be fair, it's weird that a lot of them are overperforming their assists, but yet we're still underperforming our goals a lot of the time. Move the goalpost in SVG this week. Ooh, something can't hack it on ovals. Wait, he came 6th. It'll be something to do with short tracks, Andrew, I suspect. It's got to be, right? Because we've got a couple coming up, no? Hey, Shank's back. If he scores a goal before Christmas, I'll be very happy for him at this point. We did win the Champions League in the end, Northern. Finally, after 14 years, we did manage to get our second Champions League. To be fair, I'll just show you the final. This is a new talking point for the day. This was the final. Barcelona had 3 shots in the entire match, 0 on target, and we just strangled them for 90 minutes, essentially. And eventually, Geisler came off the bench, set up Joao Carlos. This was also Hans Geisler's first assist of the entire season, which is weird because he should have had more assists than this. But he set up the goal, we got our win, and thoroughly deserved it. Most famous person you've ever met? Ooh. It's probably in people in the footballing space, right? So, Brad Fried all that time? I knew someone was going to say it. I had to get in there first. John Terry, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, Sam Allardyce. That was all at FIFA E, pretty much. Pretty much just people I met at FIFA E, for the most part. Terry, Hasselbank. Was there anyone else? I think pretty much just those 3, wasn't it? And obviously Allardyce. She's like similar. Yeah, pretty much. We just kind of tried to strangle them for the most part in that game, and it kind of worked out in the end. Big Bird on his way to get out. He can come for me. I mean, what makes you think I've ever met Ben? We've never met. Never been in the same place at the same time. You can't prove it. Or something. Okay. Oh, we're international break now. I can just keep spamming spacebar now. My favourite, well, actually my least favourite activity, some might even say. We didn't have a checked on the Europa League, did we? Sorry, Volleys. I can already see you yelling at me. Right, let's go. I want to see some 12 points from Polish sides. Let's fucking go. Champions League might be an absolute write-off. But, even Piaskowitz won! 'Tis a blessed day. There was much rejoicing in the second yellow card household. Remember the context. Do you know what? I know I often search for context and ask for it quite frequently, but sometimes no context is the best context, no? Nulestkit. Ooh. Is this good or bad? You said something, which I'm guessing means that you think it's bad. Let's just see. Oh, no. I like that. That's lovely. Okay, let's just get around that. Get the big image up if I can do. Oh, wait, no, it's a link, isn't it? Have they done the linky thing again? I don't want to ask the AI chatbot. Piss off. Either way. I can't actually see the badge in close, but it's very hard. Yeah, for sure. But I like it. Retro Adidas badge. Tick. Adidas kit. Tick. Sponsor logo that's actually been, like, colour matched. Tick. Don't know about the Leicester City badge because I can't actually see it without logging in, but if you've got a close-up of that, I'd love to see it. Motor are cooking. I'm kind of glad they got knocked down to this now, but I think all 3 of them won on the same match day now. How about we... Sporting have been very strange, in fairness. Let me just go back to the fixtures so we can see what actually happened on that match day. So Lechia... Oh, and Lechia more like. That's a sense... Oh, and a late goal from Orzechowski, who they signed for like 12 million quid in the winter. Sorry, in the summer, from Jagiellonia. What a signing that's proved to be. And wreaking revenge on Anderlecht, who knocked out Motor Lublin and then dropped down themselves anyway. Piast suck, though. They do, but they have won, so they might be finally coming back. They're at least back in business again. Ah, is this the one? No contact stuff in Argiazzo. God, I look so fucking different. Every time I see pictures from FIFA 3, I'm just like, oh, bro. I caught a... on my old camera roll, I found this like another folder, and it had loads of pictures that we took when we did this media day down at Wembley. Because Aaron was like filming me having my picture taken by the photographer and stuff, and I'm throwing all the different poses. I'm just like, oh dear, wasn't a good look. Good or bad? Oh yeah, no, bad. Like I'm not super healthy. I've been worse, but it wasn't great. This is the badge. Oh yeah, that's a little odd. I don't hate it, but it is certainly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Simplistic, perhaps. Interested in Neto? No, because... Oh, actually, I don't think so. I don't think it was the reason, because Orzechowski, I think, is like a number 10. Oh, no, he's not even number 10. He's a deeper line midfielder. So they definitely replaced him. I think the reason they were interested in signing Neto on loan was likely because Kota Arbe is starting to age on a little bit. Perhaps that was their that picture. Well, I was just wearing England stuff, wasn't I? That was the whole point. They wanted to kit us out to make us look like that. Let's see what the other fixtures were. Oh, my days. 5-0 win for Wisła away from home. I know it's only Kairat, but hey, you got to beat what's in front of you, right? And then Motor just put 3 casually past Bran. Another goal for Raul Marti, who's already got 6 in the Europa League this season in 4 matches and 16 in all competitions. Good Christ. It's nice to have him back in Europe. He was always such a goat in European matches. And then there was the Sporting game against Apoel Tel Aviv, where they lost 4-3 at home. Watford got a 0-0 draw with Fenerbahce. Oh my God, they led the game twice and still lost. I mean, think about that would be helpful for us, I suppose. But Watford with yet another point. I say yet another point. Wait, no. Watford are 13th in the Europa League. They've won 2 games already. Don't know if this is actually accurate. Probably is, actually. Fair play. So Motor top of the Europa League group. Lechia are also 10 out of 10 for me so far. Wisła, if nothing else, are now back on an even keel. They can start to carry on at this rate. They're back into the top results, which is something. And then, Conference League, we've got to see more points here, presumably. Yes, we do. Another win. Even better. So basically, everyone picked up the slack a little bit this time around. God, there's a lot of huge... Is there any game that didn't go to a giant result? 4 goals there. 1-1 draw. They won away at Ferencváros with 2 more goals from Krishvonos. This man is unbelievable this season. 8 goals in 7 Europa Conference League games already. They've kind of got it. Total eclipse of Jed Spencer. What? No, I haven't, but he was fantastic in that game. Turkey build a nation save. Probably not, because Turkey starts quite high up, and I'm not really sure. Actually, they probably have reasonable rules around foreign players, right? 30 goals in the conference. Oh, they probably played like a non-league Samarinese team in the qualifiers or something. Turkey's a tough one. Oh, it's Bravo. Yeah, so I'm almost be willing to bet that Bravo played a Samarinese team in the qualifiers. Okay, they didn't. They played Aratu, put 9 past them, 5 past Astana, 5 past Levski, then 5 past Chukwuemeka, 2 in that. Yeah, so they've just been steadily building it up a little bit. I won't be able to play it, just in case, but I'm sure it's great. Wrexham Vita. I did, yeah. Bit of a dull game though, wasn't it? It was a 0-0 draw. They've been promoted for quite a while on Instagram. Yeah, Turkey's a tougher one because the problem with managing in Turkey with regards to content is that pretty much no matter which team you choose, you're just going to get shit a lot of the time. And it's like, which sucks because I would like to manage in Turkey, frankly, because I've got some really cool teams out there. If I was going to do Turkey, it would 100% be Batman Petrolspor or Eyüpspor. The only 2 acceptable Turkish teams that I would manage are those 2 because their names are absolutely fantastic. I'm not sure entirely which one it would be. It would have to be... I guess it would probably end up being Eyüpspor just because, one, the only Yorkshire-based team in Turkey. In addition, they tend to start a lot higher up the leagues than Batman Petrolspor do, which is a shame because Batman Petrolspor is a great name. Gift Tau just banged a Hattie. He's actually starting to verge on usable soon. Part of me does wonder if there's an opportunity to maybe turn him into a wingback one day. Mr. God, oh, I saw the goose part, but it's spurious. These are tenuous goose links. I mean, I'll take anything at this point, in fairness. Sam Kerr is a manager. Yes, she is managing Zagłębie Lubin at the moment. In fact, she's part of the reason why they're doing so well. I think she's managing them. Where are they? Oh, they're further down, aren't they? Okay, they're doing badly in the league right now, but she's kind of cooked with them over the last couple of seasons, in fairness. They've been on a steady upward trajectory for a while now, other than... Never mind, they... Wait, what? I don't... Did they get relegated? How did I never notice they got relegated? Steady upward trajectory, he says, upon them being relegated. Wow, okay, they did get relegated. Wow. They at one point were looking like it. They did apparently get relegated. She took over after that, of course, but maybe she was what they needed, because they were looking at one point like they might be quite decent, and then just started to fade into obscurity. Wow, okay. Who was the manager before Sam, then? That's facilities, Matt. That's not going to tell you the information you're looking for. It was Rojman, who wasn't there for very long, in fairness. They don't tend to have managers for very long. Sam's actually been there for over 2 years now, and likely will continue to do so. After the relegation, yeah. She certainly pumped them back up again. Delay my reply. Oh, no. It's more just that I choose my moments, Watford Wizard. Like, It's rare that I turn down an opportunity to talk about geese. Let's be very clear about that. See, for example, the goose sofa. Speaking of which, I specifically requested if anyone had that goose sofa link to send it to me, and nobody has. Rude. Nobody believes me that it actually exists and is sort of within a reasonable price range, but I couldn't find it upon a little bit of Googling. All I could find was sofas that were, oh, it's got goose down in it. Why would you do that? Don't put goose in the sofa. I want the sofa to be the goose. Oh dear, what goose couch? Oh, you're in for a treat. No one's been to. Is that like a local thing, like a Bielefeld thing as well? Because they're kind of cooking this season, in Europe at least, whilst being terrible in the league. Well, I say terrible. They have a negative goal difference, but are still doing okay. At least Cracovia are still where they should be. It's more Arca that concern me slightly. But they're not in Europe at the moment. Radomiak, if they get back into Europe, that's all I'm happy about. They need to do that. Got 48 and 16. It's about the usual amount. Nobody's really even in close contention for this now, which is kind of good. At one point it was looking a little bit soft. Ah! Oh dear, redirect notice. What's this? This is the one! Yes, love to see it. Bulb Square, that was the company. Contemporary Creative Kids. Pff, indeed. Faux rabbit fur. Goose-shaped sofa. Now, we know there was a larger one, right? That was the one we were looking at. 5% off my first purchase. Do you know what? Off a goose sofa, that's a fair amount. In fact, it's like 15, 16 quid, isn't it? If you get it on sale. Worldwide shipping. I want it in context. Show me a person sat on the goose sofa. That's an adult woman. But is that the big goose sofa or the small goose sofa is the question. I'm getting distracted. But I'm glad I have it and its existence. I will put that in my other tab as well. It could be. I mean, the gorilla one was where this all began. Because that very much does exist. And I've seen people buy them. I just don't want one. Exactly. I just put it in... Oh, wait. That's Vicente, not Vincent. What have I done there? Right, try that again. Vincent Champion, my boy. Sadly, my boy is not in the safe. Rip him. One of the pictures are selfish. I suspect they often are with these things, right? Oh, sorry, I was just showing the goose continually. Pog is... Oh, no, I've got to put it back again anyway. Pog is Robbery Manager. Now, let's pretend that she's doing better than that. Her next job will be that's the real quiz. Adult size goose. Well, I mean, that looks like an adult woman. Wait, Diogo Gonzalez just got Mexico caps. Yeah, no, I can see that, actually. He's quite good. Another one for the future, though, which is kind of good. Wait, he's just... He might be a senior squad call-up, honestly. Since he's not got a loan yet. I thought he was out on loan. When is our next Champions League? Oh, so it's Manchester... What have we actually got left? It's Manchester City and Brighton, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Away at City and away at Brighton. I'm amazed we've got as many points as we do so far, honestly. Probably won't go full balls to the wall against Manchester City. Not loan listed. Was he not loan listed? That seems like a massive oversight for me there if he wasn't. He isn't. Oh. Usually players don't get removed from the loan list before. Either that or I loaned him out. Oh, he is available for loan. So he is loan listed, but for some reason it's not showing him as if he's loan listed. The IPR thing is just... I wonder if it's because he's technically in the Mexico squad at the moment and the game is showing me INF statuses based on his current position, which is Mexico. He no longer plays for Wisła. He's a Mexican international solely. Much like Ochoa, the goalkeeper guy. Much better than these Yamas. I will probably get one of the face packs at some point for that. Maybe next game cycle. I tend to alternate between them. Like, I'll use the default ones for a bit because it was a new game cycle, and then I'll get bored of them. And then I'll go back to the other ones, and then vice versa. Like, for example, my last save on 24, I went back to using the default faces for a bit. Wait, new Wales start? Oh, God, that's going to be... Well, Nathan Allen's just got a Wales cap. I'm actually amazed he didn't have any before. It is wild to me that he was considered an emergency backup here. He's 3-star CA now. Bro, he's developing. We're seeing... He's playing well. I'm starting to feel vindicated in my extremely expensive purchase of Mr. Allen. Forgets they play for... Does it really? So if I was to go to, like, Oh, damn. Oh, so you sort of get like scout reports of players that already play for you, with your scouts being like, hey, I saw this guy at this tournament I was watching recently. Cracking striker. His name's Mohamed Al-Shankiti. Don't know if you've ever heard of him. And I'm just there like, yeah, no, he's under contract and whatnot. Can't get. I wonder if it's just because of his positions is the reason he can't get a run out. But that doesn't make a lot of sense either. Because 3-star CA and out. Who the fuck is that? Okay. He's got weirdly high CA. Oh, hang on. No, that is not a guy I recognise. Who played him as a centre-back? Who did that? And why did that happen? He's very much not that. It's an okay winger. Worth a fortune, though. I guess he's kind of got reasonable, decent CA, but I wouldn't want to pay that for him. He's definitely not being VRL at this point. I think he's already kind of done enough to not be a VRL player because he scored goals. He has currently 5 goals and 8 assists in, 22 appearances overall. 13 goal contributions from left back. That's not bad. Apart from that part where he wasn't technically a left back. Nathan's value, I imagine it was quite high, right? Because England attacks. How does he rank in terms of as fast like bullets? Hey, I'll take that, EJ. It's usually the opposite I get, which is you speak too fast, please slow down. No, I like that. It's nice being complimented on that for once, rather than it being a detriment. I'll take that. I appreciate it, my friend. I can speak even for... I can't. If I tried to, I would simply fall over my words even more than I do right now. An IRL second leg conference... Oh, wait, no. La Fiorita Unestrassen. What was the first leg? I've got to get that context in place. Yeah, so... Did I see correctly that Manzambi's going to Villa now? Just out of absolutely nowhere. Oh, Josh Allen. I think a Nathan Allen mode is very much on the cards for sure. Mozambican flag. Indeed. Only flag with a gun on it. Flag knowledge never gets by me. When is the second round of... Because aren't a Maltese side winning quite handsomely or in a good position against a team that you wouldn't expect them to be playing against? Oh, Shamrock Rovers. 1-0. Okay. I'm going to go 3-0 to Unestrassen. It's a big bet. Play at home? Really? Have they already announced the fixtures for that? I guess we are in July now, right? Well, it's something to consider. I can't imagine how you'd even be able to hear anything. He's not even out on loan. And oh my god. Yeah. I hold my... He's never even got a loan that wasn't one of these loans. That is by far the worst signing I made in the entire save. £21 million I paid for Viorel Roman because we thought he was going to be the GOAT. That was in my desperation to sign a centre-back phase. How did I pay that to a Romanian side as well? The fact they had the balls to ask for that in a way. I mean, they got what they wanted, right? Oh, he's at a contract at the end of the season and I'm not going to renew it either because he's on 33 grand a week. He's got 33 caps for Romania. Just... Oh, he's awful. Yeah, Floriana beating them in Malta. That's impressive. Fair play to him. Ask if he's going to Villa. He was tapping him up. That's how it starts. It's corruption of the highest order. Time penalty for Esteban Ocon. Right. Oh, he's at Mars. That's one of our former players. He's sort of throwing random people at me now. Right, we'll not get rid of them, but send them around again. Keep an eye on the others. There's actually a few we can probably have a proper look at here. You're old. You are keeping an eye for a different reason. You I hate. You are one of our own players from the future. From the past. Okay, now who's left? This guy might be old enough, you know, now. Potentially. £86 for an eye test. So I think I'm both fortunate and unfortunate in the sense that I think I get free eye tests because of one of the few sort of family history things, medically wise, that we have in our family is a history of glaucoma. So I think I do either get free or some kind of discount on eye tests as a result of that because my granddad had glaucoma. This guy I really do like a lot. Hector Argiolas. He looks like he could be exceptionally good as like the next kind of iteration of the Joao Carlos, Paulo Enrique type role. Not the paciest. Get for £21 million. At least he's Argentinian. We'd have a bit more hope that he'd be good. Actually, do I even have any money to buy any players right now?
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon.
Just about.
Building it now.
Italian second nationality. which is kind of fun. EJ, hopefully I'm saying that correct. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. On the 7th, yes. Is on the 6th, fair enough. Like, one of the things when Pog and I go that we do sometimes, like, obviously, it's tough because it's like, do I want to drive Pog to the football or do we just want to go and experience the town? It's a tough one. Because ultimately, she's been asked to come and do this thing with me, you know? Like, with Malta, it was a little bit different because it was a very, very small club and obviously the goalkeeper literally got us tickets to the match. That was a little bit less, like, pressure, I suppose. I've still found a way to make it pressure, though. It's like, hey. Oh, like, hey, fair enough. It's tough. I usually just like try to shorten people's names in a way that like I know I can say it over and over. So, Aish Vagia? Aish Vagier? It's the closest I'm likely to get, probably. He's good. Do I try and see what he wants? Potentially. Means brother-in-law. Huh. Today we learned. UCL approved. If anything, they've got worse HP. Oh, he is willing to sign for us. I do like him a lot. But it probably would require a lot. To Kerm. I think it's because it's 2 syllables, so it's super easy for me to say Kermraid at that point. Once we're adding that 3rd syllable is where the struggles begin. So if your name was like Kermradiation, then maybe it would be, then it would probably just get shortened to Kermraid. 11 million. It is a lot of money, but I just think he's too good to not sign now, honestly. Not that he'd join us immediately anyway. Plays 1-1-2s, which we do like. Left footed, which will give us a bit of an option too. And he arrives late in the area, which I don't hate, actually. But yeah, the other Polish sides have been kind of bad in the Champions League. The last 2 seasons, really, but especially this season. They've been very, very off the pace. Jagiellonian have pulled it back a little bit with a good win, but they still look a little bit sussy. You will not join us yet because you're only 16. 17 seems to be where we can finally get involved in actually trying to sign them. William Sharif, my name is William, and William Kessie, his name is also William, but both from Brazil. Not Brazil, from Liverpool. Those are very different places, Matt. There's an signable players. This guy we already know about because he's on the short list, but he's very... Jesus Christ, look at his price. Damn. His national status gets redacted. It does, plus Basil's. I don't think we have any other Basils in chat, which helps as well. Yeah, have Newcastle managed to sign anybody in this summer without them going somewhere else yet? Thank you, Backfist. I'm glad you did. I do those mostly just for you these days. I'm here for it. Pedro Pimenta, he's clearly going to be an absolute monster, isn't he? Having that high of a value at this age, while playing for Vizela, barely. Oh no, he's playing. Is insane. He's probably going to be one of the best players in the world, but he's so expensive that realistically we've got no hope in hell of signing him. Might be affordable, unless he's got a relegation release clause, which he might do. He very much does not. We'll keep him on the short list for the time being. Value should drop. Yeah, it will drop, but it wouldn't drop to I can sign him now for 20 million, most likely. It would be... Also, I don't think his value would drop so much, as he'd probably get pissed off at the club and demand a move, and they might have to list him for less than that. But they'd probably still demand a stupid amount of money, in fairness. And in fairness, we also do have Elkin Blanco still. He's like my iron in the fire as far as young strikers coming through that I'm really excited about. I think he could be really something special, potentially. He is now starting to get a few more games for Lechia as well. Like, look at that. And he's still only 19. 16, 13. Oh no, it's very much something, but it's not I'm spending 100 million on him something, because I just don't think there's ever a world in which that's going to be good value for us to spend 100 million pounds on a striker. You used to play for Wisła. No way. That's awesome, man. How sick. It's a fabulous stadium. Blanco, the only thing he lacks is a little bit of speed and that slight injury issue. So far this season, he's actually only got 1 goal, which is a little bit concerning. But if he doesn't play a lot for Lechia, then there's a strong likelihood that they return him anyway. Although, actually, I think he might have a 2-year loan extension, does he not? No, he doesn't. Okay, cool. So, likely, he'll probably come back. Red injury proneness is worrying, but ultimately, when the player's this good, there's not a lot you can really do. Like, you're not going to not sign him because of a little bit of injuriness. You just kind of have to accept that he's going to miss games every season, most likely. But you do that for a guy like that, particularly when we remember we paid 1.6 million for him, and we watched him from a very early age. 5 years on a 29-year-old start at 16 is a risk. I do love that kit, man. 5 years. I mean, I assume that was a release clause, right? He's just very good. We'll just have to inject him over and over if we need to. So Pimento, definitely keep an eye on him though. Excited for tonight. I am actually, yeah. Even if it's the sort of game that I could totally see me turning into a phone scrolling sesh. Because Spain. But maybe France will just do enough. Yeah, no, I think with... But I mean, Pimento's a guy I want to keep an eye on anyway, because you never know. Like, he's not got that relegation release clause, but there might be an opportunity where maybe he runs his contract down. Because it's not a super long deal he's on. I think he's got like 2 years left. I know there's an extension clause. But say they got relegated, maybe he does try to push his deal down or something, and we can maybe get him for free. That would be difficult. Oh, speaking of cheap, Jakub Kuczynski. That's different. Is that a new contract? I think it is. Well. I wouldn't be able to tell you where they are in the league because we don't have Portugal switched on, so we'd have no reference point. We just know they're in the league, the top flight. Interesting. This guy was worth like £20 million before, but now he's been signed to a new contract from Eintracht Frankfurt, but he's put in a clause for a £4.7 million release clause. Well, we can't afford to sign him, but when we can, we 100% do. Polish second nationality as well. Gets forward wherever possible. He's a nice sort of right-sided winger, wing-back kind of player. I like him. Wasn't able to go to the World Cup because his dad said no. Boo that man's dad. Was he financially able to go to the World Cup outside of that? Or was his dad just like, no, listen, we really can't afford this right now. It's really expensive. 4 months since you can't sign the contract, you might. What? I don't understand. It being 4 months since he signed the contract does not suddenly give me the money to sign him. We do not have the funds available to trigger said release clause. We have a transfer budget of £12 million, and I've just spent £11 million on the Argentinian dude, or I'm about to, so it will not literally let me pay for him yet. Although we might have some clauses, to be fair. Aha! No, absolutely not. 300 grand is basically meaningless. Sikiru, though. Oh, actually, well, would you look at that? How incredibly convenient for us. Just as well this is live, no one would believe me. So as it happens, El Hassan Sikiru's 20% of profit clause is available for us to sell to them for exactly the money that that guy's release clause is. I mean, far be it from me to look a gift horse in the mouth. Fantastic. I might just sell that then. Watch the board not give me all of it, we still can't afford it. Incredible. Because we weren't going to get any money from that anyway, realistically. I mean, even if they sold it for 100 million and we got 20% of that, that would still be 12 million, actually. But there's no guarantee they do that. We'll just take the money now, because then we get our lovely Polish man. It's fate. We're bringing him home. That one we don't want to sell, because they owe us that money regardless. And I forgot about Andres Herrera. Hello, Marseille. Thank you for the free money. I'll appreciate that tremendously. These ones I don't mind selling. I totally forgot that Andres Herrera was actually at Marseille these days. He was a fun player. Anyone else while we're here? Oh, if only Spurs would let me sell that one. Ooh. Oh, no, it's installments. I'm never going to do it with the installments because they owe us that cash regardless. Who in the world is that? I can't imagine it's a lot of money either way. Yenzi money. God, we have so many clauses. This is absurd. Ooh. Cordoba? I don't know who that is. So for £11 million, 30% of profit. Nah, we'll take the money. Get a bit of extra cash in. Any more? Another one at... Oh, it's another one. 2.7 million. Turns out we actually have more money than I thought that we did. And that will do it. Is that all? Oh, no, Soul Aranda as well. Oh, that's the payment one. Lovely. I feel like clauses are less... Clauses definitely feel more valuable in 26. You can seemingly do more with them. We just get those in. Now see how much money we're dealing with. Minus £11 million, obviously. It's about 8 million it's given us there. We like that. Okay, right, in that case, back in for the Polish fella. Love to see it. Unless you want some dumbass wage. Now, he may still not sign for us because of the contract thing, but I think it's been enough time. Yeah, enough time's now elapsed that it should be cool. The only reason I didn't want to sign him originally is because Eintracht wanted like 17 million quid for him, and realistically, he probably wasn't worth that, but he's 100% worth 4.7 million quid. German youth rating, Polish second nationality, which is likely to become his first nationality. Another Polish player comes in. Sensational scenes. Are still yet to not win a Turkmen League. Have they still not lost one? Do you know what? If I didn't know better, I would suspect that something was a little bit fishy there, Andrew. Now, I wouldn't want to cast aspersions upon the Turkmen Football Association and whatnot, but it doesn't seem entirely legit to me. These guys are on here for a reason, presumably. for later, and he's still too young to actually go after. That Cairns guy from Celtic. He's another wing-back. He's not bad either, but he is also a lot more expensive. It would be nice to have some more like English and Scottish and Welsh players in there, if we can, but they do cost more money, sadly. PSG, Napoli. These guys must be from the recruitment focus. That's why they're always playing for the same teams. I don't know why else we'd be being shown these guys constantly. Is anyone else in here even really vaguely lookable? Maximo Molino is a cool name. He's okay. Who's the guy at the very bottom? Oh, damn. That was the dude from the transfer room out. Transfer room in, wasn't it? He's okay. What about some... I don't really have the £7 million to spend on him anymore, though. Have I got any more clauses I can call in? Wait, who's this? Kostas Kiritsis. Very expensive, unfortunately. Okay, we don't mind that. What a friendly... Already? Damn. Those early friendlies kicking off. It always strikes me as strange when I see these like midweek friendlies, middle of the day. Did Cairns have a left foot? That could actually change things, in fairness, if he does. Not right now, but we do need some more guys for the future there. Wait. Oh, no, not Cammy Cairns. I mean, I'll give him a scout as well, actually, because that's quite fun. Stevie Cairns. Yeah, the problem with him on his left foot is that it's not a very good left foot. And he'd be cutting inside. So then again, Nathan Allen does the same thing. Brothers, imagine. Wait, that would be in personnel? No. Oh, wait, I'll click it anyway, because sometimes it lies. No. Cammy Cairns doesn't even look that bad, in fairness. But Stevie Cairns, I like that he's called Stevie as well. Where was Stevie born? Or did we already check this out before? Was he the guy from Hill of Beef? No, he's from Airdrie. Okay. Yeah, he's quite expensive. If he had a left foot, like more of a left foot, I'd be well up for that as an option later. Then again, I'm still not entirely opposed to it, but we would need to have more money for that, pretty much. Club founded by the guy who just being president of the country might be... It could be a touch corrupt. I mean, I'd be more corrupt if he was the president of the country at the time, in fairness. I just love that little extra half star he's got. I feel like players never have that when they sign for you. I'm convinced that they never keep that, but that might just be because of the way that scouting works. It is annoying that we can only give him that, but I suppose the contract doesn't start until September next year anyway, so that means he's basically going to sign right before deadline day. On the plus side, we do get him before he turns 18. Hill of Beef guy. Yes, we did. It was the guy from, if I remember correctly, the guy from Darlington, right? I can't remember his name. Was it Morrison or something? We did definitely sign him, though. I'm fairly certain. I mean, he's not any good, but he was just available as an option, so you never turn down the Hill of Beef. It's what life has taught me. Right, Kuczynski. I like that I get to say Manuel Hansen to endorse the move. Because I didn't even sign Hansen from Eintracht Frankfurt. I signed him from Leipzig. I guess it's because they both technically came from the same country. Future prospect. Could do with a new Polish pet project. We could be safe for the time being on that, considering it's Poland is more likely where he's going to get caps from if he's going to get them. If he does get German caps, then fair play to him. We do indeed have the beef. I like that, actually. Bringing another Pole in. Trying to get a few more of them in. It's just really tough to find Polish players playing for non-top flight sides that are any good. Like, we have tried to scout for them, but it just ain't happening very easily. Please tell me you're not playing this guy. He's mostly being used as a substitute, which is wild to me that a player of this quality is not starting matches in the second tier of Polish football. Who in God's name are they playing ahead of him? I'll let him stay out there because at least he is playing games, just not always from the start, but we will have to keep an eye on that in the summer. Who in the world are they playing at left wing instead? What should be another one of our loanies somehow? Surely it's not him. No, he'll almost certainly be playing off the right. He's quite good too, actually. They've got a crazy team. So is it... it's probably Abreu, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I guess we'll see why that's happening, in fairness. The Turkish guys. They're a Turkish guy as well. Oh, you're right. Shit. Yeah, okay. So that makes a lot more sense as to why they're not playing him. I forgot that they had Hassan Hussein as well. That is quite a strong left side that they've got themselves there. He's a player that's worth over £50 million playing in the second division of Poland. Does he like big matches? Oh, he does. Show me can't tackle. They're even playing him in the middle. Oh. HHG is the guy. And to think we paid £0 for him from Galatasaray. So weird that he didn't want to go back on loan to Vichy's. Oh, no, that's not true. he did want to go back on loan, but they got a embargo because of a takeover right as I did the loan extensions, so they lost all of their loan players from us, which was only a couple in fairness, which makes it even weirder that they're now second in the league, seemingly against the run of play, if you like. It would also be the most me thing ever to have less games than normal to actually get through on stream and somehow still find a way to overrun. I gave myself a license to yap today and I've been taking it, but new Guatemala star. Okay. Big up Kenneth the Revolution. Is Kenneth even any good? Who's he playing for? Oh dear. He's big in the air. Hello, Laugh. How's it going, friend? New Brazil star? Oh, good Christ. That's going to cost me lots of money. Gilmar Coutinho Neto just got a Brazil cap. He's barely even scoring goals on loan at Jagiellonia. Brazil must be desperate. Only 37k. Okay, that's actually not bad for Brazil then. It means his next contract might be a bit of a pain in the arse. Potentially. How long is his... Actually, to be fair, he's got 4 years on it and he's 24 now, so that's okay. We don't mind that. It could have been a lot worse. I guess it's a good sign that there's a good player there if Brazil are actually realistically playing him. Hello, Paul. Polish homegrown wonder kid is probably going to be better than mine, isn't it? Ooh. David Piszczorz. Oh. Shit. I mean, he's like Monparoos good. Good lord. Hang on, he's 20 years old. Him being that good... Actually, I was going to say him being that good at 20 years old is surprising and almost insane. What I would say is, though, however, I'm imagining you did the exact same thing with him that I did with Jerzy Kowalski, where... Because sometimes people will show me screenshots just like, how on earth is he that good at that age? That must be cheating. And then I remember that we have Kowalski, and he's a player that's exactly like that. Because he's only 21 years old, and he's basically looked like this in terms of his attributes since he was about 19 and a half. Because obviously you presumably did the same thing I did, where you just started giving him all the football the second he was able to play for your team, basically. And so when a player starts playing at 15, 16 in your first team, because they're clearly quite decent to begin with, they get 3 full seasons of development straight under their belt by the time they're 18 or whatever. It's, yeah. And that's the reason that Jerzy, he's probably max PA now, and has probably been since he was a teenager. But ultimately, I think he's literally a world-class player at that age. It's the only thing he can do, right? He might be my... 140 million now Jerzy's worth. Is he the most expensive player on the team? I realise it doesn't actually have that on this screen. He is. He's genuinely the most valuable player at the entire club. Ahead of Monparoos, who's he wanted by? Presumably everybody. Southampton. Oh, they're always there, aren't they? Bless them. They try. I mean, this is how they keep themselves at the top. And by that, I mean the mid. They're always watching, I guess. Can I nip in here and have a look at... new set of in progresses. Love it. Lads, could you focus on a team that isn't one of these teams? Just for once. It's like, wow, do you know about this guy at Real Madrid? Yeah, believe it or not, I've actually seen him before. Do you know what I might do? Even though they're all in progress, I'm just going to add them to the scout list themselves separately, just in case they're wrong, because they do love being wrong. Wait, did we get 8 matches? That's the guy we already have on the shortlist, isn't it? I like that they found him, though. Or either that or they copied my homework. What about Christian here as well? He's a bit expensive. Can't tackle. Okay, don't mind him. Hello, my big boy. I hope you're well. Sharpie's getting progressed as well. Oh, this I like. The injuries to Al Shankiti this season have definitely not done well for us in the Champions League. But I tell you what, if it means that long term it's allowed Sharpek to get way more football and develop, so happy with that. Because I don't think he would have been the player he is now if he hadn't have had that chance to get some games under his belt at the start of this season. He's been fantastic. Another 100 million. Ooh, you went for the big, expensive Saudi option. One of these days I will end up trying to do that, I feel like. Sorry, Hazy, that confused the hell out of me because your name was a different colour. I think. That just completely shocked. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you're okay. Wait, is that? Oh, sorry. I just confused you with someone else, Hazy. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you very much for the raid. There was another chatter whose name is very similar that I got confused by. No, unfortunately not. No sound. The raid has never had sound on it. Basically, when I was building those originally, I was building them right at the start of a new game cycle, right before it was about to come out, and I ran out of time to actually make some sounds for the raid one, so it's never had sound. At some point, I will actually go through and redo all that sort of stuff, but it's sort of further down the list of other things. Spent a lot yesterday just setting up camera shots, which was fun. Turns out there's a lot more going into this than I was expecting. Just building the wheel was enough of a fucking hassle. I might have to get some printouts for that instead of actually drawing on it. It seems to collect a lot of dust too, which is not unusual in this room, in fairness. Bit of that too. Also, I've come to realise that it seems like really, really deep lower league management in FN26 is super, actually quite complex. Because I have no money at all and no ability to really use any money. When I joined the club, they literally were already overspending their wage budget by double and had a load of like game-generated players there on £20 a week that I couldn't get rid of, that were just eating into the budget and were absolute shite. So that's fun. And then they just immediately like hemorrhage £14,000 and it doesn't even show up on the balance sheet. So I'm like, where's that money gone and what was that money for? I've been spoiled by having all this cash at Wisła. It's going to be a very different story for that. I guess trials. The other thing I found though is that turning your scouting budget, immediately getting rid of it entirely, switching it straight into transfer budget and then wages seems to make a difference. So like it's like that, but somehow even worse. Yeah, the wage budget is £220 a week total for the entire club. And the other problem is that it's really hard to get players on non-contract because they all want to be part-time, and I can only offer them the minimum wage of £20 a week. That's it. So it's basically trial a player, they look really good and are friendly, and I go, oh, I'd like to sign you a contract, and they're like, I would like £30 a week. Best I can do. Can't be done. So it's just a rotating roundabout right now, which will no doubt likely end up with me actually end up playing a random 16-year-old from the youth academy, which I think is part of the fun of a non-league save, right? Team signing. The sort of discussion in the chat I had earlier was that it seemed like quite a long contract for a player in that age bracket, but I guess if you want the player, you give the player what the player wants, right? You're probably getting quite good value out of it just because of the release clause too. Right, we are going to have to rotate for this Rakov game, I think. So I will just do that here. Proper rotation. Right, rotated squad, full rotation. Santelli and El Shankiti up front. Why does that look like he's changed roles? He hasn't, I don't think. He just looks like he has. Or is that how it always looks? Cabezas is there. And then he drops deep to... What the fuck? Why has it done that? Or is that right? Hang on. Cabezas is there. No, my robot's in the wrong position. There we go. That's what it was. No, that's wrong again. What the fuck has he done? Yeah, I think that's okay, actually. I knew something didn't look quite right there. The robot was in the wrong position. Oh. 4+1. I guess, yeah. I guess... I mean, from a content creation standpoint, I suppose it's like, when things are going wrong, you've got more things to talk about, right? But it must also just be quite nice seeing your club do things that you're seeing and going, oh yes, that seems entirely... like something a well-run football club might even do. I probably shouldn't start Shank here either, actually. Sharpie's got us. Oh, I could start Kazuki. Why didn't I think of that? Alvarez is in. Alvarez probably shouldn't start here either, actually. This probably should be a Nathan Allen jobby, because Alvarez's defensive qualities will be needed against City. Anyone else? Wait, why am I putting Hansen in goal? He's not a goalkeeper. Pfft, silly. Hello, Jasper. Under Levy. Yeah, I think it just takes teams a while to figure it out, it seems. I probably should start Molsky too, actually. Now that I think about it. Since I wanted to give him a bit more football to celebrate his wonderful cap. What he has got on that. Wow, John... Oh, no, he's still on... Oh, yeah, John isn't even registered in the squad yet. I will have to remember to do that. Okay, that'll do. We have already lost a game this season, so thankfully we don't have to worry about that. Because I suspect this is likely to be another loss. So when Timo's message come out... That must be tough as well, just like... You have to pick your time... Teams just drop news at the weirdest times. Like when Fulham dropped the news about Arbeloa, I think it was like 11:50 in the evening or something. Cabezas, Santelli, Allen again, and Al Shankiti, despite not starting, still managed to score a goal. Cool. We take that. Ending good assist. Allen with an assist as well. Oh, it was a penalty from Al Shankiti, but that's still fine. He scored a goal. We'll accept that. Allen with another Man of the Match award. Okay. He's now actually starting to look quite, usable now. Before he was sort of underperforming his numbers a little bit, but this is actually starting to get to the point of him being genuinely quite good now. God, I've got so many tabs open as always. I need like a third browser that I can use that just copy the good shit into that I need to do. Right, get those points in there. So dumb, I think, I mean, if it's dumb, you know it's up my street. I'm the king of dumb. Bentley progress. Yeah, I think FM is just like that. 26. Even though they have made some changes to it, it does just seem to, despite processing faster seemingly, it just feels like it takes more time to do anything in it. Clean sheet, man of the match. Great performance from Alan again. I mean, FIFA's absolutely cooking the rest of you at the moment in fantasy with 87 points already. That's a lot. Right, let's have a look at this. Blomp. Yeah, I enjoy that. Who doesn't love a blomp? Good win. And we've overperformed XG for once. We need to catch that up in the league. At least that was Al Shankiti's first goal of the season. It's November 18th, and Shank's first goal of the season has finally arrived. That is a little bit concerning. But it's fine. When you have 3 injuries in a row, Nathan's also training the best as well. I'm liking Bro more and more now. This is fabulous. It's the Ballon d'Or winner. That's fine. Just want to get to the Manchester City game. We're basically into December already, nearly. Though it does start to build up a little bit there. Because I think there's a gap in between the Brighton game too. Then again, we've beaten Brighton before. So I don't see why we couldn't. Apparently they've rejected a friendly approach. I don't remember asking, actually, lads. As it happens. Yeah, presumably he came off the bench at, like, very late in that game, which is just as well, because I wouldn't want him playing more football than needed. Jesus Christ. This league is so tight now. Legitimately, there's 8 points between 6th place and the relegation zone. And actually, if you go even further, what's that? 6 points between 7th and the relegation zone. That's very Poland. That's what I was going to look at earlier. The second tier. See who's actually chefing it. Yeah, I figured that might happen. They have not been as dominant as I was expecting them to be, in fairness. Regan Booty's lads are back down the mid-table, sadly. And not Pogs, Frobrig, Washgov are also down there. The XG table, I'll show you both. Wow, okay. Pushed in points as usual, doing... Wow, they're +9. Their goalkeeper, Corona's goalkeeper, has already saved 9 above expected, which is insane. Fair play to them. And top flight, we should be... yeah, we're still underperforming a bit there. In terms of goals scored. Goalkeeping-wise, we're actually ahead. Hot dog. So much of the Scourge's select fee. That's kind of what we did, really. Like, if you think about Scourge players, the only one we actually kept properly was Naeem. Montperouse, you could make an argument about him, but I actually think that he was probably just a good player. Least losses. We've had a 1-loss season, I think. Potentially. But there's usually just always the dumbest little annoying defeat. Good in the top flight too, probably. Which would expect, but +9 is unhinged. It's like that time when, who was it that came up? Oh, it was Pushkin Neopolmita when they got promoted that time and their goalkeeper was like +13 or some bollocks. Where they should be like easily the worst team ever, but he was the only reason they were any good. At least our keeper's actually doing some stuff this time around. We're still conceding more shots because the tactic just does that, but this I'd like to get us back into the green on at least, if we can do. Is there any big shocks? I mean, Radomiak are just kind of mid now, unfortunately. Yeah, Krakovia are always plus something. They're actually less plus on the expected points than normal. Their goalkeeper is probably part of... Oh, who is it? Oh, it's Morochi. I recognise this fella name. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, I can sort of see why he would have done quite well for them. £2 million from Benevento for him is a fantastic piece of business from Krakovia, to be fair, and I hate to give them any credit. He's very good. It's on target. Yeah, the problem is that the game doesn't track the stats properly. So the only screen we can see any kind of useful information about goalkeepers XG is this one. Because if you go into the player stats menu and look at specifically goalkeeping, unless they've fixed it, which I doubt they have. Wait, no, I want total XG, not... Where is it? Where is it? Oh, that shows both, doesn't it, in theory? Oh, is it in defending? Wait, really? I don't think it is. Yeah, I think the closest we can get with goalkeepers is this one. But the problem is, it implies that every player in player not team... I know, because we're looking at individual goalkeepers. We're not going to find a goalkeeper... I'm not going to find a goalkeeper's individual goalkeeping stats in the team stats, am I? Because what if there's more than one goalkeeper playing for that team? That's what we were looking for. The goalkeeper's XG on target. But the number's broken anyway because it's... Oh, that's saves per 90. Hang on. Oh, no. Wait, hang on. Is that the same number? No, it's not. But it implies that every single goalkeeper... Oh, that's expected saves per 90. What the hell? Ah, expected goals prevented. Sorry, this is the screen. It was here, actually. It just doesn't make any sense to me. These numbers are just so weird that they don't really have any kind of bearing on reality. Like it's saying the Legia goalkeeper is minus 17 on expected goals prevented. I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from. It basically implies everyone's always massively underperforming. Because look, it's saying the best goalkeeper in the league is... And he's only played 4 times in fairness. It's really annoying. And that's why I would not, in the moment at least, ever want to do anything regarding like Moneyball stuff, because the game can't be trusted to track the stats properly to allow me to do such a thing. Like, I wouldn't be satisfied that the information I'm being given is actually correct. And until such time as it gets to that sort of stage, I just wouldn't be comfortable doing that, I guess. Right, we have to play the other tactic anyway. Which is annoying, considering the Data Hub stuff I think is really, really good. And if anything, one of the biggest downsides of 26 is the step back they took in some of the stats departments. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't trust the game enough. Goalkeepers, you literally wouldn't be able to use any stats to sign a goalkeeper in FN26 because you wouldn't be able to look at any stats that would tell you anything useful. The only thing you'd be able to see would be the team's XG against and their goals prevented via that, but then you wouldn't be able to tell if that's just because you wouldn't be able to see the types of chances, etc. Yeah, I was surprised at how much the chalkboard stuff actually was meaningful. Maybe we'll see it come back. I don't know. As long as I don't parade it around like it's a new feature, I guess. Yeah, Vuskovic to Brighton went through earlier, which is, what was it, 47 million or something, plus add-ons. Oh, God. Fake players move to future... I don't know. I feel like if you start with fake... That's the other problem with it, is if you are doing that... Yeah, that was actually something I hadn't considered. Because if you are doing that, if you do it with real players available, then you kind of know who's good and who isn't to an extent. Although, admittedly, I'm dumb as fuck, so maybe I don't. But then you'd have to go quite far into the future to see how it happened. The only way I think I would end up doing it is if I got to the end of an Outcast to Icon save. So that I had loads of stuff loaded and there was tons of data already set up. And I was able to then pivot it over into being a Moneyball save at that point with a new club. Then maybe that's probably the only scenario in which I would do it. Kind of like how we had planned for the last save, if we ever did manage to succeed, which actually was much more likely than this, that we go to Brazil for a little bit just for the memes. I don't think Spurs would want to get rid of him, but if he wants to play football and Brighton are offering him that, and Spurs can then use that money for other things, that makes sense. Oh, voice has got a bit funny this morning. What's going on? This morning, he says, at 1:30 in the afternoon. Is it at half? Jesus Christ. When the yapper starts yapping, it doesn't stop, does it? Jesus. Right. Oh, I hate this time of season. The problem is, though, if I don't do the whole don't inform me again bollocks, they will, in fact, inform me again. After I specifically let them do that. Oh, Cammy's actually not that good. I mean, attributes is okay, but he's 21 now and looks to be... That confuses me, because that looks like an injury-prone icon, but it's not. It's just... Why does that icon show up there? That's clearly the injury icon. Make another icon. Get rid of you. Anyone fun in here? Actually, anyone crazy old that snuck through? Oh, hello. I think some of these guys may be from the recruitment focus thingy. I think they're all from the recruitment focus thingy. Oh no, these are team reports. He's okay. Loan manager. Well, that's the thing. First thing I did when I got to that new save yesterday was get rid of the loan manager, get rid of the recruitment analysts, get rid of the performance analysts. £50 a week at the 9th tier? Absolutely not. You're going nowhere near my team. And then it keeps popping up saying, you know, you've got all these vacant coaching slots. I'm like, yes, I do. It's for a reason. They were earning the same as I was as the manager. Like, I saved £300 a week just by getting rid of those guys. And that's a lot of cash. That's like 1,200 quid a month. And then the new kit sponsor of £700 a year or some bollocks. A Journey Manish. 4 different Diego Maradonas. Really? Okay, 1 second. I just want to see this for myself now. Why am I still got the cap locks on? Surprisingly none, unless it's just because they're not spelling his name. Or is it 2? No, that is the correct spelling, isn't it? You just have to yell his name because of the copious amounts of cocaine you've induced. There's a lot of Diego Vacas. Doesn't Vax... Am I correct in thinking that that surname in Spanish means cow? I'm convinced that Vaxa or Vaca means cow or something in Spanish. It does. I can't remember why I know that. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It's because on Nordic Nomads, I think it was Nordic Nomads, we had a Bolivian guy called Vaca. And I remember someone making a joke about how it meant a cow, and it's just always been stuck in my head ever since then. Oh, Jagiellonian are playing Policia. That actually might be a good chance for them to get a bloody win on the board. It does. See, linguistic knowledge. Not just Inferno's cup of tea. I did look up Villarreal. Not Villarreal. Villarreal Roman. Okay. Manchester City. Probably going to play this system today, though. Don't want to risk it. Oh, good Christ. We might not have a choice here, because Mana's suspended. Oh, no, we're fine. We've got loads of centre-backs. I just forgot that they were rubbish. It's probably going to be Danhard, isn't it? And then Van Kemsika. What footedness is Van Kemsika? So he's right-footed. Presumably Danhard is left-footed. Oh, he's not. I don't know. I just assumed because he was a left-back sometimes that he could be left-footed as well. Polizzi's obviously not going to play here, but Steinbergen will come in for him. Do I want Stain in the middle? I probably do, actually. Is Danhard tall? Oh, we actually... yeah, okay, fine. I'll put Danny in the middle. Stainey can play in his normal spot. Kowalski, Allen... No, not Allen. Alvarez. Gomez not in the midfield. God, it's going to take a bit of twiddling around here, actually, isn't it? Because I've got to bring back in Al Shankiti, finally. Then we take out Gomez. And in will come... probably Cabezas, maybe? That seems fair. In Portuguese as well, fair enough. I can't remember the last time I signed a contract in this save, honestly. Or I do it all the time and I just don't even pay attention to it because they usually just offer me, you know, save again, chap, kind of thing. Right, we've got space on the bench. And that will be not John yet. Oh, Sharpek. Duh. Okay. So Danhard's just going to casually make his debut for us in the Champions League against Manchester City. I can see no way in which this could possibly go wrong. That's going to have to happen as well, actually. I do like how at the start of the last 2 seasons, basically, I've been like, yeah, no, we need to make sure we've got an extra centre-back available just in case. And then last year, I did, and then I loaned them both out, and it was bad. And oh, no, Polizia. That's true. Where's Polizia? So I actually took him out of the team accidentally. Normally I do that, I think, and Polizia plays on the right. Ah, no, maybe Polizia should be on the left. Maybe that's what was starting to look a bit bad in games, because I kept putting him on the right-hand side. My idea basically being that he can run into this space, but then Montparnasse also gets out of the way anyway, doesn't he? So that shouldn't be an issue. Okay. That should be okay. We'll see. Shakes down to 3 stars. That's just because of the tactic stuff. He's still 4-star, 4.5. It's just because he's been injured so much this season that he's barely played. Talking to me. Hey, there you go. It's good to have that level of confidence, Sharpie. I wish I did. If someone said Matt in a room when I'm the only person called Matt in it, I still would think they were talking about someone else. Right, I'm going to wee, and I'll be back in a moment with the beverage and vibes. Maybe, if I can find them. They might be down the side of the fridge. Back in a Only 3. I'm being honest with you, chat. Absolutely abysmal behaviour. Out we go. 1 point apiece for you in that one. Which does mean, of course, that Andrew does extend his lead now up to 7 again, which means, of course, remember that Thursday's stream will be the last World Cup stream as far as this stuff goes, meaning that Inferno's got a lot of work to do to catch him up before I reset the points and send us back to the Premier League one. Oh. A Bosnian in Poland. Okay, fair enough. That does sound quite difficult. It's still not as bad as Uzbek Gate, when I think you only got 1 over the entire piss break because you couldn't find the domestic Uzbek fella. And to be fair, who can blame you? Oh, dear. Right, let me get off of the... Where's my button gone? I've completely broken it. And boom. Yeah, no, I'm away for the next 2 Sundays, actually, which is why I've done the previous 7, because I knew that with Viking's birthday and then Pog and I going to her parents the one after that, basically. Double points on Thursday. I could just change the code. I have that kind of capability, I suppose. What I'll try and do after that is I'll make some new packs so we don't just use the Premier League one all the time as well. Also, I have no apparent positional awareness. I walk straight into this room, straight into the fucking wheel. That's twice I've done that already. Oh. Missed 3 games. Really? I bet he's got you beat, Hayden. I bet you haven't watched all that many. I ban you. I am, yes. I have done 7 consecutive Sundays, in fairness. But, because, you know, I feel guilty about taking more than 1 off a month, in fairness. But I knew that was likely to be the case this time. Missed 1. Which one did you miss? Was it an Algeria game? Because I feel like every single one of the matches was on at, like, 5 in the morning. Without fail. I'm pretty certain they didn't even play in this World Cup, to my knowledge. They were just unwatchable. Not even the quality of football either, just the times they were on. Yeah, World Cup fever indeed. Hey, also, maybe with the fever, maybe you did watch the game, you just don't remember it. Preview of the wheel. I did show you the wheel. I'll show you the wheel. I'll show you the wheel again. I did a wheel preview in a minute. I've done that thing where I take the lid off for absolutely no reason yet again. Right. I will shake my thingy, and I'll grab my wheel. Went a bit early for Georgia, Algeria. It was Algeria. There's my big wheel. He's about 5 foot, which is not too bad. It does the job. Although I might need to get Pog to redo it because, well, handwriting. There we go. What's the wheel for? The wheel is for YouTube. I spin it and decide if I'm going to upload a video. It's weird. It comes up no every single time. It's weird. Crazy, that. Okay. Did I say the thing what I did? We can win colours. We can. We can win colours. We can win... God, I need to... Oh, I've already rubbed one of them out now. Fucking hell. He says shaking this under the desk as if he's not rubbing one out immediately anyway. Right, I'm going to throw the match on, otherwise I'm going to get... Alright, Mike. I do. No, that's only if my grandmother has wheels. You've got to stay on top of these things here. Oh. Sure. Nice. Right, now guaranteed 5. Okay. To be fair, there is definitely an application for this where I could easily use this for things on stream as well, should I need to. What was it you said? 5? Chat. Predictions before I spin the wheel for no reason. It does make a very satisfying sound when you spin it. I probably can't hear it on the mic, but still. It's where it lands on something that isn't a number. Wait. Fair enough. 1 it is. That'll be... I'll tell you what. This will be a dry run. Wait, that would have been good because that means I'd have to do goalkeeper stuff. 1 is the perfect number to get, frankly. That means I'd be running the distance of the goalkeeper in this game. Which, let's be honest, goalkeepers don't do a lot anyway. Right. Go on, lads. Get in there. This is where Agapon chooses today to go on a marathon in the middle of the match. I don't know how many minutes goalkeepers usually do, actually. Did anybody guess what at all? There we go. I'm back. The wheel could not claim me. That is not a good start. Jesus, the possession stats. City have clearly meant business here. Are there any other Polish sides playing today, or is it just us? Okay, I think it's just us. It does feel weird that the World Cup's nearly over. And it does just weird. Despite the sheer amount of football, it's been 101 games now. It feels like it's just started at the same time. I think if I could just bin off club football forever and just repeatedly play World Cups, I would be fine with that. Just a yearly World Cup. Spread it out a bit, obviously. Don't have to have it all done at once. If anything, if they spread it out a bit more, we'd be able to watch more games. Or apparently some of you just did that anyway. I wonder how many games I actually did watch in total. It probably wasn't even that many ultimately. Oh, good save. You do sort of get a bit of football fatigue, I guess. Like, I think sometimes I just need that little extra oomph and reason to watch it. 64 teams next time. That's true. I'm still hoping that my my island nation gets in there. Eventually they will, right? Oh, go on. Go on, Jose. Oh, over the bar. I think, weirdly, with 64, it probably wouldn't change all that much. You just have more groups, and therefore more games, obviously, but the actual structure wouldn't change a great deal. You just wouldn't get the third place teams going through. But 64 for me, we did actually know we had a look at that, didn't we? A couple of streams ago, where what hypothetically would have been if it was a 64 team World Cup, who those extra teams would be. There was actually some decent quality in there. Italy were there too. Go on. Ah, dear. Less coverage on the goals and less. Ah, true. So basically, the way it works is, because there's 11 spots on, there's 14 spots on the wheel. 11 of them are for the players, and then the other 3 are for like modifiers. Because there simply was never going to be enough. So the way it works is it only counts for starting players. So if you sub a player off, then the player that comes on is irrelevant. It's the distance ran by the starting player. Because you might think, well, surely it would work better if you did it with the subs. But actually, it would be easier then to cheat it if I brought on subs late in games, because then I could just bring on 3 subs really towards the end. No! So it works better if you use the starting player, because then I'd have to make really early subs to get an advantage, and that would have a massive disadvantage on the actual pitch. So I felt that would be more of a punishment for doing it. And it just worked out nicely, because that was the biggest wheel I could buy that had the right amount of slots on it, basically. We've not even been that bad. I mean, all we need now is just an El Shankiti goal or something. His second of the season, the big one. Part of me also thinks if I was to bring on... Oh, that's a nice... Oh, that's annoying! Good save again. If I did bring someone on to play a place instead of El Shankiti later, which I might well do, it might actually be Sharpak, because I think he suits playing as a solo striker better than Gomez does. Okay. Kind of a... game. Combined mileage of start from the sub. Or it could be what I've already decided it is. Like, basically, that's what it is. If you do combined mileage, then that just means the mileage is even larger. So, like, I would quite like to be able to actually do these runs. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. If it just balloons to the point where it's unattainable, then it sort of defeats the whole point of it, doesn't it? Now, there needs to be jeopardy, but if everything's jeopardy, then nothing is. Yeah. Like, there's 11 starters. Plus, it's just super simple for everyone to understand then. If it's 11 starters, then you know it's going to be one of those 11 players. And it's just really obvious when it's all played out. The more, like, extra intricacies you add to it, the more difficult it becomes to understand from a viewing standpoint, basically. And I simply didn't want to take that risk. Actually, let's see what the half-time numbers are looking like on that. Where is it? Is it on attacking? 2.6k. So he's probably going to do about 5k in the whole game. It's not too bad. Just wanted to draw but end up losing stuff. I guess so. But we were talking about more if it was 64 teams, I suppose. So, I don't know. There's always going to be tension or no tension caused by every single permutation of the tournament. Like, we got extra tension in this one in certain places because of the third place thing, which means teams could go through even though they weren't playing anymore. But then we also lost things because some teams were out of the tournament because of the head-to-head thing sooner than perhaps they would have been. This season's been a bit of a weird one, Weiss, actually. We've already had a loss and a draw, and currently for another draw as it goes right now, which is not ideal. Manager mileage. I'd like to see that, actually. Manager mileage. Who's pacing the most up and down the touchline? I'm a big fan of that. As a fellow pacer myself. Okay. Yeah, the usual changes I suspect will happen. Just check that in case. Oh, they've only got one DM. Okay. One DMC. Oh, that was Elmi making a deep run. Yeah, then definitely want to type mark him a bit more, stop that from happening. Pepper's City, yeah, it's just the view-only thing. Watching a video on Backyard Ultras, we have to run 6.7k loop. That sounds like a Cara and Nate video. That wasn't Cara and Nate's video, was it by any chance? Qualification shorter. I guess it would, wouldn't it? Yeah, because it'd be just less... I guess it would make qualification shorter for... I suppose you wouldn't need the playoffs, would you? Because you would just dedicate all the second place teams in Europe, for example, would just get straight through, I guess. It certainly would, yeah. I mean, the tournament would have to be longer, obviously. All these extra games got to go in somewhere. I quite like the idea of finding some way in FM to just put every single team in the world into a single cup competition. I mean club team. From just every single one of them. Like, there's... probably, I don't know, like 100,000 teams or something. I want all of them in one singular cup competition. Oh, the guy that ran the length of Africa. Russ something. Russ, yeah, I know who you mean. His name's Russ, I think. What if he was at the same race as them then? Because I swear I watched a video about a race like that in Australia where they were doing a loop like that, and it was the guy that had the record did 119 laps. It might have been the same race. I might have to watch that video then. That sounds good. Oh, it's only 50,000. I reckon we could divide that down easily enough. Yeah. More games than ever group games. I guess it's just they don't like having any on at the same time unless they have to. And I get why, because ultimately it's going to like dilute the audience for watching them, particularly with people that, for example, are trying to watch all the games. Not that they have a choice when it comes to like the last round of fixtures, which understandably you don't want that being placed not at the same time. Brazil, San Marino. Well, no, because it could be like Manchester City versus My Local, or the My Local version but from Zimbabwe. Yeah, I figured, Basil. That was what I immediately thought, because I think it is exactly the same race. Because I swear that one was 6.7k. Oh, go on. If we do pull off a miracle win here, despite playing quite poor... Oh, I was hoping we were going to get a penalty or something there. That's a corner, I guess. But if I run for FIFA president, of course. As long as you are corrupt in a way that is more funny. Right? I like... If you're going to be corrupt, do it so brazenly that... To be fair, FIFA kind of do that too, actually. Do it so brazenly that it's easy to laugh at. Yeah, club teams. Oh, yeah. None of this World Cup... No, not national teams. Actually, you know what? Throw the national teams in there too. Some of you might not remember this, but during last game cycle, when things were getting a bit wavy towards the end, Hadrian made this database where if you got relegated for the Premier League, or rather, if you came like, I think it was 18th in the Premier League, or go on. No, why are you shooting? You had to play a playoff match against the current World Cup winner in order to stay in the Premier League. So it was like Luton Town versus Germany. And the best part was, if you had a player that was for said national team, they had to play for the national team and not the club. Shit like that. I just love the creativity of people these days. It's fantastic. Makes me think I need to think of more dumb ideas again. Okay, Montperousse has been absolutely abject here, unfortunately. He does not seem to flourish as well in this type of system, but that's okay, because we've got Cabethath, who I just really enjoy saying his name like that. Probably isn't how it's pronounced. Naeem has been doing really well, but he's very tired. Kowalski... I'm going to leave Kowalski on. He sometimes can be quite clutch.
Afternoon, Matto and Chatto, Gamel 9 Jonas, Gamel 9 Jonas, 6 sausage roll, Gamel 9 Shearer, Gamel 9 Shearer, Ticker 2 Ultra, Gamel 9 Keegan, Gamel 9 Keegan.
Means head. Oh, even better. Wait, he doesn't even have very good heading, does he? There's 10, middle of the road. Reva, thank you very much for the 34 months. I hope you're fantastic. That has just reminded me, Suspect, I have a pack of those, the Greg's ones that you can buy in Tesco's, the frozen ones, in the freezer. And I keep forgetting they're there. And every time I remember, I'm like, that's good to know. But then by the time I'm next near an oven, it's gone. Need more Aston 24. I think the editor's kind of the same as 24, but I haven't spent as much time in it as I did in 24. So in fairness, that could also be wrong. I'm actually going to bring on Nathan Allen instead of Alvarez because he's on a booking, and there's a part of me that feels like there's a win on the card here if we just make the right changes. Not that I'm saying that these are the right changes, potentially. One slot each. So how many qualifiers would that be then? A football snack. Ooh, but then that's after dinner, and Pog and I are making paprika chicken later with roasted carrots and carrots and vegetables. I've segregated carrots. You're no longer a vegetable. How dare you? Bloody crucifers. I think that's the type of vegetable they are. With like roasted carrots and broccoli, because I am obsessed with roasted broccoli. It is fucking fire. Unless you overcook it, and then it's literally fire. I'm going to say the other subs, because I do think that maybe there's an opportunity for Sharpek later. Summon Hadrian by saying editor's wise. No, it's difficult midweek, because Hadrian obviously is usually... Sometimes he's in Tuesdays, but I know Hadrian always works on Thursdays, or he certainly used to. So that's why Hadrian's almost never around on Thursday streams, because of work. Sometimes he skives off and comes in on Tuesdays. I do like the idea of summoning chatters by certain phrases. So, half, for example, if you say pasta, it is like... That's the closest we're going to get, isn't it? I'm going to go one last roll of the dice here. Al Shankiti off. Sharpek in. Did Kowalski... Nah, he's tired again. we might as well, as we've started to get more of a stranglehold here, but it's probably not going to do a lot. A 0-0 draw away at City is good in the knockouts, but in the group stage is a little bit like... Oh, that's worrying. That feels like there's an actual highlight on the end of this here, and it could well be us losing this in the 93rd minute, or winning this in the 93rd minute. Watch my inspired substitutions come to life. Actually, there's a bit of space in the channel there. He's got him. Who's that name? Is that Cabezas? Oh, hang on, he's in space here. Coffee, please, pull it back from him. He's in so much space. Okay. Sure, the play continues. João Carlos. Oh, he's going to shoot, isn't he? João Carlos. João Carlos! Yeah! Have a bang on that. João Carlos in the 93rd minute at Eastlands. Beautiful. That is some result if we get this. I don't know what Coffee's diddling about with over here, but somehow we've pulled that out of the bag. Hero goal in the Champions League fight. Eastlands, yeah. I don't know why I said Eastlands there. I have no idea why I said Eastlands there. It felt right. I was channeling my inner Peter Drury for some reason, even though nothing I said was in any way poetic. Do not go gentle into that good tunnel and something. Big sit, switch my day off. Wait, take off these means that. There you go. I feel like there's certain names in chat I'm used to seeing on weekdays and then versus Sundays. It's like 16 Team World Cup, 11 full age, so plus 5, so from the 5 others. Oh, that's fair enough, actually. That is glorious. And Nice look like they might have lost as well, which is even more glorious. Or they just weren't playing, which would be somewhat disappointing. And in fact, I believe that's very much what's happened. Marseille did lose, though. Yes! Things you'd love to see. Another thing you'd love to see is me breathing correctly. New England Patriots with the 43 months. One of the few people whose names I actually make longer for absolutely no reason. But then just saying knee Patriots just doesn't sound right to me. Alan with a 6.9 off the bench. He does add creative intelligence that Alvarez has never really had in this team. John definitely has it, but Alvarez is just... I think we sell him in the summer. Cash in and get stupid money for Alvarez. If we can run a John and Alan pairing instead. And that will allow us to fund a lot of business in the future by doing that. Danhard wasn't even that bad in that game. It's weird that our 3 centre-backs, in a 1-0 win, none of them got above a 7. Oh, actually, speaking of, keeper around 5.5k. That's reasonable. But the other reason that I would do it the way that I do is because it then makes it really easy to look down the list of players exactly and know exactly who's what. So it's pretty rangy, actually. So Montparnasse would be the best one, I suppose, I would have got, which would be 9 points. That's still quite a lot, actually. But I suppose the goalkeeper still has a 1 in 14 chance of coming up. And then so does the other things as well. He doesn't get that many bids, but he's so good that it almost strikes me as crazy that someone wouldn't bid on him, given his actual quality. I don't think we'd have too much trouble getting rid. To be fair. Goalkeeper's still done over 5k. He's done a park run plus the walk from the car park in that game. How much did their keeper run out of interest? Is it 6.8? Christ on a bike. Okay. That shows me that I am going to have to... Because that's one of the other things I'm going to have to think about is the tactic we play based on the running required for it. It's like, do you go high pressure or do you go for like a heavy passing strategy that relies on the ball moving more than the players? I'd be curious to know what the difference is in the running amounts for that kind of thing. I'd certainly be making slightly earlier substitutes with that in mind. Like, waiting till the 65th minute today to get a lot of these guys on. They'd already done 10k by then. Some of the wingbacks especially. Like, Kowalski had got through a decent amount. I think I'd be looking at more like 60 or 55 minutes perhaps for subs. Which is tough when you're in the non-league because, well, you only get 3 of them. I'm guessing a sweeper keeper certainly gets through a lot of ground, though. Ayapong's just standing around. Yeah, I was going to say, if I had Marin in my team, he'd be running like 30k per match. Bro's just doing half marathons around the touchline. With the ball at his feet, no less. Right, did I actually capture that, or was I just staring at it for no reason? The ball has travelled. There isn't. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen that as a stat in real football, Brady. That's a cool idea, though. Because it would also indicate... I'm trying to think what you would indicate with that stat, but... Actually, I don't care what you'd indicate with it. I want to see it. It sounds like a fun stat that I'd like to know. Just to know how far the ball has travelled in a game. Goalkeepers didn't run that much. Well, I guess it's like... They're sort of moving left to right quite a lot. They're moving up and down the pitch positionally. So, plus when you think about it, 5.5k is a lot, but then put that into context of how long it actually would take you to do that. You could walk 5.5k much faster than you could walk 5.5k in just over an hour probably, if a sensible walking pace. So if a keeper's got like, let's say 100 minutes if you include stoppage time and whatnot, he could basically be stopping half the time and still do that without even really thinking about it. Because if you think like an average 5k time, I say an average 5, like at 7-minute kilometer pace, like 35 minutes. So that's like a, not a jog, but a relatively sensible pace depending on the person, obviously. Does that include Spider Cam? It does actually, and the number is 0, obviously. England's best player actually, the tournament so far, Spider Cam. What a guy. Bitten by a radioactive cable. Right. Naeem. Clean sheet, yes. Man of the match, yes, which was Joao Carlos, obviously, my hero. Yeah, if you do find anything, Brady, let me know, because I've never seen that stat presented before, but I feel like it's the sort of thing that it wouldn't quite cross over into the realms of the really dumb stats. My favourite ones are the ones where it's like, Messi hasn't scored a goal on a Tuesday in March since 2006 playing against Villarreal. Things like that. Those ones for me. Firstly, I want to know who's finding those things. Secondly, who cares? Joao is, you're right, he is kind of clutch. Champions League winning goal, that one as well. Never scored against England, this is very true. And he never will. Probably. Maybe. GPS sensor in the ball. You'd think so, right? Suddenly talisman. Let's have a look. All the buttons. Wait, let me just read the context first. Turn pro before discovering carling and kebabs. Physicals? What physicals? Does he know that gyms exist? I genuinely rarely ever see a player that I think I probably have better physical attributes than as a human being right now. But I think I probably do. Maybe not strength. Although I'm getting there. I've been picking up heavy things occasionally. Sometimes I put them back down again. Still fucking hate RDLs though. It's my least favourite exercise. I never feel like I'm doing them right. So I'm rating. I think what it is that Momper struggles specifically in this system. He's like think of him as like an Erling Haaland as a number 10, where he either does nothing or everything, but very rarely any in-betweens. So while he's not doing something, he's doing fuck all. And it seems like he hemorrhages rating because of that. But he is still so clutch a lot of the time. I'm either substituting him at 60 minutes because he's been absolutely terrible, or I'm like, oh my god, he's got 3 goals already kind of thing, you know? It's feast or famine for Momper. In the other tactic, it's less of a problem because he's got more players in front of him, but he does definitely seem to have a habit of that. And I wonder if that's why he was getting that criticism before. Completely fairly, obviously. Never scored against New Zealand, therefore New Zealand is the best football. It's certainly they're joint best with everyone else he's never scored against. Multiple balls. That's a good point, actually. They'd have to find some way of... You'd need like a GPS boundary around the actual pitch, like they use for like agriculture and stuff, with like farming equipment and things, where they use like drones and stuff. You'd have to have like a GPS boundary around the pitch, so when the ball crosses into that, that's when it starts the clock or something, or the distance tracking. That actually probably wouldn't be too difficult to set up. He says, knowing nothing about any of it and just assuming that people that are much smarter than him will figure it out. Regen quirk. Oh, so this is the classic redacted name situation. I still don't remember the reason for this, but you see this an awful lot with Danish players specifically. For example, do you remember Thighs Threes? We had a Danish regen whose name was literally not that. You see so many of those, but I don't actually understand the reasons. Robot lawnmowers, there you go. I don't know why I went to farming equipment. I guess you could argue that lawnmowers are just like smaller scale farming equipment, like for the amateur farmer, i.e. my lawn. Is that about? Does it actually? Fair enough. Someone tagged me in on Twitter last, I think, and it was to do with they basically found a player that was like a Manuel Hansen type guy. I'm wondering what on earth. The thing is, their one was even better than our one. Like if we look at Manuel Hansen's stats now, as much as I do try to remember to play him as a striker sometimes, it's difficult to remember. Oh my god, sorry. Has he actually got better in all? Adrian was right. Wait a minute. He's training quite well, isn't he? Where is he? Or is he training well? He highlighted green, but I'm now not sure. I think he was training quite poorly. Oh no, he's training 6.8. His value is absurd. Yeah. Right, hang on a minute. Let me see if I can see his progress report. Unfortunately, we can't see all of his attributes, annoyingly. The ones we actually care about, frustratingly, are not the ones that we can see. Oh yeah, he's not this guy's not a goalkeeper after all. He's literally is a striker. It's a shame we can't actually see Well, we can. Hang on, I'll just get rid of these and we can have a look at him properly. See if he has actually got any better in the other areas that he's actually good at, where he's not hiding. Get rid of those. Right, okay. Let's go on to this. And we can see it properly. So, technical attributes. Let me just filter this solely by goalkeepers to make it a little bit more obvious. Yeah, he's alright, isn't he? As a goalkeeper goes, he's not bad. Put the cable higher. Agreed. I think the cable should be hung from a helicopter in space. Don't know why the helicopter would need to be in space. So Hadrian, it's true. Most of the time it has indeed been that, yes. It's just because Hadrian is an extremely smart human being. The brains of the operation at SYC Towers, not that I employ him, but I pay him in football shirts occasionally. Hello, Cam. We were just looking at our goalkeeper that isn't a goalkeeper. So he's still got very good crossing, dribbling, finishing, first touch. What's his composure like? I'm assuming that's also really good too. To be fair, mentals are obviously a little bit more spread, but yeah, composure's 15, flair of 10, decent work rate as well. Vision is extremely high. He actually has very good mentals, not a single mental below a 10. And obviously we know his physicals are goated because he's crazy good. What was it I had him working on in the end? That was the one we decided was the best option, wasn't it? Strength, yeah. I do need to find a way to give him more football. I just keep forgetting that he's there. I need like a little... It'd be cool if FM would let you set reminders in the way that you not even used to be able to, but like an advanced version of that, where you could sort of say, hey, pop up before a match and do this. Bloy have 5 corners. Does he actually have 5 corners? Maybe he's been working with Hansen. Maybe that's what the Philippines was missing this entire time, was corner play. Right, this is big now. Huge. Brookbet away at Ajax. Ajax are beatable. We know this. Sky Vink, if he's still playing for them, will probably score the goal, because he always does. But Jagiellonia against Policia, that is must win. There is... Oh, God, Ajax are struggling as well. We need points here. I want a minimum of 4 points out of these guys today. Which means we're going to get 0. And if we do, then that's probably Champions League cooked for everyone except us. Big win. At least it wasn't Sky Vink, but it is Ajax's win again. But that is now Jagiellonia back in business, baby. Much, much more like it from them. Ajax tend to be... They're so hit and... The Dutch sides in this save have been hit and miss in general. PSV got clubbed by every Polish side imaginable last season. Good win. So they're actually playing a front two with Kota Abe and Coutinho Neto, in fairness, who yet again did not score. But they did win. 7 points on the board, and suddenly they're back in it. It looks a lot more healthy for Jagiellonia now. 3 games to go. If they do get one more win, they're basically through. Brookbet are absolutely cooked. 1 point is unacceptable. Did they at least deserve to lose? Oh God. It gets worse the more you look at it, to be honest. Very even game stats-wise, and they were 2 goals to the good. Oh, fucking hell. That's the problem when they haven't been in Europe for ages. But it's fine, because Motor and Lechia are about to go 15 for 15 in the Europa League. Maybe. Honestly, even if one of them drops points in the next round of matches on Thursday, I will be fine with that, provided Piasklevica win. Because I think we can assume that Brookbet are cooked now. With 3 matches to go, they need at least 8 points from it, which they're not going to get from 3 matches. Literally not possible. They could get 9, though. That's not ideal. At least Sky Vink wasn't the scorer, but it's nearly as bad. Recruitment focus update? No, we already scouted. I did not. No. Oh, it's only type hamstring. We're okay. Whew. Get buried. Buried. I like that idea of being buried. I'm not sure what it would mean, but wait, did I just see Kane takes... Wait a minute. Wait. Do you remember that little rant I went on earlier on stream about how, it's really boring that the Polish sides are not signing really cool people to be their managers anymore. They're just going after the same guys repeatedly. I present to you Harry Kane, the new manager of Arca. Sir Harold, to you. Beautiful. He was the PSG under-19s coach. He's gone the long way around, but he only has a national A license as well, which means he could get a lot better. Fantastic news. Only managed 93 goals for England. Only. As if, God, that's amazing news. And the great thing about this as well is Arca are one of those teams that are actually kind of well positioned to be not that shit. Like statistically, they're one of the better sides in the league in terms of what they should be, which means in theory, new manager bounce plus Harold. This could be great. Oh, imagine that. He just rocks up. Jen Dobry. Dziękuję. Kurwa. I'm just going through the only Polish phrases I know. I should learn more. Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's so much better then. Wait, hang on. Who was caught off guard by that? Fucking hell, the news page is just broken. Malta report. Oh, that's just Malta. Never mind. Ah, it was this. Caitlin Dijkstra's. Sorry. I don't know why I find that so funny. An Arca Gdansk supporters spokesperson has laughed off Caitlin Dijkstra's interest in becoming the club's new manager. Okay, today we found out Arca's supporters club, misogynists, the lot of them. Who does Caitlin manage these days? Nobody. Do you know what? I'd like to retract that previous statement. Why on earth would they appoint her as manager? She's not had a job in 4 years since retiring as a player. However, that does feel like a perfect time for us to bring Caitlin into the fold and go from there. Because I think we need a new under-9 assistant manager anyway. They won't be laughing soon when Caitlin rocks up. Who was it? There was another lady manager we had. It was Nilsson, the one from Spurs. What is Polish for the Blackpool eliminations? Poles, let us know. What's the Polish idiom used when your mum, usually, complains about you leaving the lights on? Nilden, not Nilsson, yeah. The sir. I think I should, you're right. He's getting it anyway, isn't he? Might as well get ahead of the curve. The question is how soon? Is it after the World Cup win and whatnot? It's coming up. It does appear like it, yeah. Like, I can't stop it. The machinations are in progress now for it to be coming home. I'm actually impressed at how the sheer number of the Patreon regions that have begun becoming staff members. Oh, God. That's not great. I suppose we've got 3 league games there at least. Will he be back by Brighton? Maybe? Actually, Brighton's our last game before Christmas, in fairness, so he should be back by then. But if not, Van Kemsey... We do actually, have defenders now. It's just... Maybe I should trust Dan Hard a little bit more. Originally, when I signed Dan Hard, he was actually supposed to be a first-team signing for us. He just turned out to not be very good. Oh, how the times have changed. Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, Hadrian did put a preference on them, but we were unsure as to how well it was actually going to work, and it seems to have worked tremendously, frankly. Oh, did Lech finally appoint a new one? Yeah, you're here currently, Saz. We're just hoping some Danish club takes... Maybe even HB Kyrgyz would take a little bit of pity there. Getting the Saz monster. It just all went very wrong as soon as you left Milan. Like, attribute-wise, you're actually really solid. I'm surprised that at least a second-tier team hasn't come in, but they do seem to be a bit weird like that. Why am I even doing that? I could just click that. He's unhappy. We'll let that go continuing there. Sir Jed Spence. He should still be around. Oh... Well, if it isn't Jeddy Spence, he apparently just doesn't use analysts. That's what his tendency is. How dare you take... I don't want you analysing anything. Okay, that's a weird career. Tottenham, Stade Rennais, Leeds, Genoa, Palace, West Brom. Never got an England cap. 39. Hello, Jed. I'm our team's manager. Maybe just a coach. How about that? There we go. I think we've got some slots. So I'm play him. Probably no room for that. Short for Jedward. Right. Yeah, Lech's new coach is... Oh, yeah, it is the guy from the Canadian women's national team. He's the new manager of... What's his actual career before then? Oh, wow, it's just... So he was Manchester City's ladies manager, then part of the City group, presumably then, and back. So, yeah, an interesting one. Not as interesting as Sir Harold Kane coming in, no less. That changes everything. I think sometimes some of the fun of managerial appointments actually rock up in the second tier, but you don't notice them because we're not getting the notifications about them. It's one of the other things I think they should do more of is provide the opportunity to see that information. But actually, it'd be worth having a looky look, since we can see it ourselves. There's only been 3 actual changes so far. And I don't think they're actually ones we care about too much. We've had Fabian Tatarski's come in. Oh no, he's the caretaker currently. Then we've also got this guy, Christian Vibranets, who his first... Oh, he's the head of youth development at Tihi, so he's also a new one that hasn't been replaced properly yet. And then lastly, he's been here a while now. Wait, is he still the coach? Date left. Oh, because they got relegated. Mateusz Malkowski. Because he's had a couple of jobs, so that's nowhere near as fun. I don't think they've got any crazy managerial appointments in this league, to be fair. But they do have a few. There's too many, like, assistant managers that you forget about. No, Dykshire's been blocked. I will make sure that that does not happen. Oh, my lord. Who's going? Probably this person here, right? I just keep forgetting how many random people we have down here. At some point, it would probably behoove us to actually get some good coaching staff, but fun coaching staff, for me, is just better than good coaching staff. On Tuba, I think Tuba has probably gone back to his role then, as the assistant manager, which means there's a very strong chance that Harry Kane is the manager at Arca with an assistant manager of Tuba Akpom. Ah, no, he was the under-19s manager. So, still working under Kane, but less directly than he was before. Oh, that's true. We did win the Champions League with the meme staff so far, so how much better could we realistically have done without it, right? I'm afraid I don't know who that is. Who is it? Schlonsk? Yeah, chat, what's the weirdest managerial appointment you have in your save currently? Because I imagine you've probably got... Wow. Holy shit, that's a lot of different jobs. You've probably got much weirder ones than I have because your database setups will be more conducive... What the... Oh, goalkeepers. Will be more conducive to weirdness than mine. This is full strength team, isn't it? Because we've got 3 league games before... Oh, good. Hey, look. That thing has happened again. Where you draw the team that you're directly playing in the next game in the league. But it's fine. This is definitely not a bug and doesn't happen all the time. That's like the second season in a row that's happened. Right. Kowalski's definitely... Oh, no, we're not doing that, are we? We will bring back in Polizia like that. Then Mr. Dan Hard will drop out. Bless him. In fact, I don't think he's even registered. No, he's not. John will need to get re-registered, though. Alvarez, nope. We will be starting Mr. Allen, who's actually kind of chefing now. And Naeem, Polizia, Al Shankiti. Nice. More teams in the main one, in the 19s. So they all do have different teams. There's a way that Hadrian set up this brilliant filter that we can look at. I'll show you in a sec. Which basically allows us to find who's employed already at other Polish sides to see if there's anyone kind of fun knocking about. Which is how we found out that Usman Dembele is the assistant manager at Domiak, for example. World Cup of the top 192 teams got in there. Good lord. Shout out to Papua New Guinea. My guys. Sweep the board, everything. To be fair, like, we did that last season. We won everything. Oh, except for the cup, because we deliberately threw it. So having a good coaching staff clearly isn't holding us back a huge amount at the moment. Because we literally won the Champions League last year, so it's clearly doing okay. Like, obviously, it would be good for development. The coaching staff isn't going to make us suddenly win more. It just means that the players should, in theory, develop a little bit faster. But they get enough football that I don't think it's too much of an issue. Right, let me just put this back on there. Wait, this is all matches, isn't it? Because we're literally got 3 straight league games here. Arnold. In fact, I'm going to put Arnold in again. His average ratings are actually quite decent in Venice. Shit. I chose the tactic. When did I do that? I could have sworn I didn't do that. Let's just move Gomez out of the team. I must have clicked the wrong button somewhere along the lines there. Did it revert the selection or something? Because I swear I put Gomez in the team. Right, there we go. Kowalski, Polizia, Joao Carlos, Steinberg and Arnold, Gomez. Yeah. Now we check the bench. I feel like sometimes there's ghosts in the machine in times in FM where you just feel like you've not clicked something and then it just gets clicked anyway. Nasseru's to the bench? Oh, Van Kemsiker, of course. Leading England goalkeeper. Oh, okay. Sorry, when I think of England goalkeepers, I really just think of Mary Earps immediately, who I believe has gone to London City Lionesses, right? And along with brutality, they are doing some business. Alvarez is back in as well now, fuck's sake. Right, is that... And I was going to drop out my rabbit, wasn't I? And Joao Carlos. It's just reverted the entire selection, isn't it? When I switched it back to all matches, it's reverted the entire selection, which is actually okay, because I wanted to do this more... Wait. Hang on, I'm clicking the wrong person now. Oh, excuse me. Right, let's try again. Get my rabbit in. That was weird. He was listed there before, and now he's not. How bizarre. I think I've kind of got over the point trying to even predict these things with FM anymore. Okay, that's what I do want. Should we try because Hampton became... Oh, right, fair enough. But they've signed the names. Like, they've signed a lot of players that I was very familiar with. So they're obviously making big moves. It is at least cool to see an unaffiliated side doing things like that. It makes it more interesting from an outsider's point of view, I suppose. And that's what they should be doing. Making it interesting to me specifically. It's the entire point of football, isn't it? If it doesn't cater to me specifically, why would I be interested? Right, okay, that'll do. I would like some goals from El Shankiti here, honestly. is awful. Yeah, I guess from an outsider's perspective, it's very different, right? Because all I see is like big names. Because they're bankrolled to high Oh. Okay. What on earth are we playing at? That was not a weak side we just put out, and I just lost 2-0. And we're only 7 points clear still. What the fuck happened there? Of course. Kevin Morrison and Blanco. Nice to see Blanco scoring a goal, I guess. Just a shame it's against us. Oof. Literally, the only player that did anything in this game at all was my robot. But it's good to see that he at least did something. Yeah, Al Shankiti still didn't do anything in that game, which is bizarre. Did he have chances at least? 0.15 XG. Alan had a rare poor day. We just had a weird off day in general. How bizarre. I'm not liking this off season from Al Shankiti, but at the very least, we've had the Sharpek year. But I do fear for... I think it'll be fine after Christmas. He probably just needs that reset. Oh, really? It's Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Yeoh is her name? Or she's part of the group at least. Buying her on. But that's what football... That's what a lot of football is these days, right? Michelle Kang, not Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Yeoh is a gymnast, wasn't she? Or an athlete or something. No clean sheet. No player of the match. Wait, why isn't it not getting my robot? Oh, because it doesn't recognise my robot anymore. Right, I'll have to manually add him a point. Because we changed his nickname midstream, didn't we? And now it doesn't recognise that he exists. Oh, no, we can't assign points to the robot anyway, because no one can actually pick him. Duh. Oh, of course. Yes, no, I did know that. Duh. I guess it's one of those things where it's like, someone's investing in something. It's like, no, not like that. Invest the way I want you to, damn it. Put your money exactly where I need you to put your money. It's like, I hate the way people are investing in football clubs and not Fulham. Why are Fulham not billionaires? I don't think we are actually owned by billionaire owners, in fairness. Right. I will still do the resty rest after this one. Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. So many colours. It's like my wheel. Rest players for 1 day. One of the things I do hate is that you can't rest trial players, and when I have a lot of trial players in non-league, it's a pain because I have to go individually through each one and you can't really filter them properly. Or can you? No, you could actually, because you could hide on loan or on trial, can't you? Right. Let's see. Gomez hasn't actually scored a goal today either, in fairness. But he is at least leading the line quite nicely, and probably on for a record goal scoring season. Jean Todt. I recognise that name. Is he a football-y person? A football-y person. The Seychelles national team, I guess the bigger question is how many players with the surname Moustache will be in the first team. I'm going to go 2. F1 Pro... Oh! Sorry, I was thinking of Mohammed bin... Is it Mohammed bin Salman? Head of Ferrari. Definitely not a football-y person. I don't know my fruits. Okay. Show me the moustaches. Randolph Betsy is good. Yannick Bibi. That's a real guy. Charmaine Esther is a great name. There's a few fanchettes in there. Wow. No moustaches at all. That's a rarity, actually. To have not a single moustache in their squad. The players at least better have them. Bob LeBlash. It's a good name. That's their B team. Anyone in there at all? There we go. I knew there'd be one. There's always a moustache or two knocking about. That's where they're hiding their moustaches, down in the second team. Matthew Moustache. It's me. Famously doesn't have a moustache. And then Dieter Moustache, who also is moustacheless. Plays for La Paz. Well, we'll never know, I guess. Anyone else in here? There's actually a lot of fanchettes. No ladies with moustaches, apparently not. The Veets, or whatever it's called these days, is growing strong in that camp, it would seem. Confirmed transfer. Oh, it's just Fence. Oh, I know. I was just being hyperbolic. Obviously, you do want investment in the right places, but I suppose that ultimately, if you're looking for investment, it's tough to choose where someone else puts their money, I guess. They're going to want success and things like that, because a lot of the time when they are doing that, it's usually for personal reasons, and that reason is usually, hi, I'm big time now. Rarely do people benevolently buy football clubs solely to be the guardian and the custodian of them. Usually it's a vanity project a lot of the time, isn't it? Colin Bristol Sissoko. That I didn't even see that. That's a great name. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. The thing I still haven't actually had time to go around and do is replenish our... Ooh. Finally. Oh, this is the sort of search that should normally have like tons of players in it for us, but for some reason it's just not. Danadu. I need to replenish the team report scouting list because it's still got plenty on there, but I think it's probably slipped a bit to where it should be. Probably down under 500 now, isn't it? Yeah. I need to get that back up to about 7 if I can do. Change their ads again. Maybe. I don't know. What's changed about them? I know we have had a few people mention something to do with Twitch ads today, but I wasn't sure exactly what it is. To be fair, here the only reason you'd be seeing ads is like is it like pre-rolls? The ones you get when you first load into the stream. Because that's the only ones I have no choice. I can't turn those off. Believe me, I would if I could. If Twitch gave me the option to turn those off as well, I would absolutely do it. Because all it does is cause bounce. Particularly for new viewers, which is annoying. Oh, a Togolese dude. I'll get rid of you. There's at least a few viewable players in here. Palmeiras Edson. Yeah, he's just another of those kind of players who looks kinda good. But his kind of goodness has probably earned him a spot on the shortlist, at least when we do have a bit more cash available. He's 20... Oh, that was that goalkeeper that actually turned out to be reasonably alright. Took off the screen, really? Oh, that's after the ad. That's bizarre. I've got Ben Farquhar. Great surname, less good player. Compared to the other guys. Full screen ad. Yeah, sometimes it does that thing where it like puts me at the top of chat, I think. Like where the bits and subbies thing is. Sometimes it shows me up there. I've seen that when, well, I say shows me. When I've raided people, sometimes they get hit with an ad. God, Romania are certainly charging a lot for their players lately, and I rate that for them. I just need to stop buying them. Mate Sushitsky? This is a bit of an uninspiring batch of players, to be honest. Another dude. Oh, that's a good name. Okay, what have Vizela got that means that they're, one, producing incredible players, but two, the prices on them. Zé Luis Trancoso, he's also quite good too. But the values on these guys is absurd. It reminds me there was a Portuguese, it was Passos we used to buy guys from in the past like that as well. Icarus with the gifted sub to Sick Jose. That's very kind of you, man. They do clearly have great youth facilities, but I feel like they've never really seen many players from them in the past. It's an odd one. To that level, at least. Usually it was, oh, hello. Tuka Nisinen. They're just all very underwhelming and actually require like transfer fees as well. If they were free, it's a bit different, but none of them are standing out to me as being... Actually, he's got crazy good... Bloody hell. Okay, that is a 6'7" Mexican striker.
Here's
with
a fun
20...
fact.
Goodness
Voltaire
me.
contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Sergio Munoz. Yeah, I think I'll probably sign him. For that price. He's fun. He's 6'7". The Ebnut. Thank you very much for the follow. Good name. Who do you support? Welcome to chat, friend. If you are new to the stream and you've enjoyed today in some manner, my general ramblings, drop a follow. I would genuinely appreciate that. Summer is a weird time in terms of FM content, particularly with the streams as well. Folks say, what did I do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, weak foot, he's basically like me, a flamingo man, where his weak foot is solely used to stabilize him while he's using his right foot. But for that kind of price, for 750 grand, he is basically head on a stick. And that's fine. Good balance, which you'd need for being that high. He's aggressive, he's brave. He's basically Dan Burn if he was a striker and he was actually born in Torreon instead. Okay, that I rate, actually. I was just noticing that he had like some really standout attributes just over here, which I realise is hidden behind my face cam, but I need to start paying attention to that a bit more. Yeah, from corners. He's the kind of guy that could absolutely cook in the loan farm in the same way that Kevin Morrison now does, even though he never really did it for us. Now that he's on loan at Lechia and is getting a load more football, he's been fantastic for them. Youngster. He's probably got no PA. Who cares? Like, if he's as good as... If he never gets any better than he is currently... Actually, you know what I'm going to do with him? He wants such a low base wage that it makes no sense to give him that clause, when instead I could literally offer him, like, a much higher base wage. And... Oh, wait. Yeah. I say much high. It's still bugger all. He skipped leg day. Maybe... He had to do it manually with weight, like with dumbbells or something. I don't understand. Kukonda's happy... Oh, is Audi not playing for them? In fairness, I don't know why they wanted him on loan anyway. Van Kempsey, oh, not again, Arnie. Problem is, asking him for this now... I mean, I'll promise him anyway, because this has been my plan lately. Unless I could say about squad player. Oh, wait. Okay, nice. Let's put that off for another couple of weeks, because he will still kick off about it when he's inevitably not a squad player either. Having to play Piast in the cup here is a little bit frustrating considering it's only like our second cup match. And I would have kind of hoped that we'd get a couple more scrubby teams, particularly when you see some of the teams that are still in the cup, including our own B team. I don't suppose there is anything in Poland that prevents B teams from being drawn against the club's first team squad, right? Because it feels like at some stage, eventually, we will end up playing our own B team in a cup match. Just hasn't quite happened yet. Ah, yeah, our B team actually knocked out Motor Lublin. Because of course they fucking did. That happens way too frequently. So Schlonski's B team is through. Unlike their A team, which are very much not through. Still got a couple of... In fact, it's just them, isn't it? Yeah, everyone else is either first tier or second tier. But we've already lost some top flight teams. Never had the cup... Humiliation of losing a cup front to a B team, though. Well, it could happen. They'd have to get there and not through the other side of the draw. I'm surprised we haven't, actually. I guess it's just that our B team's not as goated as they were before because I put a lot of the B team players that were kind of half decent into the under-19 squad because they were at least playing in a league rather than just pure friendlies, in theory, to give them a bit of higher quality of football because it was something. And as a result, the B team definitely did suffer a little bit because of that. I think it's the same lineup, isn't it? Mana's still slightly injured. John is still injured. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although, in fairness, it was kind of broke last game because, well, they played like shite. Oh, of course. Oh, it's the cup, isn't it? So we've got to have someone in the team, which is fine because we'll just bring in Kowalski. Wait, no, he doesn't count anymore, does he? Nope. Shit. I mean, he needs to come back in anyway, which means, in truth, it's probably about time I brought Sharpak back in. Because he does still count for the time being, I think. Yep. Nice. Wait, Jagiellonian played their own B team. Ooh, did they win? Oh, they must have won, right? I would be tempted if we did play our B team to actually set available loads of our players for said B team. Oh, good. Finally, we won a game. Kowalski, Steinbergen, Montparus, Gomez. Okay. Cracovia through over GKS. Jagiellonian through as well. Corona through. We're through. Rook Herzhova through. Oh, Lecky required penalties to knock out a B team. It didn't go great for our lads, I must admit. Despite the red card, Zagłębie Lubin, under the tutelage of Sam Kerr, did sneak past our B team. Not quite. Hello, Dad GRT. Welcome aboard, my friend. Hope you're well on this... I've forgotten what day it is. Tuesday afternoon. Sven's Hens are fine, I guess. Like, they've won a couple of league titles now. They've got themselves established as, like, probably the best women's side, but only just. Well, there's never, like, a runaway league title, although this year, perhaps that could be it. But the last time we checked in on them, they had just been... They had fixtures to be played in the secondary... oh, no, they're still in it. Wait, they got past Leverkusen? Oh my god, they did! We saw that they got knocked out of the Champions League by Nordsjælland, but then they played Leverkusen in the Europa League, essentially. But they actually beat them on penalties, despite losing the home leg 3-1. And then they also knocked out Inter. Julie and Sylvia getting the goals, and in the second leg, they're actually into the... They're in the semi-finals. No, sorry, quarter-finals of the Europa League. They're playing Hammarby as well. Oh, imagine if Sven wins his women the Champions League. Oh, sorry, the Champions League, the Europa League. That'd still be very impressive. Considering they now have a couple of league titles under their belt at this point anyway. What's that? Yeah, they've won 3 titles in a row. So they've slowly developed. Which is good, as they have been essentially doing that on their own accord. Because we can't really funnel any true money towards them. Bit that, bit that, bit that. Okay. Right, so there's that as well. Cool. Who else is the Euro Cup? Good question. Basically, who's the other semi-final, right? No, we're still going to do it. Boom. I have to go the long way around. This is where bookmarks would be really useful for stuff exactly like this. Because the trajectory of them just going up and down and up and down and up and down, sort of eventually managing to stabilise. To be fair, once they did stabilise, they nearly won the league. Right, so we want EC. So left in the cup, we've got teams we recognise immediately. Slavia Prague. I'll tell you what. This has got a... Who the fuck? Young... Club YLA. This could be a licensing thing, in fairness, because I don't know much about the nether reaches of women's football here, but that's one team in there. Then there's Grasshoppers, presumably 0. Then Breidablik as well. Roma, and then SFK 2000. Club, I figured, I suppose it must be... What does the YLA stand for? Like Young Ladies Academy or something? Probably does, doesn't it? Or the Belgian, whatever that is in Belgian. And then SFK. I wonder who if they connected to anybody in particular. I suppose we could look at their affiliates clubs. I believe so. Oh, does it actually? Oh dear. I was kidding. Club Yvonne Lahus. Who's Yvonne? I mean, fair play to her, but every single Bosnian Women's League. I see. So they're actually kind of goated as far as like Bosnian women's football goes. So them being here is probably not much of a surprise. Tell you what, this feels like there's actually a chance for Wisła ladies to get quite deep. This is the first time they've ever really done anything on the European level, to be fair. They've always been well off the pace. Oh, so it's named after a person. Yvonne Lahus. One of the leading ladies in Club Brugge's fan base from the mid-90s. Mid-60s. That's really cool, actually. They'd named the team after her. Awesome. Robert Perring looks for a pass rather than him to score. I keep thinking that Robert Perring's a goalkeeper because he was on a previous save. Have I started the game? No. And I doubt that I ever will. It's so rare. Statistically, you'd think I probably would have done by now. But I've never had one, ever. Considering I've played like over 100 seasons of building a nation saves, now we normally look through I think someone would have noticed if I had it done, even if they were at the bottom of the youth. Have you checked? What do you mean, have I checked? How would one check that information? Like, you either do or you don't. There isn't really like a, oh my god, I have a son type situation. It's relations. Well, yeah, but we would know if we had a son because he would have been in our academy. The only way you could get a son is to be in our academy. So unless he somehow snuck through there, I doubt it. Like, it literally tells you if you have one, right? Apparently this lad's rather awestruck by me. If he doesn't went back to Malta, maybe, yeah. Loads of agents absolutely love a bit of Vida. Probably guys that represent loads of free agent fellas. Or amateur players. They're like, why is he giving our players contract? Who is this guy? It's probably fine he's Christian Gomez's agent potentially as well. But yeah, so it would tell you as well. I say it would tell you as if I know that because I haven't actually had one, right? But yeah, I haven't. I mean, it's still statistically very rare to get them. I just thought, maybe by now, the amount of seasons I've played, it would have been cool to have had one at some point. Maybe next year. I mean, maybe we can still get one this year. I'd actually hope that we don't, in a way, because I'd much rather, if we are going to get one, have it towards the start of a save, or like a few seasons before. Wait, what are they upset about now? He wants to start more games. Steinbergen still wants a new contract because he never doesn't want a new contract. Beloya is a silly biddy. Janicic wants to start more games, and Marobot is... Oh, that's fine. That's because of the loan. Oh yeah, that lump sum is... It's one of the biggest things in any save, I think, is particularly in smaller leagues. That first time you get into the Champions League and you get that, 12.8 million or something? Comes quite late in the window, but who cares, right? It's... You can sort of sign players knowing that it's coming if you actually were to get there. Last paragraph in the history section is something. Let's see. Van der Elst announced at club that we're using period coach for next season. I mean, ultimately, if they think that that's going to give them some marginal advantage, then fuck it, why not, right? Take every advantage you can get if that's going to give them that edge. It's certainly interesting. A coach, though. Surely analysts would perhaps be better. Beloy's been Wait. The Son of God himself has just... Wait, what? James Beloy has sustained a fractured nose after an accidental collision with Christ Cruciani. It's never accidental. Jesus. That's, he's been punched in the face by Jesus Christ, is what's happened there. Results session in 2010-15. Wait. Oh, hang on. 19 points and a cup final. It's not a huge number of points. Face mask thing. I don't know. It'd be cool if they did, wouldn't it? Sometimes when you cross Christ, to be fair, don't mess with him. He's got powers, right? He'll walk all over the water around you. Oh, big red bar. A-team disbanded. B-team is the new... Sorry, I didn't read that. It's like that meme of the A-team... Friendship with A-team ended. B-team is my new best friend. Me whenever the B-team does well in the cups. It's so matter of fact. I love it. But yeah, I don't think they do have face masks in the game, which would be kind of cool. And it was pointed out recently that I've noticed the badges now on sleeves I never noticed it before. I might well have been in the game the entire time, but it does look quite sick. Seeing the badges on different kits now. Like, also, in a way, surely if the B team's just becoming the A team, it's not really disbanded. They've just kind of gone a different avenue. Hello, Inferno. I need to do Patreon, not Patreon, sorry. Words are hard, VOD comments. I will do it right before the Brighton game. That's my solemn vow to you as a chat, collectively. Right. We've got some tired players in this team, actually, so I'll do next match only. Staney will drop out for Van Kemsika because he needs to play. Well, technically he doesn't, but Coffee can drop out as well. Maybe for Janicic because he needs to play. Mompa can drop out for... Go on, Molsky. Give Molsky a little runny run. Sharpie can... I probably should play Ashankiti. We need the match sharpness out of him. And then we'll play Sharpie on the other side. That's not the right button, Matt. He can play both roles. Surely he's good enough. Get you in there as well. And that should be okay with the bench. Is normal. Certainly going to kick off because there'll be some random ineligible player on there somewhere. Oh, no, maybe not. Nice to see it. Got to give Molsky the runs. Yeah, it's a little bit of rotation because we can still do the resty thing afterwards. But this allows us to sort of still put out a good side without risking everybody, I suppose. So we can loan to other domestic clubs, but the transfer out only shows teams that are way too good for my players. Napoli, for example. I don't know. But that likely means that the player is simply too good for the other Slovenian sides in that situation. That's largely the reason. It's unfortunate, but it probably just means that the players you've got to try and loan out are really, really good. Hence why teams like Napoli are interested in them. But they're therefore far above the level required for the other loanees in your league. It's really about trying to stagger that up as much as you can. Slowly over time, which is why I think we've got teams like Piaskowicz, for example, going after our first team players as loan signings because, as long as they're young enough, because they've now got to the stage where they can actually do that because their squad strength is such that it allows them to do so. Right. That'll be okay. I don't think it's going to kick off at me too much. Come on, Shank. Score me a goal. I beg of you. Please. Him having this little goals at Christmas. He'll probably end up finishing the season as top scorer, and I'm hoping that after essentially pre-season for him. Oh, come on now. Hey, he scored a goal! Watch this be a penalty again. I mean, we didn't win, but hey, it's not a penalty, anything. Buy for domestic clubs. Yes. I mean, obviously, always try and buy good players, but there's a sort of spell, I feel like, when you're getting a bit better and you can still attract a decent amount of talent, where you kind of just got to be spamming mid-range players too, because those are the guys that help you form that bridge, particularly amateur signings and Brazilian freebies. Those guys, I feel like, really do form the connection, because some of them will develop into decent enough players that it improves their squad strength enough that you then can get the better guys. Or just getting a couple of guys out there that are able to sustain it is useful and develop while they're there. 4 XG, 19 shots on target, 1 goal, 41 shots. What is this team up to? And then naturally we can see, obviously, Chunga, to be fair, Chunga is a quality keeper, but he has just made 18 saves in a league game. But how far did he run? That's the real question. How they bloody managed that? Chunga is genuinely an extraordinary goalkeeper. He's actually been considered the best keeper in the league at times. He's that good. Suddenly I can't click from there, can I? How far did Bro run in this game? 5.8. See, he knows how to get about the pitch a little bit. His expected goals prevented in this game is like 3 in a single match. Guy is just the GOAT. But naturally, if he was, for example, in our team, you can pretty much guarantee that he would immediately forget how to be a goalkeeper, because that's just what we do to players these days, it seems. Einel's recruitment focus isn't... Yeah. James's recruitment focus... I need to maybe I should pivot and have James's recruitment focuses in it as well. Because there was only a couple of them, and it doesn't seem like they slow the game down as much as they used to. And it would be useful to have just some more options for around. But when we're not actively going out and looking at the scouting stuff, just to have something going on in the background that's always there, producing things, would probably be a good idea, actually. No clean sheet. Definitely not man of the match, because that goes to Big Chungus. But still some points, at least. Not a lot, but still some points. I mean, I think Viva's pretty much got this unless something drastic changes. Like big matches. I don't know, actually. Let's see if I can get him from here. Oh. We did have him scouted at one point, but it appears that he's now lost. He's a very, very solid goalkeeper. He is Spanish Scourge, unfortunately. They picked him up from... Christ, that wasn't even I think it was 5th tier at the time, but then, of course, 4th tier. Free transfer, though, for a goalkeeper that's now worth an absolute goddamn fortune, and does have Colombia caps, too. I think he does like big matches. I forget exactly what the number was, but we definitely have the number, whatever it said. We have seen it before because I have had him scouted prior. Oh, dear. Yeah, I need to go back and watch James' video because I've actually forgotten exactly how you set up the RNL recruitment focuses. Isn't it something like you have one for 15 and 15 or 16 and 16, 17 up through 18, the one that does the whole lot. You have it so they exclude players from other recruitment focuses, and then you have it set to really low CA and relatively mid PA, and then you just look at the near matches. I probably should incorporate that back into my scouting strategy because just to have something going for when we're in the middle of the season like this and we don't have, because I would be willing to bet that we have barely any like scouting priorities right now. 15 players on the scouting priority list. That would allow us to just get a bit more chunky in there without having to spend ages looking through transfers. Yeah, you can set them to ongoing if I recall, but it's better to turn them off and then on again, but that does require more upkeep. So what I might do is build them and then set them to ongoing instead, so you kind of get like half benefits, so we're not completely min-maxing it because effort, but still get a decent chunk of benefits from it. Shit. I need to rotate the team. Not rotate the team. The microing part is... That's a lot of the things that like bug me about FM. I think bug me. They are parts of the game that I'm sort of, not exploiting, but using in a way that perhaps are not entirely meant to be used. So I take that as my punishment. Yeah, I think... like the best practice for them is to turn them on and off every time they finish, because then you get like a new batch each time, but ongoing will still do it. It just triggers it slower. That was sort of the opinion I came to using them in 24. How good are they in 26? Because I haven't actually tested them, I don't think. Other than when I did the scouting video right at the start of the game cycle, and a lot might have changed since then. Oh, Atlas. They might have something kind of goated in there. But it would stop us from having these reports as frequently where there's just like 26 guys in here. And it does get us to scout players a bit sooner, at least. But right now, he's way bad. Jens has been asking to leave all season, bless him. He won't be saying that when they get promoted again. But I feel like recruitment focuses in general are never going to be the most efficient way of doing scouting. But the thing I like about them, especially if you set them to ongoing, is that they are passive. There's just less things to worry about. You don't have to sort of micromanage them in the same way you do other types of scouting. But pretty much every other method I use does require some level of input. Oh dear, this is not a good batch at all. This is probably why we need them. I might set them up after stream for after Christmas, just to give us a bit of extra oomph in those positions. I would do them now, but they wouldn't actually come up with anything useful just yet anyway. I think the reason I was so reticent initially is because at one point, the more recruitment focuses you had switched on, the slower your game got, like noticeably. It was something like a 5% slowdown for each individual recruitment focus you had on. But they do seem to have fixed whatever the hell was causing that. Also, I've just realised this isn't technically the last game today because there will be another game after the Brighton match. It's going to be that silly intercontinental thingy, isn't it? Against presumably a Brazilian side when they inevitably win their game. Right. Brighton. I'm gonna send it. This is a no balls type situation. We've got to go for it. Otherwise we'll regret it. So Sharpie will go out. Shankitis comes back in. Alan, Kowalski, Polizia. Yes, let's go for it. Arnold as well. This is where I massively underestimate Brighton. The annoying thing about Brighton here is that they do have that centre-back that I really, really liked, and I'm gutted that he chose them instead of us, because that would have been the perfect sort of extra... God, how many bunches slots do I have here? Get Dan Hardin as well. Oh, finally, okay. Oh, Kuzemka, why the hell not? Brighton are very good, and they've... Kowalski's still a little tired, but everyone else is relatively okay. Super, right, quickly to the VOD comments. Lest I forget, we'll go backwards this time. Yeah, so apparently... In my account save, Wisła Kraków are much, much worse. It is weird that in every single Building a Nation save, you just sort of see those random fluctuations, because it can sometimes be, you know, a takeover, they get a good academy player that they either sell for loads of money or they develop really well with them, or in this save, it's sometimes just a case of who takes the most loans from you up front or gets the right loans at the right time to develop a load of them and end up becoming goated. And then you get no consistency whatsoever anyway. It is always weird how that happens. But it should usually be done on reputation, but I suspect their reputation is relatively high just because of the Europa alone is probably what's brought them back up, to be fair. So this is actually quite an important one. When doing team reports, should I focus on countries from amateur non-contract list or add more? Absolutely do not focus on amateur or non-contract teams for team reports. amateur and non-contract players you can find without using team reports. And if you do, because there's so many teams that could produce those players, you'd probably be wasting your scouts' time by using team reports on them. Team reports should be for later when you're scouting actual professional contract teams. So guys that actually statistically over time produce good players. So anyone who's got players in the under-19 squads of national teams, those are the ones you want to target for those. For amateur and non-contract, I wouldn't bother about team reports. Just literally use the filters in the player database and find those guys yourself. That's a much quicker way of doing it, because most of them will only have a player or two anyway. So every one that you do, every day that you take doing team reports with that is probably a waste of your time, potentially. So this is what I was talking about earlier, about how this is clearly an issue that multiple people have had. I've just never noticed it until we had the Nathan Allen situation. Amorim, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Hope you're well today. But the 2 times this has happened to me this season, both of which were when I was having an injury to a player. And I suspect it's just because it probably wouldn't happen now because Alan's more familiar with the role. But it certainly did twice in the same exact way. And it shuffled loads of other people around too, which was really, really weird. So when a player wants an emergency backup role, functions as a youngster contract for all the players. I guess so. It was just really weird seeing Nathan Allen, a player who clearly has good attributes, demand an emergency backup role at 22. But I guess it is just a way of the game saying, well, I can't give this guy breakthrough prospect because he's just turned 22. We'll give him the closest thing to it. On the plus side, it is also going to mean that we get like several years of development out of him without him expecting to play, which is kind of nice. And lastly, because Spence threw his leg demanding the penalty, that's why if he had not, ultimately irrelevant. He's won the right to put his leg there because he was in front of the defender. Don't let him get in front of you, I suppose. Same with any, if that's in the middle of the pitch, that happens all the time. It's like when you see the fullbacks do that thing where the ball's facing their goal and they'll sort of stagger over the ball like this, waiting for some kind of contact, putting their legs in the way, and almost always get the foul. One thing I would say though is that England, specifically Jude Bellingham, I've noticed him do this a few times at this World Cup, where he will bait them into trying to do that. They will try to buy the foul off of him, and he just lets them fall over without actually touching them, and it is quite funny him doing that. And obviously, with Anderson throwing himself to the goal, he gets pushed with 2 hands in the chest. If that isn't a foul, I don't know what is at that point, really. If you're allowed to do that, then that's absolutely fine, but then football's a very different sport to what I remember. You do see it happen all the time, is what I would say, but it shouldn't be happening. Should have been sent off against Mexico, then. I don't know. Did he do that? Didn't he get sent off for violent conduct? I swear he got sent off for violent conduct in that game. Or was that a different red card? Was that the other red card in that one? I forget. That feels like a lifetime ago that happened. Right, in we go. I can't see how this could possibly go wrong for us. Wasn't he the one... Oh, yeah, no, that was the Dogso one with him, right? The other one... Who was the other player that got sent off in that game? With the sort of slappy tackle. Right. Go out there and impress me. Yeah, let's do it. Impress me. I'm here to be impressed, damn it. Make it happen. Got in front of kid. Fell over. Yeah. No, you're right, actually. Yeah, that was the one, wasn't it? Because he got sent off for the denial of a case for Dogso, basically. Don't get me wrong. At the time, I said that was soft, and it is. But that's the problem. It is one of those weird grey areas, because it's like, how much do you really allow? But then the problem when you define the rules in a certain way, a slappy tackle, well, wouldn't you like to know? It's where he slapped him with his tackle. Violent behaviour indeed. I think that's why the legal frameworks in football are sometimes a bit opaque, because by saying things like, well, he stuck his leg in front of the defender and the defender's kicked it, are we now saying that players can't put their feet wherever they want on the pitch without causing a foul? As in, is there a certain zone that a player is not allowed to put his foot if it's not causing a foul? Like, that's the problem with things like that. Regular Saturday night, well, indeed, yes. Now, have we got other Polish teams playing today, or is it yet again where I swear they did this on purpose. You're on the pitch. Yeah, I suppose. Called Kaka. I think he is indeed called Kaka, yes. And he's an Italian man called Kaka. Of course he is. I would not have had Italy as an option there. Oh, he's fun. He really good wing back, actually, on both sides. Oh, my goodness me. Yeah, I'd have really liked to play like Kaka. He's almost certainly a skirt. Oh, no, hang on. Is he? No, Genoa. Take that back. He's a Genoa player. Fair play to him. Anderson Pitbull. No, that's not a rename, I don't think. I don't think that's a rename. Remind me after the match, because I'm pretty certain that is not a rename. Or is it? I mean, Pitbull is a name you see on Brazilian players, but usually it's Pitbull by itself, not just Anderson Pitbull. I know we have seen a player in this save called Pitbull, so maybe I did rename him? Make a note of that, because I can't get out of this screen to actually check him properly. Thank you. I'll refund you points as a gesture of goodwill. Are we just going to have another one of these terrible games like Manchester City? Al-Shankiti and Gomez have both really struggled here. Having a midfield XL bully there. Am I right in thinking there was 0 highlights in that entire first half? 50-year-old Pascal Gross. Can you imagine? It's Josh Gross. Perhaps his son. This is where we find that on the bench they've actually got Solly March. Ah, by the way, this was the centre-back that nearly signed. I tried to sign and he ended up signing for Brighton instead on a free transfer. I was looking for a tall boy. He was going to be my tall boy, but he chose Brighton instead. We'd won the Champions League. Harry Howell has actually been the one player for Brighton that constantly scores goals against other Polish sides and misses a lot of penalties, weirdly. The amount of times I'm recording highlights, and you won't see it when you directly show it, but when you go into the highlights, it gives you the extra context of like, missed penalties and stuff. And Harry Howell is constantly missing them for Brighton every time they play a Polish side for some reason. Anderson Pitbull. There's so much to investigate from this one game alone. They've got a guy up front just called Pole as well. But he's not even Polish. Right. Okay. Oh, hang on. And Howell. Oh, no, we're already going after Howell. Only one nation. Is it Argentina by any chance? Wasn't a foul because he was in the defender's lane. He's used that phrasing a few times. I don't know what lanes would be. Oh, no, you mean, what's her name? Christina... Is that Uncle? Christina Uncle, maybe? She's like their VAR analyst or something. It's just a weird terminology where they're basically implying that if you deliberately put yourself in a position to win a foul, it's no longer a foul. Oh, it's soft as fuck. But they really need to draw up some very specific rules that define exactly those things, because otherwise it does get to a position where they're just going, well, you know, he looks like he could have maybe, you know. Christina's uncle. Shout out to him. Going to be the... Yeah, like... to be fair, she does a very good job at interpreting those things anyway, because she's literally just sort of running it through the rules and going, hey, this is what's actually likely going on here. Because none of this has ever come back to me thinking those should be penalties. I really don't think they should. But my point is, under the law, the way that the laws exist right now, there's that grey area which sort of means that they probably should be. And sometimes I'll give an as well. Willie used to be a Man United. Oh, Willie Camboala. Yeah. So in this save, yeah, he's been around. So he's actually at Man United in real life. Or is he? No, he's gone to Villarreal now. Then Bayern. Then a free transfer to Brighton. 35-year-old wingback, though. That seems a little sus. We could definitely make inroads there. Bit worried about our entire front line, though. None of them have really done anything in this match so far. It's consistency. Yeah, exactly. All of it tends to come back to consistency, I think. Not applying the rules as written. Yeah, exactly. She's just literally looking at the interpretations. I think that's what it's a really good idea to have that. She used to be a lawyer as well. Damn. Nothing to make you feel less accomplished, eh? What do you do? I'm a stream football manager. What do you do? I'm a lawyer and referee analysis expert. It's like when you meet those people that are just extremely accomplished and make you go, God, what am I doing with my life? Having a nice time and looking at geese is the answer, exactly. To other talents. I mean, yeah, clearly. I mean, he's probably still got a bit of... He probably just has really high natural fitness, but I do... Whoa! He feels like he'll probably be got at, I suppose. This better not be the highlight. It is, isn't it? Oh, no, wait. It does. Invert fullback. Ah, that would make sense, I guess. He's still going to have to do a fair amount of backtracking, I would have thought. Oh, surely. Oh, that's beautiful. N. MacArthur, thank you very much for the follow. Just as Gomi scores another one for us. I'd love to see it. That was a very weird-ass goal. First highlight of the entire game. We've done that thing again where we massively overplayed it in the 6-yard box. Look how many different Polonia players touched the ball here. Polizia and Montparnasse both take touches there when perhaps a shot was on. That's a bit like old us, but it did actually work out in a good chance for us. And Montparnasse will get the assist as a result of that. Love to see it. Is that the end of the highlight? Yes, it is. Nice. And suddenly that pushes us back up to 4th place, and it's all looking a little bit more rosy for us again now, which is nice. Al-Shankiti's still been non-existent. Did I say Polinia? I meant Polizia. He's not had the season he had before, unfortunately. Whoa! Sorry. The arm on the Brighton goalkeeper needs to be studied. To call that a cannon is a little bit unfair. He's got a goddamn trebuchet attached to his shoulder. He's just lobbed the ball from his own penalty area to the right side of the wing near the final third. I've never seen a goalie launch the ball like that in FM before. We're going to concede from that now because that's too weird. We actually probably should have conceded from that. Keeper's done poorly there. Going to Leeds this weekend for a festival. Is it Reading and Leeds Festival this weekend? I've never actually been to Leeds. Big old howitzer, yeah. Good Christ. What is his throwing? 12 to 18. I'm going to guess it's 18. Did a bit of real life scouting there, chat. Methinks it might actually be 18 throwing. To be honest, it does also beg the question of what 20 throwing is if that's 18. How far consistently could he even throw the ball at that point? Can he get to the other penalty area? Let's go. I'm going to bring on Sharpak in a minute, I think. It's just not been Al Shankiti's day. He just needs a little reset, I think. Oh, here we go. Oh, Anwar, just wide. 20 is pretty much a shot at that point, isn't it? I guess you just don't see it that often in FM either. Seems like a lot of goalkeepers don't throw it long. Usually they kick it long. Right, Al Shankiti's nervous as well. This is very unlike him. Alan's been okay. Naeem is tired again, which is okay. It's time for coffee. And then get the robot in as well. Polizia's been... he's not been that great, actually. He's at least pleased. But we do have Joao Carlos as an option, which is a nice thing to have. We'll get him in there. Oh, Progressive Rock Festival. Okay, cool. Whenever I associate like festivals with Leeds, I just immediately assume Leeds Reading. Throw a count as a goal. I don't believe it can. I think it has the same rules as a throw-in, because it can't be directly thrown to the net unless something touches it on the way. So if the keeper threw the ball and the keeper tried to save it and it went in and he actually got a touch on it, then I think it would count as a goal, provided the opposition keeper gets a touch on it. But if the keeper just lets it roll in, then it wouldn't count. So, for example, with the throw-in situation and Enkelman, I think if he hadn't actually tried to control that ball and just let it roll straight in, instead of getting a little scrape on it under his foot, I believe that wouldn't have counted. Or is it that that goal technically shouldn't have counted anyway because, shit. First goal of the entire tournament for Pole. That's frustrating, as we've been fine in this game, but... No, I was hoping for an offside in there somewhere, but... It's going to be a bit A Pole scoring against Poland, no less. Oh, God, we're going straight from the kickoff. This could be good or bad. It's one of those moments where Alan perhaps was slightly poorly positioned, but he's getting a good rating still. Now he's cutting inside. Go on, slip around the corner, maybe. Just go straight back in front again. That'd be fabulous. Oh. Damn it. It's one of those dumb highlights where the highlight isn't actually even really a highlight. It's just going to finish now. Yep, there we go. It's an even enough game. We've got one more sub. Is there really anything meaningful I can do with the subs that are left? Cabezas, Visual... I suppose Montparous could come off, actually. Do you know what? Hans has been clutch. And Joao Carlos is on the pitch now to be clutch, potentially. So if we do score a winner, it's likely to come from him, to be honest. Same as a volley. Keeper can throw the ball in goal. I'm pretty certain that isn't... I don't think that's how it works, but maybe it does. I don't know. I thought it worked like a throw-in where you can't directly score from a throw. But I guess it's not technically a throw because the ball's already in play. I don't know. Maybe it differs from whether the ball is in a dead ball situation or whether the keeper's... When would the ball ever be a dead ball situation if the keeper's got it in his hands? Because there isn't a dead ball situation where the keeper would have it. It would always be open play, wouldn't it? Interesting. Do you remember that Guardian column? It might not even exist anymore, which was basically called something like You're the Ref, or where they just did weird footballing scenarios. Throw it in his own net. I guess that would make sense. No, I always find footballing intricacies like this fascinating. I used to love reading that column. I think they probably ran out of things to actually talk about now, but... A dead ball situation? What? Is this actually going to be a 1-1 draw? I mean, it's probably good value in the end. Oh, go on. This is probably just going to be a shot over the bar and leading to absolutely nothing, isn't it? One of these days they'll actually go in. Oh, actually, no, wait. Yes! This had better not be offside. If the robot has actually bailed us out a winner in the 93rd minute. Please, 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 please. Yes! What are Brighton doing here? Look at the space that they give him. Joao Carlos shaping to shoot and then just dinks a perfect ball to the far post when nobody's picked up the robot. Simple header for... I mean, I guess who would pick him up? It's 2-1 to Wisła in the 93rd minute. This could potentially be our second straight 93rd minute winner in the Champions League in games played in England. Oh, wait. João Carlos, again. This time providing the assist. Third goal here would be delightful. He must have, like, loves big matches or relishes them. Gomez's ball in. Cleared away, but that's going to be okay because it's going to come as far as Coffee. Gets it back. Wow, that's a lot of space for Gomi. Oh, good block. Must be offside, and that's fine. We'll see out the rest of the game. That is a huge win if we get it again. We cut that one a bit fine, but domination was there for all to see. Fantastic. Is that Man of the Match award for... Oh, it might be Naeem, actually. Oh, no, Roebuck has a 7.7. Don't know if anyone Brighton did higher than him. Probably not. Check. Nope. Love to see it. A bracket for 198. Oh, my lord. Fair fucking play. Go along. Hey, it's dead on 3, Andrew, actually. But you're right. We actually do have the youth intake preview to get to still. So, yes, I still found a way. I looked at it before stream and I went, you've got 8 games to get through today. How on earth? It's because I played that extra match. I always go, you know, it's probably room for us to watch a league game. And to be fair, it was a banger. One more game. True. But if it's like, it's not elite, you know, I'll still just insta result if we need to get to the right point. No clean sheet. Player of the match bonus for Amon Naeem. Things you'll love to see. That shouldn't change a great deal. No, it doesn't. It's still Viva out front because of Nathan Allen. Okay, because the youth intake preview is not normally until the 17th, roughly. Don't know exactly, as it isn't always on the same day every single year. If a player heads the ball back to the keeper after volleying it upwards, I believe that is still considered a back pass. Because it's still a deliberate action. As in, I think you can't do it yourself. I think Naeem got a 7.8 in that game. I think. But I can't go back and change it now anyway, because it will completely break it all. But I think he got a 7.8. 7.6. Shit. I literally can't go back and change that. If I do, it just breaks the whole thing. But if someone else was to kick it to you and it was high enough that you could chest it back to the goalkeeper, I believe that is still okay. It's just a hell of a risk, isn't it? Well, it'd be Naeem. Fair. What's this? Aston Villa. Oh, Visit Rwanda. Front of shirt sponsor. Good lord. And is that Visit Rwanda gambling? Visit Rwanda Casino? Anderson Pitbull. Of Bright. There's a second Anderson Pitbull, Mr. President. So his name is Anderson Ventroni. But as far as I know, this is not a nickname. Nope. That's just his name. His name is Anderson Ventroni. He's a Brazilian Italian who just goes by Anderson Pitbull. And then you've also got Anderson Pitbull at Chapecoense as well, whose actual name is Anderson Nogueira Peixoto. Weird. Around the tourism industry. Bear in mind, that wasn't me implying that I didn't know what Visit Rwanda was. I was joking. I am aware what Visit Rwanda is. The clues are visit and Rwanda. That's one of those ones that, like, context actually is very obvious at times. Which one means people? Maybe it does. He's got an XL Ventroni. Careful, buddy. Okay. Lack of shithousery in the corner flag. Yeah. We need more shithousery. I suspect we'll get a lot of shithousery in the next 2 matches, so that's going to be absolutely fine. Right. And he presses spacebar. And he gets to it. Because we've got to go to the 17th, which is where the extra stuff goes. Mr. Worldwide, indeed. There's more than one of them. Which does make sense, because didn't Pitbull recently break a record for the most people in the same position? Same position? Same location dressed as Pitbull. And it's more than one. Obviously, because that would be very weird otherwise. Jagiellonian are hosting Club Brugge. Brugge Betnijets are hosting Galatasaray. These are big results, if they could get them. Another one for Jagiellonian, and they'd go from zeros to heroes very quickly. Well, we're about to find out what the other Polish sides are up to. 12,000. Jesus, that's actually more than I thought it was going to be. Let's go. Oh, here we go. We're going to find out who we're playing. And by that I mean we're going to find out when we're playing Flamengo. This is where Philadelphia pull off the ultimate upset. Hey, big win for the youth team. Yeah, 2-0 win. So we're going to be playing against Flamengo, obviously. But how did the other Polish sides get on? Come on. Just some good results. I beg of you. Ah, they lost. No, they drew. They also drew. Fucking hell. That was a winnable one, lads. 2 more draws for Polish sides. Jagiellonia got 8 points. Tell you what. The fact that they're actually completely surrounded by English sides Liverpool and City directly below them, and then Arsenal directly above them. England have not actually chefed, and Brighton down there too. It's been a bad year for England, at least in the Champions League. High Park, oh fair. Yeah, that's not great. Barcelona 22nd. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird year. Unfortunately, Nice top of it, which is disgusting. Right. That really could have been do with being a win for Jagiellonia. If they've got at least a winnable game after... Oh, God, they've got Barcelona. Barcelona and Stuttgart, they need a point. Hang on. They needed a point of Stuttgart last year as well. That's not gone well. And Brookbet basically are done. Unless they win both their remaining matches. And it's like, nah, never mind. They're playing away at PSV and... not PSV, PSG and Inter. Well, they've cooked. Oops. So we've definitely lost Brookbet. Oh, I really hope that Jagiellonia can pull off something, but that was the time to do it. Beat Brugge there, take nothing away. Oh, Steinberger no longer holds a new contract. Is that because of interest shown from him elsewhere and he's going to be a whopper? Or is it just because... Change of heart, big up. That's more like it, lad. This might be the first time in over a year that he's not pissed at me for a lack of new contract. He does have a habit of holding a grudge. Hello, Pogsma. How are you, my friend? My friend? Just a good bloke. What's this? Oh, wow. This system. This system used to pop up all the time in the early stages of this save for some reason. We'd constantly come up against teams playing that shape. Transfer saga on Kowalski. I think the fuck not. He's going nowhere. I see how it is. We're just good mates. Pog and I, yeah, old buddy, old pal. I mean, I do mostly refer to Pog as Chief a lot of the time. Affectionately, no less. Oh, God. An injury to Cabezas is not ideal. Oh, it's actually going to be missing a few games. Fuck. Okay, annoying. Right, Friday. Surely the Europa League hasn't continued to cook at the same level. No, Motor finally lost a game. Lechia, on the other hand, did not, and are still on 16 points. Piaskowicz, I think, have lost again. But they're still in it right now. But that is a bad round of fixtures in general for Poland, I think. But was it at least, like, games that I can accept? Waterford lose... Feyenoord lose, obviously. Dortmund only narrowly beat Apoel Tel Aviv. Lechia... Wait, Lechia won? Why did I think they would... Have they put an extra game in the meantime? Either way. They've cooked. Just they beat Midtjylland. So they must have lost their last game. Motor were playing Atletico, so I'll let them off with that one. And Piaskowicz actually did win away at Trabzonspor. So it must be the last round of fixtures that we must have accidentally not looked at. And by we, I mean me, because you don't control that. What were the results for that? Oh, they got 3-3 draw against Southampton. That's insanely good. Pias lost to Athletic Club, expected. And losing to Rangers is a bit surprising. But it happens. Either way, though, the points on offer right now in this league, I mean, look at that. 16 points already for Lechia, 12 for Motor. Piaskowicz have got 7. As long as their 2 remaining fixtures are not completely dog shit. At home against Estoril and Midtjylland are not easy, but they should get enough points to qualify there, which is nice. The only thing that's left now is Conference League, and there'll be a second Conference League round as well to go in a minute. So I expect to see Zagwembia Lubi... Oh, dear. Oh, no, 11 points. That is a win, I think. In fact, I think that's 2 wins. They've just notched up. The question is against who? Just go to the bottom to see if they're down there. There they are. Beat Dinamo Batumi, naturally. And they weren't at the bottom of this one. 0-0 draw. They got a 0-0 against Tottenham. On the list of things you love to see, it. That's tremendous. Huge fan of that. Right. A 0-0 against Spurs away from home. Much more like it, friends. That. Quantum Spurs. So maybe it's the opposite of Quantum Spurs now. When we don't pay attention to them, that's when they start to shit the bed. Okay, so Europe, we surely have a lot of coefficient points on the board now this season. 7.5. Oh, wow. I'm guessing France must be just doing shit all in the other competitions. Because now, there is literally under 1/10 of a point between us and France on the season. Not on the season, sorry, overall. That's awesome. And England are still on an 8. Sweden have 9.7 already. This will change, obviously, once the group stage finishes, because all the cheaty points get handed out. But we're doing okay. Still behind England, but they're not having the best season so far. Just still somehow ahead of everybody else, despite their poorness. Even with Spurs dropping points. Italy are doing crap. Netherlands are doing all right. That's awesome. I think we can get back into 4th this year, which is huge. So because of them being in a summer league, FM glitches out and it doubles up the number of teams they have in Europe. It is a weird bug that's existed for pretty much the entire game cycle, actually. You'll see it in leagues like Norway, Sweden, Ireland. Basically, any league that runs a summer league system, it'll appear like that. It gets to the halfway stage and it just doubles the number of pyramids. Oh, it could be pyramids. It's not going to be pyramids, is it? How many games have they got to go through? So it's right. So they got through again. Now are we playing them? No. Is there another round? Is it maybe that one there? Oh, no, there we go. Yeah. It's the wrong team. Does it actually? Yeah, it's not great. Wait, Denmark. Don't Denmark run on a European calendar, like a normal European calendar? I swear they do. Or does it still affect them anyway? Right, so we are playing Flamengo in that, which is on the 14th. I have not drunk enough water today at all. I just realised I have this entire bottle of water sat here and I haven't touched it. Well, this one at least. The big one I've taken, but still in the previous one. I suppose... Oh, yeah, you're probably right, actually. That is how it's... Yeah, that makes sense. Double Swedes. Ah, no, I can see how that would be a nightmare, yeah. Even more Swedes than... Too many Swedes. No one should have that many Swedes. Not even the produce aisle. Overtake Andrew. You're 7 behind now, Inferno. Andrew pulled out a cheeky winner in the Wiz quiz from earlier today. So, with there only being one more World Cup Wiz quiz, which would be Thursday's stream, you've got to pull it back a lot. Wait, register for the competition. Brilliant. I will just click assistant to pick and we'll pick whoever he wants. I've no idea who's just selected because the game didn't even show us. Whole team meeting. Yeah, probably not going to hold a team meeting before the Continental Champions Cup. I might just pretend it doesn't exist. We are the favourites, as you can imagine. Oh, Charleroi. That I will actually tell you what I'll do. In the interest of experience. How have I managed to go long again? It's actually a bit of a skill at this point. That's true, yeah, because you've got the teams from the previous years and are still in Europe and it's technically had them qualified for it. You think that would be the sort of thing that would be a relatively easy fix, but then this is 26 and we just don't know, do we? 2 different rule sets that depend on how many teams are in it. Really? Oh, interesting. What are they? What sort of big changes happen? Or are there any big changes, or is it relatively minute things? Either way, that's fascinating. We could do fun shit with that. Oh, Jesus, that's really not good. Geisler's just done his hip in. Fuck. We haven't had a jet ski injury for a while. Thankfully, it's a position we have loads of players in, but that does kind of suck for Geisler, given how clutch he was in the Champions League final. Wouldn't have I know. But as you did, hey, it's going to be fine. There's no more updates for 26 now. It means 27 is going to be fucking fantastic. I'm sure of it. 2 streams in a row. Brave. Hey, we found the stats earlier, Gordo. Like, apparently I've successfully done more streams, intros, than I have fucked them up. I thought it was the other way around, but apparently not. Wait, Naeem's not... This is where we didn't select Naeem or something. Oh, they're on international duty. Right. Oh, that's probably AFCON, isn't it? Okay. Fuck. Okay, well, Hanson might actually have to play in goal here because we have no choice. Coffee comes in. Nope, Coffee's gone as well. Cool. Santelli? Haha, he's not an AFCON. That would have been strange if he was, because considering he's Italian. Wait, we're only a 5-man bench. Oh, my lord. 5-man bench? Lordy lord. Let's get rid of you. Oh, no, I do have a larger bench. Wait, no, I don't. It's 5-man bench. Jesus. Right. Jeez, lord. Alvarez, I guess. Someone who's kind of good. Wait, Alvarez, I guess. It refuses to let me pick. Oh, Molsky. I have Molsky on the bench too. Nope. What is it doing? Can I please pick the player for the bench? There we go. I'll have a Roman on the bench instead. What I said was European place playoffs. I guess that would make sense considering if you've got European place qualifier stuff. Actually, that's a good question because how does that divide out with Denmark in terms of European places? Because is it a 6-6 split? Because theoretically, in our next save with HB Kirker, there's a chance that it could be, or is it 8-8? A situation where there's more European places to offer than the actual playoff system can handle, and I'm guessing that's why it has something like that. I will start Al-Shankiti because bro just needs goals at this point. Oh, for goodness sake. At least you have to have a goalie on the bench as well. We don't have another goalie. Fine, Busquets is on the bench. An injured goalie has to sit on the bench for absolutely no reason. That will be odd, but I like the little quirks like that. It's the exact type of thing that could make that save particularly funny, where there's like a random playoff for a European place that's further down for some reason, and we lost. I hope there's not a load of points on the line. Well, not points, but like money, essentially, on the line for that game. Did we deserve to win it? No. Wow. Shout out to them. The 6-6 split. Okay. Right, it's the 17. I just think that... I know we were promised a good intake last season as well. And it was disappointing. But it's now been like 4 years since we had a crazy good youth intake, or at least any kind of usable player. I'm feeling like this is the year. We've won a Champions League, the rep's up, we've got a new affiliate club in Peru. Maybe I'll get a son from Peru for some reason. He's adopted, obviously, from the Andes and whatnot. Oh, he's adopted. That's good. Don't know why. To be fair, I have played him for a few games lately. Preview day is usually the 17th, sometimes the 18th, depending on the year. I'm guessing it's because of leap years and stuff. He's got an international cap, but he's playing for Pushchini Polmica, so we don't care about him. It's usually 17th, though. I do kind of wish it was a bit more random so you couldn't fully predict it. Off the back of it. That's true, actually. The last time we got a decent run of intakes was directly off the back of it. Yeah, because it was 3 in a row, wasn't it? Because we had Molski, Kowalski, Steinbergen in the 3 youth intakes directly after the Champions League. Well, a guy could dream. The guy will continue to be dreaming. There isn't a great year in the central midfield, and we appear short of required standard up front. Those are the best options. Haven't got any new wingbacks coming through. Good. Hey, last year it said it was going to be good and it was shit. Maybe this is the year it's the opposite. I think I'm just coping at that point. Fucking hell. I know our squad is so good that it's going to be so tough for us to get a good intake, but our squad has been good for a while now. But when you look at how good Kowalski is and the value he has, and same with Steinbergen, I think in any save, getting 2 guys of that kind of quality, I'll take a look. I mean, we were just about to finish, but I absolutely can, but there's not really a lot I can really show you other than the fact that they exist and are playing in Denmark. I guess I could look at the club history page, but it won't really enlighten us to much. Although, tell a light, they have won. Is that the top flight? Or is that the second tier? I think that might be the... I forget whether it would call it the Superliga there or not. Either way, they have won 1 division 1 time. Oh, it's second tier, so they've obviously been relegated in order to get that. But that's the closest they've had a 3rd place there as well, actually. A few of them, in fact. But that's the only thing we really have. We just need, yeah, a Peruvian, Maltese, Japanese fella in the intake that happens to also masquerade as my son at the same time. Durrami. Wait, isn't that the guy that... Wasn't he like a wonder kid at one point, Durrami? Or was that another guy called Durrami? 27... I know, it's going to be great. I'm kind of glad they didn't get fully relegated. Not that I would have been opposed to starting in the 3rd tier of Denmark. It would have made an interesting ramp up. Mo Durrami, that was the guy, yeah. Is he also Danish? I definitely do... Oh, it's his brother. Okay, that would explain it then. I assume his brother's probably retired in-game because he's probably older. Fair enough. Right. Oh, God, it's actually got surprisingly hot in here considering how not hot it is outside. Let's see where to send you lovely folks. Oh my God, Monique's live. Ready for the match later. I mean, England aren't playing. So, yes, I suppose. In the sense that I'm no less or more ready than I would have been on any other day, I guess. But I'm quite looking forward to it. Even if it does have the ability to potentially develop into just pure, like, nonsense. And that's what we want. God, just think. The next time we meet upon stream, we'll be celebrating an England victory in the... or commiserating. And I won't be complaining one bit. I'll have a big list of excuses ready to go. Something referee, something spider cam, something heat wave, despite air-conditioned stadium. Heading through to the final to play Spain, probably. Maybe, I don't fucking know. We're going to run over to Monique. I haven't seen her streaming in the afternoon for ages, in fact, so that's kind of cool. The Cable of Christ. Does it compel you? It compels you to score goals. Nah, I'm saying Jude Bellingham hat-trick, Dan Burn hat-trick, 6-0 victory, jobs are good. Anyway, thank you for joining me today, friends. I will send you lovely folks over to Muno. Wait, have I spelled that correctly? No, I haven't. I've done it wrong. I've literally spelled a name wrong. I forgot there's 3 O's. I nearly rounded a random channel. Oh, there we go. Try that again. That's better. I wonder why the profile picture was wrong. We'll try a second time. It's rare that I mess up a raid. I feel like there should be an easier way to do raids where you could sort of like hit the button for raid or something, and it pops up other channels that are streaming in your category, and you can just click one. It just seems odd that that wouldn't be a thing you could do built into Twitch, maybe, but the fact that you have to type in the name manually in the big 2026, I will not stand for this. Anyway, try that a second time. Thank you for joining me today, friends. Thank you very much for your banter, your vibes, and for embracing me and my giant wheel. Anyway, I'll see you guys very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.